Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to City Hall here in the city of Hollywood. Today's October 9th, 2025, and we are all here for a regular City Commission meeting. And even though that is the legal title, regular City Commission meeting versus special, every meeting is definitely not regular because there's important business and important recognitions that we make at every meeting of the City Commission. We always get started with a moment of silence followed by a Pledge of Allegiance. And before we rise for that moment of silence, I'd like to extend a moment of privilege to Commissioner Shuham to share a special message.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to recognize and send our condolences to the family of Larry Mendelson. Many people in Hollywood may know Mr. Mendelson as the founder, basically, of HEICO, one of Hollywood's largest corporations. Mr. Mendelson passed away September 27th. And for many of us who have been involved, as Commissioner Biederman was talking about earlier, with the Chamber and various activities in Hollywood, we all know HEICO. The Mendelsons took over HEICO in the 90s, and he served as its CEO for over 35 years, one of the longest serving CEOs in history. And if you were curious and you had invested $100,000 in HEICO at that time, you would now have $130 million. So, sissy shame on all of you. HEICO went from being a fairly local company that did aerospace parts, and now it's in 15 countries with 11,000 employees. And so again, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to recognize the Mendelson family, thank them for their commitment and investment in Hollywood. And in fact, HEICO was Hollywood's first Fortune 500 company. So we send our condolences and our appreciation for their investment in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. As before we rise, also, one of our proclamations will be in remembrance of the October 7th attacks on Israel. And I'd like you to please think of the victims of that tragic day and the resulting 2 years where a lot of people have lost their lives as a result of that attack. So please rise for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tracy, give me some water. Too much of that. Thank you. A tradition we have here in Hollywood as well is at the start of each meeting, we recognize our veterans, active service personnel, and their families. So if you are a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces or even an active service member or a family member, please rise. We'd like to recognize you. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gruber. Here. Commissioner Biederman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Quintana.
Here.
Commissioner Shuham.
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Kaleri.
Here.
Mayor Levy.
Here. Today's consent agenda includes items 5 through 23. Pat, are there any speaker cards on items 5 through 23?
Yes, number 12.
Number 12, thank you. We'll take that up at the start of the
Motion to
following the
approve.
proclamations. And there's a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Commissioner Kaleri, second from Commissioner Gruber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, those items carry unanimously. And again, we'll take item 12 following our proclamations. Proclamation I'd like to invite Commissioner Kaleri to present is in recognizing Italian American Heritage Month here in Hollywood, October 2025. And if we have Rocco Maniaci here,
Yep,
he's
he's here.
with the Italian American Civic League of Broward County. Please come on up, Mr. Maniaci. And anyone else here from the Italian American Civic League? And I know our friend Frank Leonardi is watching on camera for sure. Commissioner Kaleri.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation, City of Hollywood, Florida, in recognition of Italian American Heritage Month, October 2025. Whereas each October we honor and celebrate the rich heritage, culture, and contributions of the Italian Americans whose ancestors journeyed to the United States seeking new opportunities and, in turn, helped shape the nation's history. And whereas from 1820 to 2004, approximately 5.5 million Italian immigrants immigrated to the United States. And today, there are nearly 17.8 million Americans of Italian descent, making up one of the nation's largest ethnic groups. And whereas Italian American Heritage and Culture Month coincides with Columbus Day, a time to acknowledge the many contributions of Italian Americans to the development of our nation, from early explorers like Christopher Columbus and Amerigo Vespucci to modern leaders in science, education, arts, and politics. And whereas Italian Americans have excelled in every field, including education, science, business, government, and the arts. Notable figures such as Enrico Fermi, John Basilone, Geraldine Ferrero, and countless others have left a lasting impact on our nation's progress and values. And whereas Italian immigrants and their descendants have played a critical role in building America's infrastructure, providing labor for factories, mines, and construction, and contributing to the economic and cultural fabric of our country while upholding strong family values and community ties. And whereas the traditions, culture, and values brought by Italian Americans continue to enrich our communities and serve as a reminder of the importance of diversity, inclusion, and the contributions of all ethnic groups to the United States. Now, therefore, Josh Levy, Mayor of the City of Hollywood, Florida, and the Hollywood City Commission hereby proclaim October 2025 as Italian American Heritage Cultural Month. Turn the mic on, my love. Right at the bottom.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to have us one more time here. We are very honored to accept this, and we try to do our best, like every year, to do better and better. And one thing I want to just do is I want to introduce the new president of the club, Mr. Bottoni.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We start this club, not me, but they start 1949. That's when I was born, long time ago. And we had our ups and downs. Right now, we down because what happened is there's no more immigration. Italian don't come around no more. They don't come up. But the club is open to everybody now. American, Asian, anybody could be a member. Oh, nice. We changed a little bit. We changed things around. We have an Italian school, a Monday night, free for every member, everybody, not members only. Come in and learn Italian language.
Very good.
It's good when you go abroad. You know, a few words, it means a lot. On Wednesday, we have a bingo. Again, open for everybody. After bingo, we have a dinner night, a spaghetti night specifically. $5. We really charge what it costs us. And every Wednesday we have a spaghetti night, the best in the area.
That's awesome.
On Thursday night we have a dancing night for free again for all the people who want to come in and welcome. We'll all welcome them. So we do a lot of things. We want to improve our club. The outside, we need a little help. See, I mean, we have a scholarship every year. We award scholarship. We do a lot of things for people from Hollywood. We need all help. We want to do a parking lot. We want to do some grass, some flowers, another thing. Next year we're gonna have Columbus Day, not Columbus Day, Columbus Feast. We're gonna have like San Gennaro in New York. We're gonna have like a vendors, we want to have a firework, we want to have lights. Nice. We want to start and see what happens, see where it goes.
Awesome.
But we need a whole help. That's all we need. I don't know if Hollywood can help us. I asked the mayor. We need a little help. Whatever it can, it helps.
Listen, you make the events, we'll bring the people.
That's it.
So that's about it. You know, and
Gonna come and take a picture with
We're
us.
happy to celebrate Italian American Heritage Month. A lot of roots in Hollywood, as
yes,
Larry presented in the proclamation, and we thank you for the personal investment in making sure the Civic League continues and its mission and spreading Italian heritage. So, thank you. Come on up. We'll take a photo with the proclamation.
okay, sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rocco.
Sunday, yeah. Not this Sunday.
Thank you all. So many of you were here yesterday, or I'm sorry, on Tuesday, on October 7th, when we had an opportunity to present a proclamation in remembrance of October 7th and the attacks that affected so many people in Hollywood and Jewish people around the world and just people of goodwill around the world. We had an opportunity to raise the Israeli flag and join many cities in that effort to recognize that day on Tuesday. So I thank you all who were here. Our Congresswoman was in Washington, D.C. on that day and couldn't be here. But thankfully, she is here to accept the proclamation as we presented here at the City Commission meeting. So I'd like to invite our Congresswoman, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, to please come on up while I read the proclamation, thankfully and with hope, slightly modified from even just 2 days ago. A proclamation of the City of Hollywood, Florida, in recognition of remembrance, resilience, and unity, commemorating the second anniversary of the October 7th attack on the State of Israel. Whereas on October 7th, 2023, the State of Israel endured the most horrific attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, carried out by Hamas, a U.S.-designated terrorist organization that violently seized control of the Gaza Strip following Israel's disengagement from the territory in pursuit of peace 20 years ago. And whereas in this unconscionable act of terror, more than 1,100 people, most of them civilians, were brutally murdered, including citizens from over 40 nations and at least 36 Americans, the unimaginable brutality carried out in the early morning hours of October 7th, murdering, raping, torturing, and kidnapping men, women, and children in their homes at the Nova Music Festival and across 21 Israeli communities on a Jewish holiday, has left indelible scars on families, on the Jewish people, and on people of goodwill around the world, inviting and uniting us in mourning and remembrance. And whereas through painstaking negotiations and courageous military operations have led to the rescue of many of the 251 hostages taken that day, Hamas has continued to hold the remaining 48, preventing their release even after 2 years of war. While the hostage families endure unbearable anguish as Israel, with the support of the United States and partner nations, have steadfastly pursued every path toward their immediate freedom. And whereas the recently announced ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas now promises to secure the release of the 48 hostages to their families, including those that have survived and those that were killed, we welcome this critically meaningful step toward healing and hope for enduring peace and security. And whereas the City of Hollywood stands in steadfast solidarity with the people of Israel, honoring the memory of those who perished on October 7th, recognizing that this tragedy also touched our own community, as families here in Hollywood have suffered the devastating loss of loved ones on and since that day, reminding us that the pain of October 7th reaches far beyond borders and unites us in shared grief and resolve. And whereas the residents of the City of Hollywood and the people of Israel share a lasting bond through cultural, civic, religious, and economic ties, including our sister city relationship with the city of Herzliya, we join together in reaffirming our shared commitment to freedom, resilience, and peace, and join the international community in unequivocally condemning terrorism in all its forms, embracing the U.S. vision of the U.S.-sponsored Abraham Accords as the foundation for advancing a peaceful and prosperous future for Israel and the entire region. Now, therefore, I, Josh Levy, Mayor of the City of Hollywood, Florida, and the Hollywood City Commission, have hereby proclaimed October 7, 2025, as a day of remembrance, resilience, and unity, and friendship with the State of Israel and the City of Hollywood, and join cities across the United States in raising the Israeli flag in solemn reflection of this anniversary. Signed this ninth day, now that it's updated, of October 2025 in Hollywood, Florida.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the commission, people of this incredible community that I am privileged to represent in our nation's capital, I am honored to be able to be here to accept this proclamation on behalf of our community and on what is now, I believe, day 735 of the remaining hostages being held captive under the brutality of a terrorist organization that attacked Israel unprovoked, and as you detailed in the proclamation, the loss of 1,200 lives, 251 hostages taken, countless more lives taken in the ensuing war, the unacceptable degradation and elimination of security for the people of Israel, which, I think now we are all hopeful about the opportunity to bring that to an end. And for this solemn week, both October 7th and with the signing, hopefully, of the first phase of the agreement, we can have both devastation and jubilation be marked in the same week. It will be fulfilling in years to come for the week that includes October 7th to also include the memory and commemoration of what is hopefully the start of a lasting peace. As the co-chair of the Abraham Accords Caucus in the United States House of Representatives, and someone who was in the region, as many of you know, on October 7th and was part of the first congressional delegation to be in Israel on October 10th and meet with hostage families, people who had lost loved ones, as well as the Prime Minister and others. And then days later, came right here to Hollywood to meet with you, Mayor, and our constituents, and was asked to put this Nova bracelet replica on my wrist and not take it off until the hostages are finally free. So hopefully, Monday or Tuesday, I'll be able to get that scissor out and remove the bracelet. I'm not quite sure I'm going to be ready to take off the yellow ribbon just yet because there'll be a long way to go. But it is absolutely incredibly important that the broader Arab world, as well as countries from other regions and the United States, and leadership from both this administration as well as the previous administration, contributed to the day that we are hopefully achieving. So thank you so much. I'm Israel Chai, and
Thank you.
congratulations to the City of Hollywood on your continuing centennial anniversary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I will tell you, just on behalf of the city, obviously a very difficult, emotional 2 years. And I know that you, as our Congresswoman, you've been so strong to sound, the hurt of our community and convey the message where it needed to be conveyed. And you welcomed the hostage families countless times at the Capitol. I want to thank also Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who would, through a lot of after and continuing bashing, stood strong with her resolve and admission that we ought not to make the plight of the hostages and of the attack a partisan one, and stood up against people who wondered why she was so supportive of Israel and of humanity and of this attack. All you need to do is realize this was an attack on humanity, and in a savage way that it was carried out could not be left and given any excuse to have occurred. And I want to thank you, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, and all the elected officials who've stood up against hurtful attacks and standing by our ally and making sure that we are on the right side of this history and seeing it, hopefully, like you said, bring to fruition a much broader peace through the Abraham Accords effort that could really, result in a region that could blossom and bring a lot more success and cooperation and contribution to the world than it has to date. So all of these heavy things are now a hope, and it really takes the leadership of folks, whether it's in the U.S. Congress, American president has been a leader. All these leaders, hopefully that will rise in the Arab region and in the Muslim world to help give the push from that community to help usher in a new day for peace between Israel and its broader region and neighbors. And so I really thank you for your leadership, and couldn't have asked to have a better, more strong and more concerned representative of ours in Congress. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Mayor, I do want to just add, I think it's important to acknowledge the loss of your own family members, and may their memories be for a blessing, and that there be some measure of justice as we approach this solemn accomplishment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come on up. Tell you, everybody, with our next item on the agenda, it happens that we have our Congresswoman here, recognizing National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Another topic that our Congresswoman has worked on because she is a breast cancer survivor herself, as we all might know. I'd like to invite Commissioner, sorry, where am I? Commissioner Breast Cancer Awareness, Commissioner Hernandez, I think you have that. Commissioner Hernandez and folks from the American Cancer Society, Michael Rodriguez, Director of Development. Commissioner Hernandez, to please present the proclamation recognizing National Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mayor. As I wear the shirt from the fire department, which every year does a new version of it in support of that, and they donate all their proceeds to that. National Breast Cancer and Awareness Month, October 25th. Whereas breast cancer is a widespread and random disease striking women and men of all ages and races, and is one of the leading causes of cancer-related death among women. And whereas breast cancer is a type of cancer where cells in the breast tissue divide and grow without normal control, breast cancer is one of the most common types of cancer in the world today, with approximately 316,950 new cases expected in women in the United States this year. 85% of breast cancers occur in women who have no family history of breast cancers. And whereas, thanks to heightened awareness, early detection through screenings, improved treatment methods, and increased access to breast health services, women and men have greater chance of survival than ever before. And whereas research shows that death from breast cancer could be reduced significantly by routine screenings, including mammographies, regular examination by a physician, and monthly self-examination. Mammography, it says, it has two M's, guys. Mammography, yes, thank you, is recognized as the single most effective method of detecting breast cancer that may be cancerous long before physical symptoms can be seen or felt. And whereas we commend the efforts of our employees and call upon business communities, healthcare professionals, educators, volunteers, and residents of Hollywood to continue our strong commitment to preventing and treating breast cancer and ultimately finding a cure. And whereas during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we renew our commitment to fighting this disease, raising awareness, and supporting those affected. The City of Hollywood proudly joins the fight for a cure by hosting a breast cancer seminar, providing access to an on-site mobile mammography van for early detection, and launching a fundraising initiative with 100% of the proceeds benefiting the American Cancer Society. Now, therefore, Josh Levy, Mayor of the City of Hollywood, Florida, and the Hollywood City Commission hereby proclaim October 25th as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Hollywood, Florida. Thank you.
Please, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Assistant City Managers, Director of Public Safety, City Attorney, staff, survivors, advocates, and guests. The Office of Human Resources thanks you for recognizing this vital mission and lending our city's voice in the effort to fight breast cancer. Our police department raised over $1,200 this year for the cause, which will be donated to the American Cancer Society, who is here with us today. Additionally, our fire rescues fundraising proceeds will be donated to the Firefighters Benevolent Association. Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez, for donning your wear today. And this group disperses financial support to firefighters and/or individuals within the organization who are battling breast cancer. As mentioned in the proclamation itself, our Wellness Division coordinated the annual visit of the Florida Mobile Mammography Van, which was here last Thursday, October 2nd, and we're happy to report that every appointment was booked. On Wednesday, October 8th, Hollywood Wellness hosted the wellness webinar focused on mental well-being for breast cancer patients, survivors, caregivers, and supporters, emphasizing the importance of facing these health challenges with optimism. The presentation drew a strong audience and will be available on the city's SharePoint next week. We continue to encourage our employees and the public to schedule preventative screenings for early detection and prevention. The numbers that you mentioned in the proclamation are more than just statistics. These folks are our mothers, our sisters, our neighbors, daughters, and they underscore that awareness is not symbolic. It is life-saving when it leads to screening, timely diagnosis, and access to care. And each October, we hold a space to remember, support, and galvanize action. But today's declaration makes that commitment official. And as we wear our pink ribbons with pride, we also renew our vow to fight for early detection, better treatment, equitable access, and hope. Thank you so much.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you. This proclamation means a lot. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and all the committee members here, distinguished committee members of Hollywood. On behalf of the American Cancer Society, I want to thank you again for making this important proclamation of October 25th. Your commitment to sharing, again, we talked about awareness, brings us one step closer to people not hearing you have breast cancer. Here in Broward County and across South Florida, the American Cancer Society continues to provide resources for patients, for families, and throughout our 24-hour helpline, picking up amazing research that we continue to do, and this money does truly help. The proclamation today demonstrates that the City of Hollywood has compassionate leadership, standing with the survivors, honoring those who have lost, and encouraging those early detections so more people can have tomorrows. So thank you again. We truly are grateful for your partnership in helping us spread the message, and together we will end breast cancer as we know it forever. And so thank you again for the partnership.
Thank you. Please come on up for a photo. It's kind of odd to talk about breast cancer and not hear from you, so after the photo, if you have anything to add.
While you're taking your seats, I'll just say Thank you so much for acknowledging Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you to the American Cancer Society, which is a remarkable organization that helps make sure that people pay attention to their overall health, but during this month particularly pay attention to our breast health and making sure that you know what's normal for you so that you know when something feels different. That is how I found my own lump just after my first mammogram at 40 years old, which came back clean with no evidence of disease. And 2 months later, I found the lump myself. And the reason I was able to is because I was familiar with what I normally felt like. Women so often put everyone else and everyone else's health in front of their own. And so at least during October, we hopefully trigger reminders that make sure that if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. Please remember that, because you're no good to anyone if you're having to focus on a later stage cancer than is potentially necessary. Early detection is the key to survival. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Our final proclamation recognizes Cybersecurity Awareness Month. An unfortunate reality, but our cyber world definitely needs to be secured, and we need to be mindful about how to protect ourselves in that regard. I'd like to invite Commissioner Shuham to present the proclamation recognizing Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and of course our Director of Information Technology, Mr. Rahim Sicharan, to accept the proclamation on behalf of IT. Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, here we go. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Cybersecurity Awareness Month, October 2025. Whereas the City of Hollywood recognizes that it plays a vital role in identifying and protecting its residents from or responding to cybersecurity threats that may have significant impact on their individual and collective safety and privacy. And whereas critical infrastructure, i.e. financial services, educational institutions, energy, telecommunications, transportation, utilities, healthcare, and emergency response systems are increasingly reliant on the support of information systems and technology. And whereas cybersecurity education and awareness is crucial for everyone, including large corporations, small businesses, financial institutions, schools, government agencies, home users, and anyone who connects to the internet, be it with a computer, a mobile phone, tablet, or other internet-connected device. And whereas 2025 marks more than 20 years of Cybersecurity Awareness Months, the 2025 theme for National Cybersecurity Awareness Month is Stay Safe Online, focusing on the 4 core actions people can take to protect themselves and their businesses from online threats. Use strong passwords and a password manager. Enable multi-factor authentication. Recognize and report scams, and update software. This theme was announced by the National Cybersecurity Alliance and is promoted by organizations like the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. And whereas many agencies, including the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, national, state, and local government organizations, and others, recognize October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. These agencies also promote the Stop Think Connect at www.stopthinkconnect.org campaign. This resource was implemented through a coalition of private and public sectors working together to increase the public's understanding of cyber threats, empowering citizens to be safer and more secure online. And whereas maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which each of us has a critical role to play. Awareness of essential cyber hygiene will improve the security of the City of Hollywood's infrastructure and economy. All residents are encouraged to learn about cybersecurity and to put that knowledge into practice in their homes, schools, and workplaces. Now, therefore, Josh Levy, Mayor of the City of Hollywood, Florida, and the Hollywood City Commission hereby proclaim October 2025 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Rahim Sicharan, IT Director. Normally, this proclamation, at least in the past few years, would be accepted by a Department of Homeland Security representative for the Southeast region. He sends his regards and apologies. Obviously, there is a little bit of a shutdown at the federal level, and he was not able to make it. I think, Commissioner, you said everything that needed to be said, and some parting words and maybe some advice from the city manager. You mentioned hygiene. As George always tells me, a strong password should be like a toothbrush. Should be like a toothbrush. I'm messing it up. Is this how it goes, George? Change it every 3 months and don't share it with anyone. Thank you.
All right, that's something we can remember. Thank you, Raheem. Please come on up. Let's take a photo. Anybody here from IT, please join us if you like. George, you should join us.
Okay, thanks.
Pat, the speaker card for item 12. This is our Alzheimer's and Dementia Adult Daycare Center grant. Thank you. Former Commissioner Dick Blattner, please come on up. This is the resolution of the City Commission approving and authorizing the city to accept an Area Agency on Aging Broward County grant for the Adult Daycare Center, of course, of Hollywood, authorizing matching funds and forming the donation of building space to house the center to provide adult daycare services for persons diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease or related dementia, and authorizing the city to execute all appropriate agreements and budget actions in that regard. Welcome, Commissioner Blattner.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. I have a short story to tell. I think the facts are substantially correct, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong. Several years ago, two friends were taking their daily walk, this time around the Emerald Hills Golf Course on the east side. One of the men, who we'll call Maurice, slipped into the water. His friend Abba, and by the way, both of these gentlemen lived in my neighborhood, was unable to get him out. And somehow or another, they were able to reach out to Commissioner Gruber. And that was Adam was Maurice's son. Adam rushed to the scene, got his father out, and that may have been the beginning of an awareness on Adam's part, as well as his family's, that there were no services in Hollywood that were available for people with memory issues. But thanks to Adam and John Strader and a lot of other good people and organizations, we see today that that is no longer going to be the case. That there will be a place for people with memory disorders to receive services. So, Mayor and Commissioners, I'd like to suggest that you amend this item before you to include naming the center the Maurice Gruber Adult Daycare Center at Oak Lake Park. And I'll be interested to see who would make that motion.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kaleri and a second from Commissioner Shuham to approve the resolution. Thank you so much, Commissioner Blattner. That's
Thank you all very much.
very
Adam,
moving.
congratulations.
Commissioner Gruber.
I'm floored. Thank you, Commissioner Blattner. Appreciate you, my friend. I'll come around here and give you a hug. Come here. Sorry if I'm breaking protocol.
Okay. You guys have us all in tears now.
Just a couple things to add is that Commissioner Blattner was also with myself and John Strader working on this, and he's put a lot of work into it as well, doing site visits and whatnot. And a quick correction to the story: it was Maurice and Abba. Maurice was my dad, but it was Abba who fell into the water, and my dad called me frantically, and he couldn't figure out where he was. They were walking on the golf course, and they both thought that they had to walk past a wall that was jetting out to get home. It was the opposite direction of where they needed to go. His friend Abba fell into the water and was, some of the bushes and trees are growing out of water, so he was entangled in there. And my dad called me frantically, circled the golf course with the starter. I'm out of time.
No, please.
Got there. Abba was engulfed in the water. His face was just barely above water. I saw him bleeding. I actually thought it was a dead body. Jumped in the water, pulled him out, and with the starter, Jeremy Lawson, we got him out. And yes, that was the beginning of this process. So amazing.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate it. From my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gruber. Thank you, Commissioner Blattner. So we do have a motion and a second to approve the resolution with the additional direction to name the center as the Maurice Gruber Alzheimer's and Dementia Center of Hollywood. So thank you so much. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. All right. Hopefully that'll be all the tears for today. City Manager.
Just a point of information, Mayor, just a reminder, item 34 has been pulled from the agenda by the
Yes,
city
item
manager.
34 is withdrawn.
Item 40 has provided you with some
Corrected information.
there. Just
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
You got it. All right, let's run through these two items then. The 115
Ex-
times certain item.
Excuse me, Mayor, I just want to clarify, was the motion for the agenda item or for the name?
Both.
Okay.
The agenda item and then,
Okay, and then also by our protocol for our naming policy, the name will have to come back to a regular commission meeting to be on the agenda because it has to be posted and all that.
okay, if the center, which is the activity there requires it, then let's do it. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead then to item 28. An ordinance of the City of Hollywood, Florida, changing the zoning district designation from North Mixed Use to Planned Development and providing a waiver pertaining to the acreage of the properties located at 4220 and 4231 North 58th Avenue, totaling approximately 5.74 acres, approving a master development plan to permit a mixed-use development, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. This is an ordinance on second reading that's been advertised in conformance with state statutes and city codes as an advertised public hearing. There are no changes since the first reading, of course, from the Department of Development Services. If this is quasi-judicial, then I'll invite the city attorney to read the quasi-judicial rules, and then we'll ask if there's a waiver of those rules.
Thank you. Florida courts have determined that there are certain types of matters, including this item on today's agenda, which are to be treated differently from other issues considered by the Commission. Many decisions of the Commission are legislative in nature, meaning that the Commission is acting as a policy-making body. However, in quasi-judicial matters, the Commission is applying existing rules and policies to a particular factual situation and is therefore acting like a judge or jury in a courtroom. In such cases, courts have determined that due process and fundamental fairness require that more formal procedures be followed. Therefore, in quasi-judicial matters, all witnesses are sworn in and subject to cross-examination by the parties. In addition, the decision of the Commission must be supported by competent and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. However, in Hollywood, we have adopted a rule that allows for the waiver of the quasi-judicial formalities. Waiver can only occur if agreed to by staff, the applicant, and any member of the public who is present. Therefore, at this time, I ask that the mayor inquire as to whether there is anyone who objects to waiving the quasi-judicial formalities.
Is there an objection to waiving the formalities?
Sorry, Mayor. Keith Polykoff and Stephanie Toothaker for the applicant. We waive.
Staff waive?
Andrea Winget, Director of Development Services, staff waives.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and proceed informally. Again, this is an advertised public hearing with no changes since the first reading. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there any speaker cards on item 28?
No cards, Mayor.
Public hearing is now closed. I'll accept the motion. Motion from Commissioner Hernandez, second from Commissioner Clary to approve the ordinance. City Attorney, please go ahead and read the ordinance, and the clerk will take the roll call vote.
My apologies.
Item 28.
Thank you. An ordinance of the City of Hollywood, Florida, changing the zoning district designation from North Mixed Use to Planned Development and providing a waiver pertaining to the acreage of the properties located at 4220 4220 and 4231 North 58th Avenue, totaling approximately 5.74 acres, approving a master development plan to permit a mixed-use development, providing for conditions of approval, and providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Gruber,
Yes.
Commissioner Biederman. Yes. Vice Mayor Quintana,
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaleri. Yes. Mayor Levy.
Yes. All right, let's show the ordinance passing unanimously on second reading. A companion resolution is item 29, considering a request for a certificate of appropriateness for demolition, a certificate of appropriateness for design, and a site plan review for an 8-story multifamily residential complex with 470 units and associated amenities, approximately 4,000 square feet of place of worship, and renovations to a designated historic structure, the Bryan House, located at 4220 and 4231 North 58th Avenue with a historic overlay district and a planned development zoning district. Also from Development Services, are there any speaker cards on 29?
No cards, Mayor.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Kaleri, second from Commissioner Hernandez to approve the resolution for item 29. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Thank you to Keith and to Stephanie for your work on this. It's going to be a special project, and thank you to the ownership who's here as well. Thank you. Take care. Get those permit applications in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on to our regular agenda. We'll begin with item 30 is a resolution of the City Commission approving and authorizing the city to execute an agreement with Broward County for the access and use of city property for the Shore Protection Project, Segment 3. This is from the Department of Design and Construction Management. Been a long time discussing this and how to pursue it. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, City Commission, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Chris Roshek. I'm Chief Resiliency Officer. Before I get started with this item, I'd like to introduce and welcome our guests. We have from Broward County, we have Dr. Jennifer Jurado, Chief Resilience Officer, and Stephanie Roach, the Beach Program Manager. We also have with us our consultant for DCM is Christy Brush. She's with Moffitt Nickel. And we will jointly present this item and answer any questions you may have as we go through. We do have a presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
And if you are here to speak on this item, Pat is our city clerk. If you haven't already filled out a speaker card, please go ahead and do so, and we'll call you up after the presentation.
Okay. So the item before you today is an interlocal agreement for a shore protection project, Segment 3, between the city and Broward County. To provide some background and context to this item, the county has acted as the local sponsor for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for Segment 3, which includes Hollywood, Dania Beach, and Hallandale Beach. This interlocal agreement for your consideration is a 5-year agreement through November 1st, 2030, and provides access to the county on city-owned property. I would say that's in coordination with our staff for beach management activities, which may include sand replenishment projects, beach tilling, dune projects, and escarpment removal. The focus of today's presentation is on the county's dune project, which has been designed by the county and is being fully funded by Broward County. As you may recall, the city adopted our dune master plan in October 2020. And in February of last year, the City Commission approved an amendment to the master plan, which amended the maximum height of the dunes to be 8.4 feet NAVD. To quickly review the project timeline, after the maximum dune height was amended in February of last year, the county then proceeded with their design with input and in collaboration with the city, and the design was reviewed by our consultant, by Moffitt Nickel. The county has issued the bid for the construction of the project, and today we are at step 4 in this process, which is the execution of the interlocal agreement. With your approval today, the county's plan is to begin construction after the end of sea turtle nesting season, which will be next month in November. And we are planning a shared public meeting with the county and their contractor to discuss the details of the project and how that will be phased. I'd like to say on this slide, the Dune project is in alignment with the county's Broward Next and shoreline resiliency goals, in particular to increase living shorelines and dunes and protect and restore beaches, along with other programs such as beach renourishment and the Port Everglades Sand Bypass Project to improve resilience and not only to protect the natural environment, but also to protect the private property along the beach and to provide for economic well-being of our coastal infrastructure. So this slide shows the overall project area that covers the length of Hollywood Beach. There are two important distinctions that I would like to make. First, I'd like to draw your attention to the area shaded in purple. This is Central Beach, and the area between Cleveland Street and Harrison Street is not included in the county's project. As you recall, the City Commission previously asked for special design considerations for this area, for the Central Beach and the Broadwalk area, due to the busy commercial district, and our staff is working with our consultant, Moffitt Nickel, on design options that will be brought to the Commission at a later date. Also, the county's design takes into account the city's maximum dune height of 8.4 feet NAVD. As shown there on Table 1, and I know that it's difficult to read from this distance, but both Dania Beach and Hallandale Beach have a maximum dune height of slightly higher elevation at 8.9 feet NAVD. So the county is recommending that the northern section of Hollywood, close to the Dania Beach border, also be constructed at 8.9 feet NAVD to provide a transition from 8.9 to 8.4, and then maintain the 8.4 feet NAVD for the rest of the beach, southward. So at this time, I'd like to invite Stephanie Roach to come up to go through the next several slides, which show the detailed design. And we also have some renderings that will help bring this, add some clarity to the design.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Again, my name is Stephanie Roach. I'm the Beach Program Manager for Broward County. As Chris said, the next several slides will show renderings of the county's planned dune project. So I will first familiarize you with these very busy slides. In particular, I'd like you to take note of the bottom panel of this first slide, as the top panel is only Dania Beach, and we're here in the city of Hollywood. So on the bottom rendering, you'll see a long dotted line that is close to the shoreline. That line represents the average or mean high water line, so mapped over several years. So our mean high water line is the long dotted line along the shoreline. We also have two smaller dotted lines that are closer to the landward side of the beach. One of them in this rendering is roughly mid-beach. That shows the seaward fill of the dune, our soon-to-be constructed dune. And the other dotted line that is landward of that shows the landward limit of sand fill for the project. I'd also like to point out that the green shaded areas are areas that will be vegetated with native vegetation throughout the project. The purple shaded areas are areas of no vegetation to facilitate pedestrian access through the dune. And I will also note that the purple shaded areas will also receive sand, but again, no vegetation will be planted in those areas. One other feature I'd like to point to your attention that we'll see throughout these renderings, throughout these aerials rather, is the proposed access areas. So if you look at towards the bottom right of this graphic, I believe this is Balboa Street that is hatched. These examples are either access points for the contractor or access and staging locations for the contractor. So you'll see several hatched areas throughout these aerials as we move along. As we move further south through these aerials, you'll see in the top graphic here that now the two dotted lines are consistent with the green shading, and so now the plans become a little bit easier to read from here on out. Anywhere you see green shading indicates both sand fill and native vegetation planting, and again, the purple shaded areas indicate no vegetation planting to facilitate pedestrian access through the dune. So I will point out, again, this one's a little bit easier to see. You can see a proposed construction access area in the bottom panel there, I believe at Meade Street. So as we move further south through the city of Hollywood in these aerials, we're now into the North Beach Park area. So again, green areas indicate dune fill and native vegetation planting, and purple areas indicate areas of no vegetation. So I will note that in this area, there are existing dunes here, but we are constructing dunes seaward of the existing dunes to maintain a consistent dune width in the area and also to add sand for additional resiliency in this area. As we continue south, we're now in the northern Broadwalk area. So you'll see that we maintained pedestrian access through the dunes consistent with the Hollywood street ends in this area. We worked very closely with city staff to ensure that existing pedestrian access at those street ends remained through our dune design. So you'll see that pedestrian access is consistent throughout this area of the project. I'd also like to note in this area that the city specifically requested a 10-foot offset from the existing knee wall, and the county was able to accommodate that in the design in this area. So we are consistent with your city's dune master plan for this area. We also have some ground level renderings here, since I know everybody's minds aren't able to translate an aerial photo to a ground level photo. I find these very helpful myself. So this is a ground level rendering of what the dune will look like once constructed, and this is in the northern Broadwalk area. So from an observer standing on the beach, Chris was mentioning feet relative to NAVD, and what that translates to in real time is a 1 to 2 foot lift from existing grade. So these dunes are really not that high at all. They are not 8 foot high dunes. They are only 1 to 2 feet above existing grade. So you can see from our cartoon characters standing along the Broadwalk and even those standing on the beach, they still maintain eyesight across the dune. You can see the vegetation plantings across the dune, as well as post and rope fencing to protect that vegetation. As Chris mentioned, the county eliminated the area of Cleveland Street through Harrison Street from our design as requested by the city. So from the northern end of the design for the project, the county's project terminates at Cleveland Street, and there will be no new dune constructed from Cleveland Street to Harrison Street as part of the county's project. The county's project picks back up south of Harrison Street. So again, to remind you, the green areas are representative of sand placement as well as native vegetation planting. And similar to the northern Broadwalk area, we maintained pedestrian access, so areas of no dune vegetation planting consistent with street ends in this area. You'll see also that 10-foot offset again in this area. So we were able to offset the dune from the knee wall in this area as requested by the city. Moving further south, I will note that the city already has some existing dunes in this area, which are very beautiful, very well established, and our design ties very nicely in with those dunes, and again, maintaining that 10-foot offset in this area. As we continue south, we maintain that 10-foot offset until Keating Park. I will point out that Keating Park is a proposed staging and access area defined by the interlocal agreement. As we move south of Keating Park, again, you can see the green shading indicating sand placement and native vegetation planting, purple areas of no vegetation. So this area, the newly constructed dune, will butt up against the existing wall in this area. You'll see that there are several areas of existing dunes down south in this area. So our design ties in nicely with those existing dunes, adding resiliency to this area, but while still preserving the recreational space seaward of the newly constructed dune. Here's another one of my favorite ground level renderings, which is a lot easier to see. So this area is just north of Keating Park, so you can see that 10-foot dune offset from the existing walk and walkway by Keating Park, that 1 to 2 foot lift from existing grade, and then all of that recreational space that's left in this area north of Keating Park. This is the southern end of the city of Hollywood's footprint of the dune project. So again, this dune will butt up against the existing wall in this area. So green shading sand placement and native vegetation planting. I'd also like to point out that we worked very closely with city staff, and we walked this area on foot one hot spring day, I believe it was, or summer. It always feels like summer in Florida. So we were very careful to ensure that every property maintained access to the beach. So you'll see that every property on the southern end still maintains an unvegetated access through the dune, so that residents and visitors can still access the dune through those walkways. One last ground level rendering for you. This area is south of Keating Park. So you can see how the dune will tie into the existing seawall here, and again, preserving that recreational space to the seaward side. Lastly, I'd like to point out that the county acknowledged that the city's dune master plan was very specific in its vegetation that would be permitted to be included in any dune projects, and the county was very deliberate in what we allowed the contractor to choose for those species of plants. So our contractor has elected to plant salt meadow cordgrass and sea oats as its foundation species, and railroad vine and dune sunflower as the diversity species, which are two of my personal favorites. They produce beautiful flowers. All of these species are native, so they'll be great additions to the dune. I believe at this point I'm going to turn it over to back over to the city. Thank you so much.
So as I mentioned earlier, we had our consultant, Moffitt Nickel, take a look at the city's design, or excuse me, the county's design and the city's dune master plan. So I'd like to invite Christy Brush to talk about this slide and the comparison that Moffitt Nickel did.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us back to continue the discussion regarding the county's dune project compliance with the Hollywood Dune Master Plan. I believe we ran through these points of concurrence in a previous meeting, but just for everyone who's here to understand, the adopted Hollywood Dune Master Plan contained different dune management zones that addressed both enhancement of existing dunes as well as the areas for construction of new dunes, and the county's plan is consistent with that. The maximum height of the dune in the current city dune master plan is 8.4 feet NAVD. I'm not sure if there is any decision that specifically needs to be made about that transition zone that was discussed earlier, so I'll leave that to someone else to decide, I guess. The non-native or exotic invasive species removal is something that was targeted in the Dune Master Plan that the county is addressing for the city at this point, as well as using a diverse palette of species, in this case, 3 species, as you saw in the prior slide. The vegetated dune width was recommended at 40 feet maximum, and more specifically at approximately a 1-to-2 ratio of dune to recreational beach. So there is some variability in the dune width design consistent with the master plan to address the narrower areas of the beach that were of concern for continued recreational access and use. The offset from the knee wall along the broad walk is addressed in the majority of the county's dune projects where there is that space available. It's my understanding that there are some concerns at the south end of the beach with maintaining that offset and still having sufficient recreational beach. So that's been addressed in the county's plan as well. The beach access points are provided, as you saw in the graphics, and the project is, as you heard, planned outside of marine turtle nesting season. So the county is checking the boxes and customizing the project well in terms of the current beach condition.
But Christy, when you say customizing the project and you understand that there's been a standard in Hollywood for the 10-foot offset from either the knee wall or the sea walls that exist in the south part of the beach, that the south segment, and we'll talk about it later, the way the county addressed it is to not abide by providing the 10-foot offset And that was important for the city because for public safety vehicles to be able to access and go north and south, where otherwise they wouldn't have access, especially in the south part where there's seawalls of private property that go all the way there. We'd have only opportunity for police and fire and beach safety 4x4s to only traverse the beach on the outside edge of a dune and not on the interior side, where sometimes for public safety reasons or for weather conditions, that's a necessary thing. So when you say they addressed it, they didn't, they eliminated it, correct?
For a portion of the south segment, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
Thank you. Chris?
There goes. Okay. Sorry for that. So for the last slide, we just wanted to touch on the maintenance of the dune. Once after construction is completed, the maintenance responsibility comes to the city after the construction is complete. So there have been some concerns expressed too that over time that the dunes could grow to a height that may block views in some areas. So we've reached out through Moffitt Nickel. We've had some discussions, and we'll reach out to FDEP to obtain a permit that will allow us to address those issues long term from a maintenance standpoint. We are suggesting keeping them no higher than 9 feet NAVD, but we'll come back and report that to the commission once we have more discussions with FDEP. From a cost perspective, this will need to be budgeted by the city. So we've had some discussions with Public Works through DCM and also through the community volunteer groups that have been active here in Hollywood. Just as an estimate here based on the construction cost of this project, the construction cost just for the Hollywood portion is about $3.2 million. And talking with Joseph Kroll in Public Works, a good rule of thumb for the maintenance is about 5 to 10% of that construction cost. So we're estimating approximately $160,000 to $320,000 as an annual cost. That will be determined as we go forward, but that will be budgeted most likely in year 2027 once the dunes have a chance to be established and we get to see how they're growing and the amount of maintenance that's required. And with that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer as a group any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Let's get public comment. All right, we've got, let's go ahead with John Travato with the Hilton Diplomat, followed by Max Schroeder with the Diplomat Beach Resort, followed by Jorge Perez, Boucher Brothers. Welcome, John. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm John Travato. I'm the general manager of the Diplomat. Thank you for Mayor, City Manager, Commissioners for letting me speak and give the opportunity for our group to tell you the impact of what this project's going to do to us. My colleagues are representatives from Trinity, who's the owner of the hotel. And then, of course, we have the Boucher.
John, into the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. The owner of the hotel, Trinity, is here represented by Sean. And then we also have the Boucher Brothers that does our vending, who does our beachfront vending out there. As many of you are aware, the Diplomat is just about finished with its multi-million-dollar renovation. And it's primarily in the backyard, right? We've done a lot of marketing studies, as you know, that's what we do. And marketing studies have shown us that the spaces you want to activate are spaces in your backyard. People want to be looking at the beach all day long. So what the hotel has done is they've totally renovated all the cabanas. They've added a beach club. They've renovated all the bars and restaurants. And all to create experiences for the customers. You know, customers want experiences now. They just don't want to go to a hotel and lay on a beach. They want experience. They want to experience everything. So our whole marketing plan was aimed at creating those experiences. And what the beach does for us is the beach brings that all together. When you're near the beach and it's activated, it's just a wonderful thing. So whether you believe it or not, our search engines, the number one search engine is beach. Beach. That's our number one search engine. That's how people find us. They toggle beach, and Diplomat comes up. So we're not just this gigantic convention hotel that we do a lot of convention business. We also do a lot of leisure business, and people like the beach. This project will hurt us in a way that it will create smaller spaces for us where we can't do what we do on the beach all the time, which is yoga, which is receptions, which is just if you want to go out there and just lay. This is going to take away a lot of our space. Our business and capital plan was targeted specifically to get people to come here because of our beach and to pull people away from Miami and Fort Lauderdale to come here to this really quiet beachfront hotel. And with this proposal, it's going to limit our liability to execute on all those levels. And it leaves us really at a disadvantage to our competitors, like people we're competing against. So all the people that would come normally to our hotel will seek other places. So our team respectively is requesting that no plantings be installed between markers 122 plus 500 and 122 900 South Palm Court. This modification would allow 300 linear feet of dune planting in front of the convention center while preventing essential beachfront functionality for guests.
Thank you, John. Thank you. And we'll call you up if we have any questions later. Max Schroeder. Then George Perez. Jorge.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I worked very closely. I'm the Diplomat Beach Resort. I'm the Director of Property Operations. I worked very closely with the county and the Army Corps of Engineers last year as part of the replenishment project that we had going on last year. It almost doubled the size of our beach at the time. Since then, a good part of that has eroded. And since it's eroded, one of our biggest concerns, to add to what John had to say, is once we add this berm there, and then we also have the safety lane that we have to maintain, we're going to have very little to perhaps no access to the beach to use it for all the things that we use it for today. That we partner with the Trinity Group, the Related Group, with Boucher Brothers and Hilton Corporation to develop a plan to activate this beach. So again, we're very supportive of this initiative. We have over 1,000 linear feet of beach space. We want to fully support this initiative in front of our convention center, which is over 300 linear feet, almost 500 linear feet over there. But we do want to maintain that area in front of our hotel to be able to fully utilize that the way that the Diplomat Beach Resort has been designed to and has for many, many years, even back in the 50s when it was the beach resort before we took over, and then it was rebuilt in its current state. So we are asking for an exclusion similar to the Cleveland to Harrison exclusion, just in the areas that are in front of our resort itself proper. So we can partner with Boucher Brothers and our other partners, development partners, to utilize that beach in partnership with the city as well.
Thank you, Max. Thank you. George Perez. That was addressed. All right. Thank you all so much. We did receive a similar letter from the Marriott Hotel, from the general manager there. It was an email that came in, I think, right before the meeting. And so why don't we ask staff to, we'll talk about it up here. But certainly and we've talked about this, and when we excluded the Cleveland to Harrison area, we talked about impact on the recreational space as it relates to the main central beach of the city, and decided that we needed to hold our horses and take careful consideration on what we do there, considering the impact. But if we want to, segment the conversation, I have 4 points that I wanted to raise. But with regards to the Marriott and the Diplomat folks, when we talk about this, the reason why it's sensitive, obviously you understand these are large hotels that rely a lot on the recreational space, and so does the entire beach, but most of where we're putting the dune otherwise is in front of residential area, and it happens to be there is these two exceptions in the dune areas in the north and south, the Marriott and the Diplomat. And one of the things that, in talking with Dr. Gerardo and the team, I kind of bounced and explored was having a dune, but a non-vegetative dune in front of those areas where you still have the same NAVD level of sand that would get it to the same height, but wouldn't have the vegetation so that you can preserve the recreational space. I think that's good because it could also be a little bit of a pilot for us to learn how to deal with Central Beach if the non-vegetative dune, and see how it performs by utilizing the area in front of the Marriott and in front of the Diplomat, partially because they said the area in front of the convention center is fine. So we could raise those areas to the 8.4, but not displace the critical recreational space, especially at the Diplomat where we know the beach does erode. And you could argue, well, the purpose of the dune is to save the beach, but if the sand there is covered by vegetation, there really is no beach. So, I'm, obviously we all embarked on this endeavor, but I think we do need to discuss today and give careful consideration to the impact of the Marriott and the Diplomat. So I'm looking forward to discussing that with everyone. Again, we could put dunes there, just not vegetative. And again, that might be an example for how we look at the future of Central Beach as well. I also want to talk about and hear feedback regarding the 10-foot offset that's missing from the south segment. In my eyes, that's a critical, a lane for public safety, also for walking, but public safety. And I'd like to know from either Chris O'Brien or one of the chiefs if they agree that the 10-foot offset is important at the south end. They told me it is for public safety, that it's a benefit to have it, especially when there could be weather on the seaward side of a vegetated dune. That there's no other way for police buggies for a public safety emergency to go up and down, especially where the south part has its private property, and so you don't have the benefit of having the broad walk next to you and just take the broad walk. At the south end, you only have the seawalls and private, built property, and maybe fences and things that go up to the seawall. So I think that's an issue. I talked to them about whether or not there could be a look at the design of the south end to reduce the width of the dune to provide that 10-foot or even a 7-foot or a 5-foot at least offset off of the seawalls at the south end. I think that's important. I hope you guys agree when we look at this. And then the fourth item, so Marriott Diplomat, the offset of the south segment, and the fourth item was the proposed staging areas in the agreement. I think there was an exhibit to the agreement that specifies certain areas that could be a staging area at the election of the county for 5 years, I understand. I think that ought to be left without designating specific locations. I know one of them is problematic, is the Beach Community Center at 1301 South Ocean Drive. So maybe the language ought to be on Exhibit A is locations as agreed to by the city manager, and then we don't have to get into locations today, but rather leave it at the discretion of the city manager, because we know what we have going on. I'm also a little worried, and I haven't seen like a staging plan, like on Keating Park, we're now completing a whole renovation. I don't want the park closed for 5 years suddenly for this staging, and maybe that's not the intent, but I think we need some flexibility, and maybe you'll advise what the language is. As to the staging areas, I don't know if it is or is an issue, depends on the language, but go ahead.
You're correct, Mayor. Whether it is an issue would depend wholly on the language. Currently, in the agreement as it is drafted, there is language specifically for Keating Park, which is tentative language, such that, let's see, the language is tentative dash the Keating Park parking lot at 301 Magnolia Terrace, if available at the time of construction and for the entire duration of construction. So it is possible for the commission to amend this or to make a suggestion or approve with conditions, rather that this language be inserted into the agreement, or, however you would direct us, to be willing to sign this agreement on the city's behalf. I also want to note that in the event that any of you were curious, the current draft language does include a termination for convenience, which is mutual. It is a 60-day termination for convenience, and this is purely for your information.
All right, so maybe just to help the conversation, we can hear from the county as to the staging area issue, and specifically I guess, the south part, because the North Beach part, wherever the staging area is designated, is probably, there's plentiful space there with all those blocks in North Beach Park in that area. But maybe you could tell us about the intensity of the staging. Maybe it's a non-issue. Maybe it's 2 parking spaces. I don't know. But maybe you can speak to that, and then I'll turn it over to the commissioners to talk about these and other issues they might bring up.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your question. I'll address the concern about the staging areas. So we included language in the agreement stating that these staging areas are proposed. We plan to work with city staff to ensure that these staging areas are not a disruption to the city or its ongoing construction activities. We want to be a helpful partner in these projects, and we will not allow the contractor access to any staging areas that would be disruptive to the city or ongoing projects that you have going on. As far as space for the staging area, we have not yet received a staging plan from our contractor. We've been in the works of executing a contract with them. We've been waiting for the interlocal agreements to come through to ensure that we had staging areas to offer to the contractor. So I don't have that for you today, but please know that we will work closely with city staff to ensure that the proposed staging plan is appropriate for what the city is offering for the county's contractor to use. We're willing to be a partner with you on the staging areas and plan to work closely with your staff on that.
So you don't know yet, Stephanie, how many square feet of staging area they would need at each site?
I don't know that right now, no.
Gotcha. So maybe that's the reason why it's better to have it as agreed to by the city manager, because I'm just thinking out loud. The area east of the summit, that long linear parking area, is probably the least disruptive and is large area. That just as an example, it wasn't referenced in the agreement, but that's why I think there ought to be flexibility instead of a limitation as to Exhibit A. Right now, identifying specific addresses and locations, we could have different things make different sense depending on the point in time of the year, depending on new park versus not. And so, for the sake of being flexible, city manager, I think it's better to leave that open. As agreed to by the city manager. And obviously, we would cooperate with the needs of the staging, and it's really only an issue at the south. So let's go ahead with additional comments. Again, I brought up Marriott Diplomat with unvegetated dunes, the offset at the south segment off of the seawalls for the public safety mobility access, and the staging area discussion. Commissioner Shuham, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to clarify, we did not eliminate the Central Beach area. We deferred it because we were wanting to do more detailed design than what the county was in the position of doing. So I just want to make that clarification. I also believe, I want to clarify that the 10-foot path, Jose, or somebody from city staff, Chris, the 10-foot path to the south, that's not part of the master plan, is it?
Correct. The Dune Master Plan only anticipated the 10-foot path landward of the dune in the urban dune area adjacent to the Broadwalk. So the concept of the path and the emergency access is something that was raised
more Central Beach.
For Central Beach subsequent to the Dune Master Plan.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, in my mind, I'm picturing for emergency vehicles, they would just go to the east of the dune, right? I mean, they have the whole beach there. So I'm not really following that concern. But first of all, I just want to say thank you so much to the county. This is incredibly generous. When I sat on the Dune Master Plan before I was elected, we totally expected that the city would have to pay for all of this themselves. And so now we're looking at over $3 million contribution by the county on helping us preserve our beach. And I think that we can't lose sight of that in all of this. So I just really want to say thank you. I know that you've worked with our staff for a long time to make this as close to our master plan as it can be. And I just think it's amazing. The plant selection really respects the conversations that we had. We had representatives from the hotels on that Dune Master Task Force with us, and they helped us with these plant selections to make sure that they were low. So I really just appreciate the sensitivity to some of the concerns that the city has raised throughout this incredibly lengthy process. So it's hard to believe that that was approved in 2020, and here we are in 2025. Jose and Chris, thank you both so much. I know there's been a lot of heartfelt dedication to this effort. We see how important it is to keep sand on our beaches. And I would say to the Marriott, to the Diplomat, you know, we so appreciate your partnership with the city. We want to make sure that you have a beach. And that's what dunes are about. And as I understand it, there are dunes currently behind the Diplomat. Is that correct? Maybe, Chris, you can speak to that. There are dunes there now. It's a very narrow beach. I remember when we did our dune master plan, it was critical, right? What was the terminology, Christy? That area of the beach was so narrow, it was critically eroded. So I think that when we began looking at this and the import of having vegetated dunes, it was because of areas like the Diplomat that we were on the brink of losing beaches. And when that hotel was first constructed, I remember the ocean coming under the pool. You know, you have the elevated pool, there was nothing there. And so this is not for this is for the purpose of saving our beach. And so I just think that that's, you know, really something that we cannot lose sight of. I just quickly Googled a non-vegetative dune, and that's like in an arid desert where you can't grow plants. It's not something that's, you know, anchored. And the whole purpose of this exercise is to keep sand on our beach. So if you have a non-vegetative dune, it's a pile of sand, and when the wind blows, it goes away. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness, but I think the same can be accomplished with a low plant that is hugging the ground. And as our Chris said, the commitment to keep these dunes low. I mean, I know that the concern is the view, but I think of greater concern is just our need to keep sand on our beach. And so with that, I personally would like to make a motion to approve the ILA with the understanding that the height from Dania is fine. It was 8.9 versus 8.4, I believe, and then work down to our master plan 8.4. Is that how it would go? Yes, so that's my motion.
All right. I don't know if there's a second now for more discussion. We have a second. All right, let's have discussion, and I offered points, and I can rebut some of what was said, but I'll let other commissioners talk about it. I do want to hear feedback of the sensitivity with regards to the recreational space. The problem with the plantings is you can't put a lawn chair there. It's roped off, and it's like not legal to even step on foot there. And then I just want to clarify, for the sake of the conversation, ask Chief Devlin to come on up and talk about that south segment, and if it is a public safety benefit to have mobility access on the east side of a dune between those private seawalls and a dune. Yeah, west side of the dune, I'm sorry.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. Jeff Devlin, Chief of Police. The police's standpoint on this is the more access that we have, the better, the more beneficial it is. Down on the south end, it does get narrow down there, so there is no broad walk. So west of the dunes, our access to the beach is limited to the paths, right? So you bring up a good point in inclement weather, and we're not able to pass the beach on the east side. As rare as an occasion as that is, it could occur, so a path to the west would benefit us.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I can just see you guys running over the dune because you need to do something, and then we'll be in the video, Lord knows what. But Commissioner Shuham, one of the things that I'm getting a lot of slack from is the wider sidewalk that we've done on Taft Street and some of the water retention that is taking place and people not being able to park on their swale anymore because it's now a sidewalk. So just because somebody's giving us something, just like the MPO and the DOT gave us something, it generates a lot more friction with the residents and ourselves because they can't use it properly as they used to use it. So they don't see the benefit of it. And quite frankly, when you have a sidewalk that is 10 feet wide and somebody was able to park on their swell and now they can't even put their bulk on the swell, they don't see the benefit to that. And then some of us are the ones who have to deal with those individuals. So I get it. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. But I also understand the need for the dune, but let's realize that the reason that we don't have such nice beach as they have north of Port Everglades is because the Port Everglades entrance, and I believe that we're working on the bypass in order for us to have some sand. So in years from now, we may not have the erosion problems that we have now. So I do find the need for the dunes. But at the same time, I also look at if we have empty hotel rooms, kind of counterproductive. So I agree with the hotels as to the needs that they have to have people come and for them to stay competitiveness. And so I'm contemplating the idea, and Dr. Hurtado can tell you that I was very happy to hear this, and I even said, why don't we go higher, and why do we have to thin out the sand when the dunes get higher? The purpose of the dunes is actually for them to acquire sand as they go older, but at the same time, we have the ability to maybe to do a plantless dune at the time, and then as the sand comes and stays in the area, revisit that point. I'm also concerned about the 10-foot regarding public safety. It may not be 10 feet, what we may require. It may be a smaller vehicle, because I don't foresee full-size loaders or anything like that going through there. So I'd like to know if we have the ability to have a compromise on something smaller than that. I'm sorry?
How wide are the buggies?
Dr. Hurtado, you may have some answers for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So, I guess there were two questions, I think, that were raised, one, or maybe there's three, but one about the unvegetated dune. The problem with the unvegetated dune is that it's not going to stay in place. It just won't. That's why it has to be vegetated in order to preserve the investment. I've looked at the aerials of the beachfront in front of the Diplomat relative to where we propose the dune placement, and the existing aerials do not show the seating area to occur in the footprint of where the dune is placed. You can actually see the umbrellas, and they are not in the area of the dune. They're more waterward of the dune. And so I don't see, we've made very careful calculations consistent with the city's dune master plan on the preservation of the 2-to-1 with regards to recreational area and dune, and that is satisfied. It's satisfied for the entire length of the project. The area to the Marriott certainly preserves the target goal of the 75-foot beach width. That would not be impacted. Mayor, you're absolutely correct in that the idea is that you would not be staging on top of a dune. At the moment you start to stage on top of the dune, you've worn a path and there's no dune. So there's no point even, if that were even contemplated, to use the dune surface for recreational. There's no value in that. The point is that, yes, indeed, the Diplomat is the most exposed. It frankly drives much of what needs to occur with regards to beach nourishment. And anything that we do to help satisfy undercutting of infrastructure. When we had the collapse of 1,000 feet of roadway up at Fort Lauderdale A1A as a function of beach loss, we did the calculations. It cost 50 times more per linear foot to build back than it does to keep sand on the beach. And the investment in a dune is a very nominal cost given what we know it does to protect infrastructure. If there are issues on the emergency access side, and I certainly appreciate that, but if somebody had to squeeze a vehicle in and run on top of a dune, you could put the sand back if indeed there were such an event that warranted, having to drive up on it, because it's clear you've got a seawall, you can't drive over that anyway, but you might have to intrude on the dune. And you could put the dune back if that occurred. But the strategy of trying to pull that dune back from the wall, we already had to reduce the dune from 40 foot to 30 feet in that area because it is so tight. But as soon as you start to pull the dune away from the wall, keep in mind you didn't have to taper it when it was up against the wall. Now you have to accommodate a taper because you've moved it waterward, and so there isn't an ability to reduce the dune any further in width and pull it back from the wall. It can't be accommodated, and the only reason that the 30-foot could be accommodated is because we're not building the taper
on the other side. So I hope that that allows some relief in terms of what could happen in terms of management there. There wouldn't be a violation in an emergency circumstance. You just build the dune back up if that were what required. But those are the constraints that we're working with in those areas. And I hope it satisfies any of the questions. But the unvegetated dune simply isn't going to stay in place, and it'll compromise what are the remaining dunes to the north and south where it ties in, if the traffic's not constrained. And
So
that's
the
what
only thing
road
I'll
does.
share, and we're lucky in that in the area where we are proposing to have unvegetated dune in front of the Diplomat and even the Marriott has the knee wall, and the Diplomat has the seawall. So really, if you were to build a unvegetated dune in front of the Diplomat, for example, you could have that elevated 8.4, and the beautiful thing is you have a seawall, and so sand will not blow away. It gets butted up against the seawall, and then it could be pushed back to basically graded out. So we do have that backstop, and imagine that we have a 7-foot or even a 5-foot emergency lane on the west side of the dunes of the south end. They're all abutting seawalls. And when you approach the Diplomat, the segment that we're looking to preserve, the buggy would drive just a little higher over the non-vegetated dune, and so there would be that connectivity without vegetation, but yet still the elevated sand. And I know it's not as perfect is, but there would be the unvegetated dune that would result in that higher elevation, which is what in the end, also stops water, if that's one of the goals too. So just offering that there's a backstop there. There's the seawall. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead, Peter. Sorry.
Thank you. It's all right. I'm also concerned about the staging area for the 5 years. If it's something that's left up to the city manager or the agreement with the city staff, I'm good with that. But one of the things that have also baffled me for years, other countries and other parts of the United States, they use riprap, they use boulders offshore in order to soften the motion of the waves and what have you. How come Broward County, we've never considered something like that? And I know you probably have a ready answer for that, but I think the residents, they have seen this in other places, would love to hear.
It's a good question. The situation is that when you put structures offshore, they are most often going to cause erosion downstream. That's what happens. And in
like
fact,
the jetty does for us.
Very similar, yes. And
Okay.
so we actually conducted about 15 years ago a comprehensive study of the shoreline and whether there were spots where we could potentially put structures for all the same reasons. I mean, because if they can work, you want them to work. And the only place where we found that you could place structures without a negative downstream impact was at the very north end of the state park on the south side of the jetty. Everywhere else, it created more erosion downstream. And we've actually spent decades removing derelict structures that were exacerbating erosion downstream because of the ill placement historically. So they were removed because they're problematic. We did study them for potential investment. We know that our reefs are really critical as a first line of defense, but near-shore structures just exacerbate the erosion.
And while you're up, and I understand that we have good news regarding the bypass.
Yes, we have excellent news with regards to the bypass. Thank you. And Stephanie Roche also serves as the project manager for that. After 30 years of planning, as you all know, and permitting, and then years and years in delay in the procurement, and then subsequent environmental constraints, that has all been navigated. And what month are we? Well, in September, we received the final modified biological opinion that addressed the recent listing of the Queen Conch from the National Marine Fisheries, and with that, we were able to move forward with execution of what is a $60 million contract with Great Lakes Dock and Dredge that will, they're moving their equipment down from the Carolinas as we speak, and they will be staged here in about the next week or so and initiate construction on that project that will indeed, or is intended to provide about 50% of the sand that currently is lost from the Segment 3 beaches, which includes Hollywood, Dania, and Hallandale Beach, reducing ideally the future size and cost of these other long-term projects. So a critical shoreline protection project is on its way.
Is this some of the same sand that it will be used to structure the dune?
No, the sand for the dune construction is coming from inland sand mines.
Yeah.
The sand that from the bypass project will simply be placed on the shore to the south, not building dunes, but just placement, and then it will be allowed to drift alongshore further
Leveled
south.
off and, okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
So
Thank you.
there is good news coming as far as sand is concerned, and hopefully for the perpetuity. During the meantime, the dunes seem to be one of the solutions for. They took care of this issue with me, Joseph, long before, so I was the first one to experience it. So, look, I feel the concerns. I think that the staging area, it's something that needs to be addressed because this is a five-year project. And by the time that we come to do some of the other dunes, we may be able to revisit it. I don't know if there is any way to do this, not without giving a blanket authority for the county to do it, but to do sections and see how the sections go in order for us to be able to move into the next section so that we have more time to be able to tell the hotels on the beach, this is what you're going to see, this is how you're going to experience it. So we have more time for education and more time for acceptance of eventually what it's going to have to be done at some point in the beach throughout. So that's my concern, and those are my views, and I'm listening to the rest of you, see what you say.
Thank you. Let's go to Vice Mayor Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor. So I can really empathize with what the hotels are saying. When I received the briefing on this, there were certain parts of the beach that were already narrow. And I'm not sure if where the Diplomat and Marriott are in the area where the beach area is more narrow. And is that the case? Was it slide 17 to where the areas they're talking about were showing up 122 plus 500? I think so. Right.
Maybe it'd be good to have Max come up and talk about the
Well, I was just
space.
right. Well, I wrote down Max's name because what I heard Max say was that they have experienced a great deal of erosion of the beach in front of their hotel, and I mean, I don't think that you would want to sacrifice more beach space because you're going to continue to experience that kind of erosion if you don't have something to keep the sand there. And like, I think I could be wrong, but my understanding is that's what the dune is supposed to help do.
Yes, Vice Mayor. That is what
To the mic, Max.
that is what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to maintain the beach there, but it would be unusable beach as far as the Diplomat is concerned. We wouldn't be able to set up any beach seats or cabanas or have any kind of events or anything else that would actually be illegal to do it at that point. So to the point of the renderings or the presentation and where we would set that stuff up and how it wouldn't affect it, I would like to challenge that to say that those are dated and that we have considerably less beach today that are represented in this presentation. So as of today, we have about 60 feet of usable beach. If we were to take 30 feet of that beach away, we effectively would not have a beach to be able to use for the things that we use for it today.
Yeah, because I'm seeing what you're saying in this image. It looks like that it looks like the seating is taking place outside of the dune area, but you're saying that's not accurate?
I am definitely saying that's not accurate. When we first got out of the beach replenishment, the last phase 2, last in February of 2024, this would be more indicative of shortly after that time.
Yeah.
And that would have been the case. Much of that replenishment has been eroded since then. So with the erosion on one side and the dune on the other side, that would give us basically nearly an unusable space. We basically wouldn't have a beach
Right.
for our groups or our transient customers.
So I guess I'm trying to think of, I don't have the knowledge, but, how do we allow for you to have as much beach as you can And so the mayor suggested dune without vegetation.
Just in their segment.
Just in your segment, and I want to better understand. Thank you, Max. I
Yes.
think that would be a question for Stephanie or for Dr. Jurado or maybe for Chris. How, what is the purpose of having plantings in the dune? How does it work? And, the mayor's saying, well, you're up against a knee wall, so it wouldn't fly away. How would that work on the sides and then the seaward side of the dune?
Let's just remember we have thousands of feet of new dune. This would be the biggest dune project in Broward County's history, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't want this to be like a downer because we're pointing out that the Diplomat and the Marriott have small segments that are, are sensitive for our recreational use. In the future, we could always plant sea oats there. There's nothing to say that we can't do sea oats later in time while we test if a non-vegetative dune disappears in a month and a half. Fine, I'll be the first to admit. But we have an opportunity here, and this is such a huge project for the county and for the city. And I'm not saying we scrap the whole thing. That's not what I'm advocating. This is going to be a widespread wow dune project if it's approved today. And just because we're talking about some small aspects, everyone, I don't want to make it seem like I'm against dunes. I've questioned before publicly what the upland dune even does. But I'm not looking to rain on the parade and be that guy. But again, if there's a 30 or 40 foot dune to the north of the Diplomat, that will also protect some of the downward erosion if the dune is the only one left standing to protect any beach at all. At that point in time, there will be a conversation because of that significant erosion, which thankfully doesn't materialize so often, or it takes a decade to do so. That's where the replenishment projects come in, and also where, to Commissioner Hernandez's point, hopefully the local source being the pit and the sand bypass opportunity could help react more responsibly to critical situations. So just keep it in perspective. We're still looking at, if this is approved, like the biggest project ever, right, Jennifer?
So I absolutely agree. I mean, the most important thing is going to be the project. If the city feels fundamentally, given the concerns of the property owner, my recommendation is you build the dune, fine, don't plant it, but we won't have more sand. The sand will come from Hollywood if you need to come back and replenish it because it didn't hold. That'll be the demonstration of what it will or will not do relative to the rest of the beach. We can place the sand and we'll save the incremental money that comes from not planting it, and you'll just see how long it holds up. But that'll be a good test of how they can perform in different settings under different conditions. I would hope that we'd be able to pull that other one close, leave it where it is near the knee wall. What I'm trying to do is not have to go back and redesign at a cost that we've already spent a year working to design a project that we believe is going to perform well. It's going to be beautiful. And you're right, it is a test because it is the first big, large-scale dune investment. And we'll learn some things along the way about what you like and don't like, and it may build more support or less in certain areas, and we'll hear that. But I would like if we could try on that south side, where it's currently placed, because pulling it closer to shore and reducing the width really doesn't seem to be an option given how tight it is. But so on the Diplomat side, fine not planting it. On the Marriott side, it seems like you've got a lot more beach up there to work with. I think it would be lamentful to place, because I think the difference with the Diplomat, you're going to have a lot of traffic over Marriott. People are going to trudge through that if it's not blocked off. You're not going to preserve that sand. So it's kind of questionable about why we would be building it in the first place, because we would also be encouraging people to walk over the dune, which isn't the practice that we want to employ. So I would raise that as a point of consideration for the commission, and I hear very well the concerns that have been expressed.
May I, if I may, just, it doesn't have to be an experiment like this has never been done anywhere before. Miami Beach has all kinds of dunes, and there are hotels there. Do we know anything about the economic impact of the dunes in Miami Beach to those hotels? I mean, has it had a detrimental economic impact? I would want to know that because, I mean,
Miami Beach has some of the most best performing celebrated dunes. I mean, they've been renowned for their dune initiatives. We're talking about something that is so low profile. You know, it's not like it's the dunes up in St. Augustine or even, you know, Jupiter.
But I mean, in terms of economic impact to the business, I guess that's what I'm thinking. Do we know if, you know, if it has had detrimental economic impact on those hotels?
So the detrimental impact to a hotel is if there is no beach or too little beach to be a resort. And so in Miami Beach, the beach is like, I don't know, 500 feet deep. And so their 40-foot or 100-foot dune is like nothing. Someone mentioned you have to use a camel, you know, north of the jetty. In Miami Beach, you kind of have to use a camel too to get to the water. So we don't have that luxury. I mean, if we had all the space in the world, then great. You know, of course, 40-foot dune, no problem. In this situation of the Diplomat and even the Marriott, it gets super tight because they have, you know, hundreds, and in the case of the Diplomat, thousands of people. And so, yeah. But I will just say, with the raised dune, non-vegetated dune, even where the Marriott would be, I think it's really important for us, and it'll benefit us for evaluating Central Beach, is if we see what a mound does and how a mound lasts. And it's okay to walk over it. It's a mound. A dune is essentially a mound. Obviously, the vegetation keeps the mound there. I want to see what happens to the mound without vegetation, and it's a perfect example. And it'll teach us a lesson for the central part, whether that works or doesn't. And again, I'm open to.
And then I guess we can add the cost of replacing that with a vegetated dune to what'll be our responsibility, because that won't be part of the county's plan.
Cheap.
That's where legality comes.
So I think we can, you know, succeed, and this could be a good, you know, a good starter.
It'll just cost us.
But again, this is a huge project, nonetheless, and it would be historic for Broward and for Hollywood. So, Commissioner Biederman.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I don't think that the Marriott and the Diplomat is kind of the same situation.
They are different.
Because the Marriott does have a lot of beach in front of it, and one of their concerns in the email was that you're losing part of the view, but we asked them to keep the dune low so that you're not losing that view. I'm more concerned about the Diplomat and the lack of the beach there. And I know that Dr. Gerardo talked about the years of planning and design, but I do have a question. So what is preventing us, and other than the delay in time, and the Diplomat's going to be the last segment pretty much, so we're still a year away from getting anywhere near the Diplomat, right?
With regards to the construction of the dune project?
Of the dune.
Yeah, we have to plan around the nesting season.
I understand.
And so it's.
But it's not this nesting season.
Oh, it is.
Go ahead.
Are we building that quick, straight down the beach?
It's bringing
Yes.
sand. Building is an aggressive word.
Commissioner, we are waiting for this sea turtle nesting season to end. We've been in discussions with city staff over the past year or year and a half, planning and finalizing the design. And so our plan is to go to construction this November. We do not have a proposed schedule yet from the contractor, again, because we've been waiting to get the interlocal agreements in place from the cities. So I do not have a proposed schedule yet, but our plan is to go to construction this winter.
But it's not a 5-month plan. I mean, we're not getting to the Diplomat this construction session, this phase, right?
We will, yes.
Oh, okay. So here's my question then. And the delay is going to like knock my theory off, if not my very naive experience in planning dunes, right? What if we were to move the dune seaside and have a recreation area between a seawall and a dune?
There is not enough
really
room
protecting the beach.
No, there isn't enough room there.
Why is there only so far out into the water we can plant the dune?
Yeah, you can't plant the dune into where you're going to have high tide activity. There's not enough space there to move it waterward. You'd be submerging the dune. There's just not enough
But
space.
isn't what we do with beach renourishment move more sand out to recapture more land?
Well, you build it out, but of course what's happening is you're not. We know what the problem is, the location of the building relative to the shoreline. There is not ever going to be a massive beach in that area because of the overall rate of erosion. And even with the sand bypass project, we will be challenged, especially with sea level rise, to maintain beach widths. And when you put a dune in the water line, it's going to wash out immediately. The goal is you put it up above, well above your high wide mark, and it's going to help when you're getting surge. It's not designed to deal with tidal activity. And so it needs to be more landward. And the problem, frankly, when you construct, even with that path that we're talking about, that 10-foot, that is not ideal for dune stability, because when you do have a washover event, and it will occur, it's going to allow water to top over the dune, and then when it moves back, you're likely going to see more washout than you would have had you built the dune further up and against the knee wall. So the best performance is always going to be against the wall. Pulling it back as we have will detract a bit from the performance of the system otherwise. And in the area of the Diplomat, you'd probably just create channels for which the whole thing would wash out in a very short period of time.
Okay, and I'm going to yield to the expert, of course. So while that, you got to think out of the box sometimes, and that's all I was trying to do.
Yep.
And if I remember correctly, it was mentioned that there were members of the community, members of the hotel community on the Dune Master Plan, and I think those are the members that were against the adoption of the Dune Master Plan. It wasn't a unanimous consensus on the Dune Master Plan that everybody was for it, and I think that there was some skepticism, I guess, is the only way to say it. I guess the good news is that for those people that might be against the expansion of the Diplomat, if they don't have beach, they might not have to build an extra 500 rooms or whatever it is, because they're going to lose customers over it. And that might make some people happy. It's not going to make our economic development team happy. It might not make the owners of the Diplomat happy, but it might make some residents happy. So I'm going to yield to what the consensus is of the board. I don't necessarily agree that an unplanted dune is going to be a dune or last, but it's worth a shot. I don't know what how many millions of dollars it's going to cost us by having to replenish that sand, but maybe the Diplomat, with all the money they're going to make off of all the people sitting on the beach, they might be able to build their own beach out. But I'm open to more discussion and see how we go.
I gotcha. Just one thing on the Marriott before I let it go. Remember, it's an exception. They have the pool at grade. They have the Latitudes restaurant at grade. And yes, the view would get blocked from all of that if there were a dune in front of them. So just as an added aspect there, besides recreational space, is a view thing. And remember, we skipped Central Beach, and that's where the hotel sensitivity came in. And then, so I'm just pointing out that risk. Commissioner Gruber.
Thank you very much. So I thank you, Dr. Harada, for explaining. The closer you bring it to the beach, the better chance that it's going to be gone. In fact, I think on these narrower parts of our beach, we get one storm that comes close to our coast, doesn't even hit us on a king tide, and we're probably going to lose those, and before they're established anyway. I'd like more quantitative stuff with regards to the Diplomat. Is there a seawall at the Diplomat? If you don't mind,
Max, come on up.
Can I have it? Yeah. Right. Like that's a legitimate seawall, right?
Yes, we
Right.
do have a seawall at the Diplomat.
And so at these king tides, when there's been wave action, is it coming up to your seawall?
No, it doesn't come up to
Not since the renourishment, or
No,
it
yeah,
never
since
has?
the renourishment. I was there. I got to the Diplomat in 2023. So the renourishment happened in the end of 23, beginning of 24.
Mm-hmm.
So in my experience, it hasn't approached the seawall.
So and I guess a question to Dr. Verado is them having a seawall. They have a layer of protection that other parts of our beach don't have. Is that correct?
Obviously.
I'm hearing good and bad things about seawalls, so I just want to.
And I would just like to. I took these pictures
Right.
today, and so our seawall is right here. You probably can't see it from there, but
I'm
our
familiar with it.
seawall is right here.
Yeah.
And the water line is about 60 feet from the seawall today. So if we were to take that 30 feet into the beach right now, and then you have the ocean coming up, we wouldn't have any beach, relatively speaking.
So look, I think I'm in favor of most of this project going forward and moving it forward. There's just, I would like to see the quantitative data. I'm sure you could come up with it as far as you have 1,000 rooms in your hotel, one of the largest convention spaces in Broward County or South Florida, only one on the beach. How many people fit at one time on the beach so you can really see the economic impact. I know you guys are saying that, and I believe it, but I'd like to know. Now we go from having X. Remember, at one point we wanted to make umbrellas 10 feet apart. Thank God we didn't do that. Then they'd have 5 people on their beach. So, I'd like to know how many people can fit there now. And then afterwards, I'm sure that we can do the math. It doesn't have to be the second if you can send us an email and what you feel the economic impact would be. Because if you do have a 1,000-room hotel, largest convention space that they're selling, they're the only one on the beach, and now, you have a convention in town and 10% of the people that can use the beach, they may choose to, and probably will, go to South Beach and use the Miami Beach Convention Center. So, just practically, I want to know what we're looking at and what the economic impact could be, because that's a big driver for our tourism, for our beach, for conferences. So if you guys can come up with that, I don't know if everybody agrees.
I think he's offering to explain.
I could speak to that. So, we are obviously a very large revenue center in the county and in the city. We're anticipating doing well over $200 million worth of revenue next year. Big part of that, as Mr. Travato said earlier, is due to us being located on the beach and having beach activities. Whenever we're in full swing, we have over 500 Chase lounge chairs, 100 day beds, equal number of chairs and umbrellas out there. That's one component of our beach activity. We also have all of we have what's the other side of Boucher Brothers is Booyah. They also have the kayaks and the wave runners and all that kind of stuff out there as well. That doesn't take into account all of our events business that we do on the beach and associated with the beach as well. When we wrote the letter to the commission yesterday, we indicated a $5 million economic impact on our business. We think that is extremely conservative. Right? We believe it could be very much more than that, but we found we didn't want to exaggerate. We feel like that's a very conservative amount. So, that's more than the cost of this project, right? So I just wanted to put that all into perspective and the impact on our business and therefore the city and the county.
And when you spoke before, you said you were asking that the dune be placed not in front of the hotel, but actually could be placed in front of the convention center?
Yes.
Did I hear that right?
Yes,
right.
I did.
So okay. I just think it's something to maybe explore. Just that segment, is it for the fact that they have a seawall? Is that piece of beach already protected more so than the rest of the beaches? Dr. Jurado, I guess that would be a question for you. Because there's an existing seawall that's already doing something, would that piece of beach or property be more protected than other ones?
I think that the narrow beach there leaves the property substantially exposed.
Yeah.
And so the point is trying to keep sand and the benefit of a dune, helping to protect the infrastructure. Otherwise, you're scouring, and I'm sure that that's not desirable, is having the foundation or seawall scoured. So the idea is keep the beach and let the dune help it.
Let me explain it more simply. The seawall protects the hotel. The dune is intended to hold a beach, the sand. But hopefully we never get to that point, given that we have a local source and we do have renourishment projects. And hey, Florida can't, have a situation where we don't have beaches. I mean, bigger than the Diplomat, it's all of our economy that relies on the sand, and that's why some of our tourist development tax dollars that are generated by those 1,000 hotel beds, a substantial portion is contributed for the Beach Renourishment Project, comes from the TDT, as does the federal government push dollars in. But now here we are with the pit that's going to provide the local source, which is going to be very helpful. But yeah, we need sand. I mean, if it ever gets washed out, there better be new sand or else we're really in trouble as an economy of South Florida. So obviously, and maybe one day the structures would be required as hey, it's not perfect, but it's all we can do to keep sand. Just like the structures at the jetty south of the jetty are keeping sand. They are. It's like the Tel Aviv beach similar situation, and they create these round coves, and keeps the sand. Sorry.
Got
Go
it.
ahead.
No, it's okay. I'm done. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner Kaleri.
So first, I should have asked the question when we were on the phone, but as far as community outreach goes, for all of the beach residents, have we done extensive community outreach just out of curiosity, or have we notified them? via
Chris,
county,
maybe, or
whomever? Because last thing we want, I guess, are people saying, wait a minute, I didn't know what was going on, and now you built something in front of my house, and we're going to have the same issue that we're having now.
Right.
But it'll already be something that we put in place.
So in the interlocal agreement, there's language in there to have a shared public outreach with the county once they have their contractor on board. I've only been here for about a year and a half, so I can't really speak to the amount of outreach we had as we developed the Dune Master Plan. Jose and others may be able to speak to that, but the idea with this project with the county is that we would do that once they have their contractor on board.
So it's already a done deal, and then we're just going to tell them we're doing it instead of letting them be aware.
And working with them as it's as it's phased, and how we can.
I guess that goes
work
against
around.
all of our principles that we do here, right? And that to me is not acceptable. I think that community outreach is super important, and I wouldn't see why there would be that much pushback from the residents that live along the beach for protection, water intrusion, all of the issues that sand dunes provide. But if we haven't spoken to them and then all of a sudden we implement this, I think it's really unfair for us to do as a city and as a county. We're just implementing something without notifying them, or after the fact that we've agreed upon it. How the Diplomat and the Marriott are aware of it, I am not sure. I'm sure because of the magnitude of funding, and they're probably, paying attention to everything that's going on in the city, but how they know about this today, reading the agenda, whatever it is. I kind of feel they have a lot at stake, but then small homeowners that live along the areas where we will be implementing these dunes, I kind of would like to know their input, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, how important the dunes are. The individuals that have the dunes already in front of the house can speak on behalf, but I think we need to do a little bit of community outreach, and I don't know how everyone feels about that, but I don't feel that just property values, and vacations and stuff like that really impacts our tourism. And I know the impact that a dune provides as far as protection for the beach, but also as we're hearing just with the Diplomat. You guys can get my drift. I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but no pun intended, but that's one. So that would be something that I would recommend prior to us saying 100%, like between the first, reach out to have a community outreach. That always seems to be the biggest issue that we have in the city is we didn't notify the residents that we're doing something, and then we get the lashback afterwards. So that would be my first recommendation. Number two, if Max, can you come up for a second? Out of curiosity, you said you did beach renourishment already and you provided sand. How much did that cost you?
No, ma'am. I worked with the county and the
That was the big segment 3 project.
last year. That was phase 2.
All of Hollywood.
And so worked with them closely to work around our business because it impacted us during our highest portion of our year, our fiscal year in Q1. Which I would imagine this would also impact us in Q1 too. So we would ask to have very close communication if this goes forward, so we could understand what that and when that would impact, so we could work around some of our multi-million-dollar accounts that are already booked and we're anticipating coming here in Q1. So.
And while you're still there, I'm going to ask the same question to Dr. Gerardo. But what do you feel? Putting this aside, completely putting this dune situation aside, we've heard mention about Miami Beach, and granted they're not apples to apples, but due to the size and the convention center and the attraction, how do you feel that the impact alone, excluding the dunes of the Fort Lauderdale Conference Convention Center that's being built, the 900 and something rooms, how do you feel that's going to impact the Diplomat itself? Even though they're so much like a different attraction, but it's still going to have an impact. How do you feel that's going to affect you?
Maybe John can answer that.
Or maybe John can answer that. I'm curious because what we're doing is we're adding extra layers of impact. So putting the dunes aside, I just am curious as to how you feel that's going to impact the Diplomat, which is
Well,
one of the largest.
Trace, it's all association business, right? I mean, that hotel's going to.
John, into the mic if you could.
Oh, excuse me. That hotel is going to attract a lot of association business. I mean, the Omni's right next door to it, and we'll lose a good portion of our business to that.
Right. So while that's being built, and it's a great thing for Fort Lauderdale tax revenue and for the area, the first thought that I've had since it's being built is how is this going to impact the Diplomat? The Hard Rock being built, how is that going to implement the Diplomat? So that's number one, that's a hardship. Number two is I guess, Dr. Gerardo, okay, thank you. Dr. Gerardo, the sand bypass, how much did that cost to bring in that sand in that area, approximately?
72 million.
The project, the construction of the sand trap, just the dredging is $60 million. The entire project on totals near $90 million.
Oh, she's talking about the segment 3 renourishment.
The segment 3, I thought we said the sand trap. I apologize. It was what was that? I thought it was 90 million in total. Okay, so the last segment 3 project was built by the Army Corps of Engineers. We have an estimated cost for that.
75% paid by the feds, 25
But the very last one was 100%
feds.
federal because it was funded under the FCCE.
Okay.
You're probably right that the last one might have been $60 million. Perhaps the one up in Fort Lauderdale was more. So that sounds about right. But the projects are costing more now because outside of the FCCE project, your last project was built with mined sand offshore from the burrow pits, which no longer exist. So all additional sand has to come from sand mines, which has a higher per unit cost, except for the sand bypass project, which will be funded through the maintenance activities on each incremental sand transfer approximately every 4 years. So our goal is to reduce the size of the truck haul projects through a more cost-efficient sand bypass. But the dunes, and our goal for the dunes, is the presence along the entire shoreline, the same as when we built the Segment 2 beach, which includes Pompano and Lauderhill and all of Fort Lauderdale. Dunes were built throughout that entire project. And
Not all Fort Lauderdale Beach. I mean,
the entire, I think it's pretty much the whole beach. And where there weren't dunes, we built, so there might be small gaps, but the point being is that they were integrated into the entire beach project.
Right before the seawall, right?
Yes. And so with the Segment 3 beach which is your beach, was the same objective. And the beach was just built. The dunes were not constructed as part of that because the Army Corps had an issue with the contractor. It's the same project. So this should have been built at the time of a year ago when the Army Corps of Engineers was wrapping up that project. So the importance is of ensuring that when we're building our beaches, we're building dunes at the same time. Otherwise, we are going to be building back more quickly at a higher cost, and somebody has to pay for that. So the cost of the dune is so much less than having to come back with large-scale projects.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second. So I get that. So now that's a great segue to what I was going to ask. So the Fort Lauderdale area, Pompano, they have the dunes. Have you seen a significant decrease in beach erosion?
What we have seen is when there were the last major storm events, Fort Lauderdale didn't end up with beach sand wash over their entire roads. They didn't have the sand in their sand drains, in their drainage culverts. The dunes helped hold the sand on the beach, and we have plenty of pictures that show that that was not the case in Hollywood. And the difference from our assessment was dunes versus no dunes.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that 100%, but my question is, so there wasn't the sand and it was in the dunes. Once it's in the dunes, it's stuck in the dunes. You can't take away from that, correct? Because they're untouchable. My question is though, did the beach erosion still amount to a huge loss or did it help at all? The sand getting into the pipes and the roads, I get that. But I'm talking about the beach erosion itself.
So dunes are not going to prevent your beach erosion.
So we still have to do the renourishment.
There will be, yeah, the dunes are, no, they're not the same volume of sand. They're not extending the length of your beaches. Erosion will still happen. The dunes are intended that you don't have impacts to your infrastructure. You don't have the overwash, and you're not losing the sand from your beach because your dunes are trapping it rather than allowing it to escape from the system.
Okay. Okay, perfect, perfect. So with that being said, your motion failed, correct? Oh, you had a second. Okay, so I would like to make an amendment. So there's a seawall there. I think that the non-vegetative, and the reason why I brought up the impacts of the Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, the Hard Rock, this is all competition, and it's also what's the impact to the city of Hollywood, which is our main goal, is the impact to the city of Hollywood, and we depend on these businesses to keep us going as well. So I would like to amend the motion and two things. One, community outreach. I don't know how we can get that expedited prior to implementation. And second, I would like to try the sand, just the sand dune in front of the Diplomat. Yes, if not, I would like to ask the Diplomat guests to come up and if they're amenable to this, that if it fails and it does not work, we would go on, it would be on the responsibility of the city to implement a low dune with vegetation on it. But at least try the sand dune itself and see how it goes. Because it's something new we've never heard of. Granted, the wind blows, but they have the seawall there that provides protection, number one, where other areas don't. And the impacts are tremendous. And I empathize with them with all the factors that are going on. I think that we would be creating an issue that may not be recoverable if we plant dunes in the beach area in front of the Diplomat itself. It's already such a short beach, and I think we would be taking that away. So that would be to make sand dune.
No.
To make a sand dune instead of a vegetative dune.
Right, so the Diplomat
And to do community outreach.
Diplomat said they had 1,000 feet between two particular markers, and they offered to, be happy to have the dunes in the 300-foot south segment that's in front of the convention space. And so really we're talking about the segment north of that 300 feet to be just a raised, non-vegetated dune. Commissioner Hernandez also offered and said that he would support for Exhibit A to be for the staging areas as agreed to with the city manager, as opposed to identifying the current list of spaces that there is today to give flexibility. And then the only other question is do we want to do the same at the Marriott to test it out in the Central Beach area? I think it's worth the test because it'll demonstrate, how things work and it'll give us an example for Central Beach, which we haven't yet designed.
I'm okay with that.
And then on the public safety access, I don't know if you all, I know that's what gives Dr. Harada the most heartache because she says that if we're going to have a 5 or 7 foot gap between the seawall and the dune, right now she has it butted up against the seawall on the south segment, and she'd have to kind of tell the designers to go back to the drawing board and taper the dune. I still think because this is a one and done forever impact on the beach that I'd still like that 5 or 7 feet. I hate to ask her to go back to the designers. I just want to know how you all feel. I mean, Chief said that it's beneficial that once there's a dune there is no path. So
Well,
I just want us to be
dune, though, if
eyes
it's
wide
sand
open.
dune, If it's not planted,
No,
then it's
this
not.
is outside of the Diplomat area. So there's a segment between Keating Park and the South City limits that has dune butted up all the way to the private seawalls. The Diplomat would be a gap, but in that segment, I don't know the length of it, but different from the other segments north where there is a 10-foot, what do you call it, offset. This segment, in a perfect world, would have an offset. She says the beach is kind of narrow. I don't have the space, but it's also a one and done. I just want us to all be wide open, eyes wide open, that once we have a dune there is no public safety path. And when you look at, I just want to express myself and I'll stop, Surfside and Miami Beach and Bal Harbor that have extensive dune systems all have a westward path. There's a reason. Even in Sunny Isles, where there's, I guess, maybe as a consequence of the private improvements, they all have paths on the west side of their dunes. In this case, there just wouldn't be. So right now, a beachgoer who's not a resident or a private property owner on these properties can walk along those seawalls and not on the beach or by the water. Once we put these dunes, there will not be an opportunity to walk like a multi-purpose path or for police. So that's what I'm trying to just us be aware of, that we're going to lose forever if we don't require the offset, even just 5 or 7 feet. What is the buggy width, Jeff? 6 to 8 foot would be like the lane you call it. You could live with 6, yeah. So I just want us to be, all aware.
Move that or no?
Mayor, with all due respect,
Yeah.
I don't know. We really can't construct what's being asked. It would be offset from the rest of the system. I'm not sure that there's public access there anyway. It seems like that's all.
Or sand, yeah.
We cannot construct a dune feature that looks like it's not a functional dune. We couldn't make it. Even given the space, we wouldn't even be able to construct something a foot tall. I mean, you'd be trying to do a V. We can't build it with the narrow footprint that is being requested and maintain all those things. I would really kindly ask that we try to keep that section where it is. And if it doesn't work for you all in the future, then you have a decision about whether you preserve it or not. But it is not a monstrous feature. Public safety in an emergency, they can drive their big tires up on top of it and we'll get the thing fixed, or the city would. But there are so many other positive benefits with what we've been able to co-design. My careful request would be to allow this very, very narrow dune and it's filling in. I mean, there's so many other sporadic dunes right there already. There's not a solid path in this area. So we're just really filling in what already exists with a shallow, narrow, unobtrusive, but contiguous dune. And I would like to see if we couldn't try that, with all due respect.
So I understand what you're saying. I just, to Damaris, real quick, with regards to the agreement, what are our rights once the dunes are planted vis-a-vis the dune and altering the dune or any? If it presents, I'm just asking, like, if we end up needing a public safety path, I'm just hypothetically, do we have the right to do that?
I'd need to look through the agreement to see if there was a specific provision at this time.
All right, Commissioner Clary.
So I'm going to make the amendment. Oh, one more question then, Mayor. We talked about extending the Broadwalk. Has that been dismantled?
Well, it was never an extension, but you're talking about the beach walk.
The beach walk?
The 10-foot offset, to me, is the opportunity for people to walk and also for the beach buggies. If we don't put the offset here at the south end leading to the Diplomat, then you wouldn't have that connectivity. But with it, you would have the connectivity of the beach walk using that offset as the walkway.
Could you put it on the outskirts of the
The ocean side?
dunes?
No, at that point, it's beach. Yeah.
I'm going to finish my amendment, but go ahead.
Real quick. What if we were to plant the east and west side of the dune and have a center path that's not planted? This way you have the vegetation that's going to protect the sand from being washed away, but you're still going to have a center walk path.
That's what Surfside has.
Yeah, and listen, We talked about this when we were adopting the master plan.
Double dune.
Well, no, not a double dune, but
Or the,
you plant, you leave an unplanted
right, segment.
top part of the dune that people could walk in. That's what they have in Surfside. That's what they have in Bal Harbor. And we talked about it at that time. So instead of just having a bare pile of sand, what if we were to plant the east and west side of it and still be able to have a path along the center, whether it's 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet? At least you're having the benefits of vegetation on the east and west side of it.
Extending the width 6 feet to have the 6-foot center path. Then you got a bigger dune.
And this way it's a compromise, which is, what I try to look for all the time.
Yeah, I really don't know about the feasibility of that. I'm anticipating that the dunes that you're referring to are much more significant, and that's why they allow a center path. I don't have the vision that I'm not familiar with what you're indicating. What I would acknowledge is this is a relatively small project. There will be more projects, and the opportunities can grow with time to do some redesign and larger features. I'm not sure what that would entail. And, to be frank, we had a design that we did work on. I mean, we can eliminate some of the features that you're proposing, but this is what went out to bid, and redesigning something that incorporates those features could be done at a later project. I just wonder if it all has to be accomplished here and now, because frankly, we've already bid the project. And if we don't want to construct certain things, then we can look to carve them out. But I don't think that we can redesign them.
And that's all I'm saying is carve out the center part of the dune from being planted.
I don't know how you construct that. It's not for me to say. What you're proposing requires a different approach to construction.
Why?
Than a target, because we construct with a targeted top elevation. You have to have a larger width. You're going to have larger banks. What's going to accommodate the sand in the middle? I don't know myself what's required for that type of construction. It's just not possible for me to say that it could be accommodated in the existing template.
I have a solution. So just like we're talking about just putting the non-vegetative dune in front of the Diplomat where the sand is coming in as designed, but for the planting,
Yes.
we could construct the south segment dune as designed,
Yes.
butting it up to the seawalls,
Yes.
but leaving out plantings for 6 feet along that path. And then if we have a problem, we'll come in and put dunes. If it's great and it's hunky-dory and it works, then we preserved a municipal activity path in it. So we'd be reducing the planting by the 6 back feet, which also create the least amount of resiliency contribution because they're the back 6 feet. Maybe that's the
The request is to create a footpath on top of the dune.
not on top of the dune. The
Okay.
dune itself would. Well, yeah, on top. In other words, people and the buggies would
I'm not asking.
be at an elevated point.
I'm not asking to create a footpath. I'm just asking not to plant it.
Right.
Yeah.
Same as the Diplomat, but along the 6 feet.
I don't know.
So-
I'm going to turn to Stephanie. I just don't know that you're going to be able, I don't know that you can recreate on top of the dune and have the dune. I don't know that the dune feature can sustain what is being described as allowing for buggy traffic on top of it
With
and
the
only
seawall butting up and holding it still.
I understand.
Mayor, I wanted to answer your question.
I'm going to defer to our project manager that we don't believe that we can construct that.
Okay.
The agreement that's before you is mostly regarding site access and staging. So the ILA does not specifically reference design or changing design elements. There is a maintenance provision with regards to the city's responsibility to maintain the dune once it's been installed, but there are not design elements that are included in the ILA.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Clary.
So you want to add to them? What is it? You have an answer, you said?
I do. The only thing that we're talking about is, and by the way, I've done some calculating. I don't know how many cubic yards or how many tons you're doing. It sounds somewhere around 25,000 tons or so.
Commissioner, the total volume of sand is 50,000 cubic yards for this project.
50,000 cubic yards?
Correct.
Somewhere around $75 a yard? Is that what the cost is?
I'd have to do some quick math.
Yeah, somewhere around in there. But my point is, what you guys are talking about is basically roping off the dune so that there is no pedestrian traffic on that offset. And that doesn't impede the dunes from being done, and that doesn't impede the emergency access to take place. And if at a later time we realize that it is not working to its capacity as it should, we can always plant that. But I think the dunes, the part that I saw here is the dunes to get roped off so that people don't have pedestrian access to it. So if we do 8 feet or 10 feet on the seawall side, and you rope off that area so that the grass is planted on the eastward side of that, and on the western side towards the seawall, it remains bare sand. There's no difference to that. Even the water, when it comes in, it'll just go through the dunes, it'll go through the sand. And yes, you'll have some washout, but it's not as much washout as there was a dip.
Yeah.
Because once you do a dip, then you create a world for it to come out. So I think we're kind of fighting over something that we can always fix later on. But I got a question for the county, and that is, if we do the dunes tomorrow, let's say we'll give you all the dunes, so do it the way we have a plan right now, and we have a storm and all the sand gets washed away. You ain't coming back to putting any more sand anytime soon, correct? Not right away. So and I have a question for the diplomat. The question is, if we're looking to take out that section of dune out so that you guys can have the beach that you currently need, that you have right now, God forbid something happens and that section needs to be renourished, are you guys willing to come up with the money to do it?
They probably have no choice to need to. I mean,
No, I know, but my point is, if and please come on the record, and the reason that I say that is because we're willing to acquiesce to what your needs are, but at the same time, there may be a responsibility, because I don't want a year and a half from now, you guys coming in front of us and says, we have no beach. You guys need to step up and put the money into the beach, when in fact, we're trying to acquiesce to what your needs are. So I need some kind of commitment from you guys in order for us to be able to do what we can. And by the way, I'm sorry to barge in, but I just wanted to make the point that if we do as you guys are talking about, bring the dune all the way up to the seawall and eliminate the roping of that and planting of that, give the 10 feet or 8 feet or whatever it is, the dune still exists. It just doesn't have the planting, and we can always come back later on if we have a change of heart and plant that. So
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my motion.
no, find out what's going on with the diplomat, see what they decide they want to do.
Okay, come on up, diplomat people.
We can't run our organization without sand, so we would buy sand.
Okay, thank you. It's on the record. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion, amend the motion that was made, that we move forward with the county's ILA for the dunes to be implemented with community outreach included and sand dunes in front of the Diplomat and trial sand dune in front of the Marriott. Everything else the same.
Wait a minute.
with
Only
Right.
that portion of the Diplomat, yes, only that, the two
north
sides
of
will
the
be.
convention center.
And then put the sand, but then not the dunes,
Right.
and let's see how it goes.
and then
And
the-
then if it goes away, it's the city's responsibility.
No.
And the
If
offset
it goes
path.
away is their responsibility.
Oh, okay,
So
for now, yes.
Pursuant to the ILA, if we were to sign this ILA and move forward with it, it's between the county and the city.
Yeah.
And under this ILA, the city is responsible for it. If we enter into a separate agreement at a later time with the Diplomat, then we can ask them to provide us that material so that we can do it. But our obligation would be with the city.
We don't want.
There's nothing that compels the city to replenish sand. If they were to come and say, help, City of Hollywood, we don't have any sand, you know, they obviously had offered to pay for sand if they ever needed sand in that segment.
We
So-
could get-
So we don't, I mean,
We could get
nothing-
sand from
nothing
any
forces
place.
us.
Yeah.
Right. My point is simply that our obligation under the ILA with the county, as between the city and the county, the city is responsible for maintaining and
Okay, so,
replenishing.
and do I have a second on my motion?
So hold on, Commissioner
and-
Blair, hold on, it's
Yeah.
just not complete, real quick. So as to design, it's the segment of beach in front of the Marriott and the north 700 feet of the Diplomat would be non-vegetated dune. And then with regards to the offset of the south segment that we were talking about to rope off to create that gap for public safety.
Yes.
Chief, 8 feet is good enough for you?
Yep.
8 feet.
Oh, the other
would-
parts, more southern.
Yeah, that's between Keating and the city limits. would
I
be-
don't have a commitment from the Marriott regarding where they would be willing to buy the sand.
From
Marriott
who?
is not here.
Marriott?
Oh, the Marriott Beach is so long. I don't think we need to.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then, of course, Exhibit A would be as agreed to with the city manager in terms of the staging areas.
Correct.
Yeah.
So community outreach, though.
So is there a second for that amendment?
Second.
Second. Motion and a second. Jose?
Just wants to know exactly what the offset means on the south of the dune, so that they're really clear about it. I just want to make sure they know.
Are you proposing that this is the knee wall and this is the dune and there's a rope here that keeps this, and then this is vegetated and this is unvegetated and people can walk?
Correct.
I think that we can probably do that.
Hey, look at that.
God bless America.
Works out.
And the seawall, Jennifer, the seawall.
But that's not going to be in front of the Diplomat or the Marriott.
Similar to the Central Beach design, bringing the same design,
I
to
brought 'em up.
except it's elevated. So it's elevated to the seawall. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just one clarification, please. So if
Sand
there's
dunes are
a
walkable.
dune,
You'd get-
are we
you'd
going to
get
be able to
sand
walk
without
on it?
vegetation.
And you're allowed to walk on them because.
And we're not going to have ropes?
Only in that segment in front of the
Only in that
convention
segment. Thank
You're
you.
going to get what you wish. That was the
Yeah.
point of you saying if you needed sand, you would come back and do it.
I understand, but the dunes,
Yeah,
I
the
just want to
dunes
get
skewed,
clarification.
No, this-
skewed your view, but no dunes, only
Well,
sand.
no grass.
No vegetation.
No vegetation.
Okay.
No rope. Right.
rope.
Right.
Yep.
At your own risk. All right. We have motion and second on the amendment. Let's go ahead and
Are you clear on that? Okay,
Um,
not clear.
Commissioner Shuham, go ahead.
The sand dune trial. So so from my understanding, we're going to do sand dune in front of the Diplomat, sand dune in front of the Marriott trial. If it blows away or whatever, then it's our responsibility to put a new dune in that area at the Marriott.
I have just one question. So, Jose, can you please answer this question? It's my understanding that where the county is paying to put in these dunes, the county is also agreeing in the future of wherever they place a dune to replace the dunes in the future.
So, yep. Let me kind of.
Vegetated
so in the past,
dunes,
At least the
yeah.
presentation that we did in 2024.
Yeah.
And it's what the letter stated, and we just have to go back and make sure we confirm from Dr. Hurado. Is the idea that later, if there were big events later,
Let's say there's a
that there was going to
hurricane.
be a split on the cost, and I guess you will have to make sure that that's the case. And it was up to like a 70-30%, depending on availability of funding. In the areas that they don't do it, the city will have to pay.
Is there an agreement in that regard, Dr. Gerardo? In the case of a natural disaster and damage to the dunes, what happens in terms of replacement?
Okay, so my understanding is that we are constructing the dunes
Okay.
and the city is maintaining.
Future.
Okay.
That's
In the
what this
future.
ILA say. It
Yes.
doesn't say anything about sharing costs.
And so.
Future is us.
Right, and so if there is, and presumably
All
there
right.
will be other large-scale dune projects and beach projects, and those would be proportionally cost-shared as they have as part of large projects. If the city's doing a smaller dune project, that's the city's project, the
Okay,
same as
good.
any other city.
All right, let's go.
All right. We have a motion and a second on
Do
the
you have
amendment.
it? Do you understand? You have it?
And I apologize for throwing this in. I just want to clarify, when you first made the motion, you said something about Dania
Yes.
and 8.
Yes, so our master plan is at 8.4 NAV. Dania's at 8.9. They want the opportunity to come in at 8.9, and I don't think Commissioner Clary's altering that part of the motion.
No.
Vice Mayor Quintana?
I have a question for the city attorney. First, I want to just say that I think it's important for everybody to remember that we all want to keep our beaches, and that all of this discussion is just about what we tend to think is that things have to be one or the other, instead of thinking that we need all of the tools at our disposal. We need the ability to replace sand, and we need dunes, and we need everything that we can, because I think we all understand that our beaches are very important to our local economy. I believe that the county is coming here with that intention, And I believe that our city understands that we depend on our beaches and our sand. I don't believe that those goals are at odds in any way. But I want to just clarify with you, Damaris, whether there's any conflict for me to vote on this item, given that I work at Broward County and I'm a commissioner here.
Can I say something? I don't know if you can participate in the discussion and everything else.
Excuse me, in the mic, please.
I am on the mic.
She didn't hear you.
I don't believe that you're supposed to be discussing and doing all this other stuff, and then right before.
Well, thank you.
No, I'm just saying.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to hear what Damaris has to say.
So the decision to recuse oneself is one that is ultimately left up to the commissioner. In the event of the analysis, I think that it is important that one goes through an analysis of the particular item that's in front of you and whether you have an actual conflict or the appearance of a conflict. And again, that's something that each commissioner must decide for themselves when it comes to recusal. But that would
hold
be the
on.
analysis, yes.
I'd like for you to give the proper advice and complete advice so that she doesn't vote with a conflict in case there is. So maybe you can read the statement, because I believe it has to inure to either your personal benefit or that of your family. And I don't know if employer, and if this is considered inuring to the benefit of an employer, I don't know. And so if she's asking you for an opinion, I hope that you can give her one, your opinion.
Well, my opinion is that you would need a specific conflict because something arose that would inure to your particular benefit or to the benefit of you and your family members or have the appearance of such. And where you have a generalized benefit, I don't believe that that meets the criteria for having to recuse oneself. So I don't believe that you simply working for the county necessarily requires that you must recuse yourself from any and all items that come before this commission regarding county items. I think that it's specific to each particular item. And in this case, I don't believe that there is a particular benefit to you or your family members or the appearance thereof.
All right. So like I said when I first started speaking, I don't think that there is a conflict. I think we all want the same things. And I think all of this discussion we've had is to try and find a way to make it work, both to the benefit of Broward County, not my personal benefit, and to the city of Hollywood. So I don't believe that there's a conflict.
Okay.
Just quick,
Yes, Commissioner Shum.
So I want to thank Commissioner Clary. I think that we're honing in. The only little tweak, maybe, is to give the opportunity to the county to meet with staff at the Diplomat. And I don't think this needs to be in the amendment, but I would ask that the county and city staff offer some time and expertise to the Diplomat and the Marriott to see if there isn't something more or different vegetatively that would be helpful to them. Again, I just go back to when that swimming pool, I've been there when the waves come under the pool. And while I completely understand the need for that beach space, I think you may be missing an opportunity to have the county do something really great for you. So the only tweak, and I don't think it has to be in the motion, is just to have some time between the Diplomat staff, county staff, and these experts to see if there isn't a little bit more that actually you would find helpful. And I think the same would be true for the Marriott. I think the Marriott would be fine with some vegetation. They're not here today. They just wanted to make sure their business isn't disrupted. So with this amendment, can we just say subject to other agreements between those businesses?
I don't want to complicate it. I think the suggestion is nice, and they can have an informal meeting, and the county can show them what their feeling of benefit is.
Yeah.
And if they say, gee whiz, great, then God bless America. And otherwise, let's not complicate our bigger project with it.
I completely agree with that. I just want to make sure the wording in the amendment doesn't preclude that. That's all.
No, I don't think it does.
Okay. All right, good.
Can we restate that?
So the amendment to the motion is to include or to delineate a portion of the Diplomat where the beaching is taken care of, is utilized.
North of the convention center.
North of the convention center. That would be a sand, non-vegetative dune. And then south of that, right? South of that, we're
Well,
going to do a half dune.
Not south of that, south of Keating.
South of Keating, we're going to do a half vegetation dune and 7 feet back,
We said 8.
open, 8 feet back. Marriott and community outreach.
The Marriott would be also a non-vegetated dune.
Yep.
And community outreach, and the Exhibit A language will be replaced with, as agreed to, with the city manager. In
By the
terms of-
staging
So
for
with
the
that-
Why does it have
For
to
the
be
staging
8
areas.
feet?
Because
I thought
the
the
Chief
dune
said.
buggy has to
Chief
get
said
through.
6.
Chief, how many feet do you want?
Yeah, you don't want the mayor.
You said 8 feet, right? Yeah,
8
you
feet.
said 8 feet.
And so that would be my motion, my amended
Yeah.
motion. So the maker of the motion, are you okay with that? Maker of the
Well,
motion?
She doesn't
No,
have to
she-
be- I second you.
Oh, you
Yeah, we
did.
had a second.
Okay.
So that's the clarified.
And then I
motion.
just want to say, I want to reiterate what Commissioner Quintana said. Listen, we've been talking about this now for an hour, and we found a way to take one side, another side, and make it work. So thank you. And in addition to that, just I'll save it for Commissioner comments, but I'll enlighten you on conflicts. That's all.
Okay, so let's take a voice vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the amendment passes unanimously. Now the main motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item passes unanimously. The largest dune project in Broward County history, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
And we'll get
The commitment of the diplomat that if they need sense.
let's take a 5-minute recess.
Josh.
All right, welcome everyone. We are back from our quick recess. So welcome to the Youth Ambassadors of Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner Kaleri is going to be able to introduce you and go ahead with the presentation on Youth Ambassadors in just one moment. Before that, we want you to experience one agenda item, and it happens to be the one that we have upcoming on our agenda. This is item 31. It's a resolution of the City of Hollywood City Commission approving a request to amend the design of a mixed-use project to be known as, changing its name to Life Resort, previously approved by city resolution. It's located on the beach at 4111 South Ocean Drive. And so here is a request by a hotel, a condominium in the city of Hollywood that wants to make some changes to a previous approval that the city gave it years ago. And you'll get to hear what the change request is. You'll get to hear the hotel make its pitch for whether or not we're willing to accept the change. And you'll hear us discuss it briefly and take a vote and approve or deny the request. And this is Andrea. She's the part of the city team that helped the request make it to this point in time to come before the City Commission, and she'll present it on behalf of the city staff. Andrea.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Andrea Winget. If you can go ahead and open the PowerPoint for this item. Andrea Winget, I'm the Director of Development Services. As the mayor said, the item is before you today to request a change in their design. And the reason that it is before you today instead of the Planning and Development Board is because this is what we call a plan development, a PD, and the commission took the last action on this. So this is located on the beach, on the most southern end of the beach. It has a general business land use, and the property itself is about 1.5 acres. Here's what the building looked like as part of the original design. It had living landscape on it, along with signage for the existing branding of the hotel, which at the time was known as Hyde. And this was just one of the many phases of part of the plan development that was originally known as Cyan. And it included several condo hotel units, condo units within that area. So today they're here before you to modify the design of the building, to change the material from what was supposed to be a living wall to an artificial wall, and to update the sign package for this to reflect their new branding. Here are some closer looks at the elevations and the images. The size of the sign is compatible with the previous sign that was there. I think they're about the same square footage. And here's just some more elevations of what the overall signage will look like in the building, and staff recommends approval. And the applicant is here as well, should you have any questions.
Thank you, Andrea. Well, I would like to invite the applicant to explain why they're coming forward and to share that exhibit that they brought with them.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. My name is Christine Santisteban from the law firm of Siegfried Rivera. We serve as general counsel for the association. I am joined today with the general manager from the association. As Andrea mentioned, we were approved at the development phase for the living wall. The living wall was deteriorating, causing structural issues for the building. There were many animals habitating the living wall, iguanas that were living in there, and it was not ideal, not to mention that the living wall was constantly dying because of the sun hitting the wall directly. So the association, in compliance with, has been working with the city to try and have an artificial wall to still have the same concept and idea, but in a manner that can be consistent with the approval from the city, as well as maintain the look for the city, for the building, I'm sorry.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to, if I have the queue, I have Commissioners Biederman, Hernandez, and Kaleri queued up. Commissioner Biederman.
So, Andrea, I have a question for you. When they changed the concept of a living wall at University Station, and they wanted to go to the artificial, fire said you can't do that because it wasn't fire retardant. Is this product fire retardant?
There's several different brands of product that you can buy that are artificial, And so what happens is if you don't have it vetted through fire and structural first, you can, there can be challenges. And there are different costs associated with the type of product that you're purchasing. We've had the conversations with the applicant. They are well aware that they need to purchase a product that meets the code requirement. And hopefully, I believe they've already engaged in those conversations already.
So when we had to rehear the item for University Station, we were told there was no alternative that met fire code. So has things changed in the last 2 or 3 months?
There could be different interpretations based on the fire marshal, and there could be different interpretations, I don't know, on the code and the products, the timing, the funding, and the cost of the products.
Okay,
Correct.
no problem. Thank you.
Let's go to Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a little more difficult question, Andrew. Yeah, to our staff.
Okay.
And then we'll see if we can help out. Was this part of the green space required for their approvals with their site plan?
Not to my knowledge.
No? Okay. And by the way, I don't have a problem if you guys do the artificial wall, or if you can't because of fire retardant materials, if you guys are willing to do a mural that would resemble something like this.
Or perhaps a mosaic.
A mosaic, something that would be longer lasting and not as expensive to maintain.
Glass mosaic.
Well, that mosaic.
Or ceramic, whichever.
Yeah. That's to you now. Yes.
So the property manager, go ahead, Fiona.
We could offer that as
an alternative
side.
Yeah. A or B.
Yeah, in the resolution.
So in communication with, Vianette, I'm sorry.
Name and title.
Vianette Husino, the general manager? Okay. Vianette Husino, the general manager of the property. So in communication with planning and development, we've been in communication with them for over a year now because we had all the issues with the prior structure, which was as well causing issues with the integrity of the structure. That's why we removed everything. We painted the wall. We looked into options of mosaics. A lot of the components are aluminum. We're on a beachfront, so the aluminum will deteriorate over time and it'll get corroded, and that could affect the structure as well. I heard you guys say something glass. Is that something?
Mosaic is like a tile, cement and tile, basically where you can actually do a feature on the wall and just paint it, something that it would help stand out rather than something that if you put AstroTurf, for example, or some similar, you're eventually going to have to come back and redo that time and time again, where if you do something that may be more expensive at one time, but all you'd have to do is maintain it rather than continue to replace it.
We actually have a mural on the side of the wall already. So in the worst case scenario, we were required to paint a mural. I guess, we would go with that option. The thing is that now we have no signage at all, and it's difficult for guests to find the property. And like we mentioned, we've been in communication with the fire department as well. We got specifications from them, and based on that, the provider looked at an option for us, and that's the option we're presenting today.
So you do have something that is fire retardant, that it meets the fire department code?
Based on what we received recently from the fire department directly.
Motion to approve, and if you need an ability to do something else, I would ask that the commission consider them falling back
On ceramic tile.
On ceramic tile, yes. But go ahead, Andrew.
Just so they don't have to come back.
Just to add to that, if you could just say that they work with staff should they need an alternative beyond the material.
So if, in case the material does not meet the code, that you work with staff in order to find an alternative
All
material.
right, there's a motion. Second from Commissioner Clary. Commissioner Clary, you're up.
Yes, so thank you. I think it's beautiful. My only concern is maintenance with the sand and the salt, the deterioration and the coloring changing from the sun. So I like the request from Commissioner Hernandez. If you watch our CRA meeting this morning, we're doing a mural on the band shell, and they're doing it in mosaic tile. It's like a tile, and it will last a long time, and the maintenance is minimal. It's a lot up front, but if you take in consideration what you're doing and the upkeep, you don't want it to deteriorate or look dusty or faded and then have to replace it. So possibly this would be a better route and more eye appealing to all of your And if there's an issue with the sign that you said to find where you're at, wasn't it like a hot pink sign that's in there, or what color was it? White?
It used to be silver.
Silver. So maybe there's some exceptions that can be made. I don't know how that would work. Maybe you could work with Andrea to get the sign up now without the foliage, and then present possibly a mosaic. I would definitely encourage you to go that route, just for upkeep and maintenance and the whole 9 yards.
We're giving you guys options.
Yeah, we're giving you options.
So, because we've been in so much communication with zoning and planning, in our proposal, it does say that we've already spoken to the vendor regarding the way this gets approved. We are going to be engaging in a contract for preventative maintenance. The installation is by panels, and they're going to be itemized. So we would know what panels would need to be replaced. And we have also discussed about the cleaning of it, either it's a biannual basis or whatever the need might be, because we are on the beach, like everybody knows, and it tends to deteriorate stuff faster.
Right, so you're married to it, but if compare it.
We're still giving you the options in case.
No, but we
even
appreciate
in the
it.
future, if you're like, wow, this doesn't work, at least your rights are there. You don't have to come back to us.
Okay, thank you.
This doesn't work, you don't have to come back to us, you have an option as long as you.
To work with.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we had a motion from Commissioner Hernandez, a second from Commissioner Coleri. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, item carries unanimously with bonus points.
Thank you, guys.
All right. All right. Hopefully our youth ambassadors found that somewhat interesting. It's how decisions are made here. And I now offer to you Commissioner Tracy Coleri, who will introduce the new members of the Youth Ambassador Program for this year. Allison Saffold is also the staff liaison. Commissioner.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Commissioner Tracy Coleri, Hollywood resident, Commissioner for District 3. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am pleased to officially introduce the 9th City of Hollywood Youth Ambassador class. What began as a vision back in 2016 has grown into a vibrant and impactful program that continues to exceed expectations year after year. This year, we are proud to welcome 20 outstanding students. We have all here today? All here today. Participants, the largest group we've ever had. These remarkable young leaders will embark on a journey that allows them to learn about local, county, and state government while earning community service hours, building strong, competitive connections, and embracing their resumes for their future college endeavors. Before you is the agenda here that was given to you at the beginning of the meeting, filled with the exciting opportunities to learn, grow, and engage. Through this program, our ambassadors will gain valuable public speaking experiences, which you get to see here in just a few moments, build confidence, and connect with key individuals who may become mentors and assets for their future endeavors. They will also develop and lead student-driven projects throughout the year, initiatives designed to help educate residents and current events and reach a broader audience, including their peers and young adults across the city. I want to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our city manager, assistant city manager, and to all of you sitting before me for their continued support of this incredible program over the years. A special thanks to Allison and Tamira for all of their help and their dedication and their leadership and hands-on assistance in making this program a success that it is today. The Youth Ambassador Program has more than just an initiative. It is a blessing. It allows us, all of us, to help shape, inspire, and empower our future leaders of our community. I could not be prouder of how far we've come and where we are headed. And now, without further ado, I would like to welcome each new ambassador to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about where they go to school, and we'll provide them with a very warm welcome.
All right.
Thank you very much. So we're gonna start. And one more thing, we do have Alia, if you could please stand. Today is her birthday.
Wow.
And she's dedicated and she's here, but she is our former youth ambassador who now is our mentor and helping also lead this group of 20 young, eager future leaders of the City of Hollywood. So thank you. Okay, sir, come on I'm gonna go, you want me to stand here or you got it? You got it.
Is there anything I should just go over?
You just be yourself, it's all yours.
Sounds good. Well, I stand here before all of you. My name is Kenny Zahner. I go to Avant-Garde Academy. It's right here in Hollywood. I am a senior. I am 18 years old, and I come from Costa Rica originally, to a father that was born in North Carolina. And honestly, it is an honor to be here and a huge privilege. I really do understand how big of an opportunity this is, and I'm really thankful to be up here learning about local government and just understanding what the basis of our district is and how our city runs. Honestly, it's, like I said, a privilege to be up here, but I really couldn't have done it without my family and the basis and roots that I was taught from when I was younger. I'm really thankful for my mother being there always for me, for my stepfather and my father, all teaching me bases of respect, discipline, and just overall good roots and bases that I could apply for the rest of my life, and that have gotten me here 100%.
Amazing, amazing. Welcome. And not everyone needs to go as far as he went. But that was impressive. But open mic, go ahead.
So, hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Angel Vasquez. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Avant-Garde Academy. I'm super thankful to be here today. I am super excited to learn leadership skills and overall different things from each and every single one of you, whether it is for as a person or as work. And I am super thankful to have the opportunity to meet all of you and work with you, especially to be able to stand here in front of you and tell you how important it is to me to be here. And I am just super excited to be here
Great.
with you and learn new things from you.
We're happy that you're here. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Arteaga. I'm a senior from Sheridan Hills Christian School, and I'm so thankful that you are having me here today. My parents come from Ecuador, and I would like to pay them this respect first and foremost because they are the only reason I am the person I am today. I am an eager learner. I am a lover of this country, this country's history, and I'm thankful that you're providing me this opportunity to learn more about our local government here so that I can make informed decisions later on in the future about this country, this state, and this town. Thank you so much.
All right. Amazing. Presidente del futuro.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Daniela Loria. I'm a senior at Avant-Garde Academy, and I'm extremely proud to be here today and to be able to serve as a Hollywood Youth Ambassador. I understand what a big opportunity this is. I am a proud resident of Hollywood, and I'm here to learn, listen, and understand just how big decisions are made for our community. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jaden. I'm 16 years old. I go to South Broward, and it's an honor to stand before you guys today. I'm very excited to be a youth ambassador and learn how the city works and the inner workings of the government, and it's an honor to meet you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Go Bulldogs.
Hello, I hope everyone has had a great day so far. My name is Vivian Horvath, and I go to College Academy at Broward College, and I'm currently in 11th grade. I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and I hope that we bring more community service into our city because that's my passion. And I also like art, so I want to incorporate that more, and I hope that we make more improvements in the future. Thank you.
Hey, hello, my name is Juliet Bairnsfather. I'm a junior at Chaminade Madonna. I feel very grateful to be here. I'm excited for the opportunity and to learn about the city around me since where I live is a really important aspect of my life. And I'm just very grateful to be a part of this program, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Valerie Rosa, and I'm a sophomore at Chaminade Madonna, and I'm really excited to be a part of the program this year. As a youth ambassador, I'm looking forward to gaining new experiences and meeting leaders like all of you, and I'm really grateful for this experience. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ariana Castro. I'm a sophomore at Chaminade Madonna, and I'm so happy to be here as one of Hollywood's youth ambassadors. I'm really excited to learn new things, meet new people, and give back to our community. Thank you for this amazing opportunity.
Got it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabella Cherry, and I'm very excited to be a part of this program because it will allow me to help and grow and learn more about the community, and I'm a sophomore at Chaminade Madonna. Hi, my name is Veronica Karaiva, and I'm a sophomore at Chaminade Madonna. I'm very excited to be a part of this program, and I can't wait to learn about my community and all the amazing people who make it special. I'm also excited to be a voice for others and to be a leader.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelica Fernandez. I'm currently a senior in Fort Lauderdale High School. I wish to study political science. One of the major reasons why I'm here is because I want to learn more about the government, but not only the government, but the local community that we have here in Hollywood. And I just love Hollywood in total because I've been here like all my life. So I want to make a difference and maybe like know about certain programs, not only the government, but our fire department and like different parts that make up City of Hollywood. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Adrian Moss. I'm a sophomore attending Calvary Christian Academy, and I'm just grateful that I can be a youth ambassador, and I'm grateful to be in this meeting. I thank you all for having me here. I would love to pursue the career of a marine biologist or maybe a deep sea analyst. I've been around the water since I was little, and that's just what I love. But again, I thank you for having me here.
All right, you're in the right city.
Good afternoon. I'm Joshua Alfonso, and I go to South Broward High. I'm a sophomore. So I joined this program because I wanted to learn a lot about the finance aspect that goes behind business, and to also speak up for those who can't speak up for themselves. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lorenzo Munoz, and I'm a senior attending Chaminade Madonna College Preparatory. Since my freshman year, I've made every effort to expand my experiences, both in and off of campus, regarding my service to my community, so that I can both gain valuable experiences and also gain experience serving my community in as many ways as possible. More recently, this has included joining my school's drumline, where I've had the privilege of playing alongside them at many community events, including last February's Party on the J and the opening of a mobility hub next to State Road 7, of which I had the pleasure of seeing many of you. And more recently, I've joined the Hollywood Youth Ambassadorship to hopefully give back to the community that's given me so much for my entire life. And it truly is a privilege to have been accepted here. Thank you.
Yeah. Future president of the Highland Gardens, or Highland Gardens West, Highland Gardens.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faith, and I'm a senior at Hollandale High. This is my second year as a youth ambassador, and I'm genuinely excited to continue giving back to our community. This year, I'm especially looking forward to helping out with the Christmas parade. I remember throwing the candies at the people. To the people. And any other Christmas activities, as well as helping plan out Hollywood Happy Days, which I'm sure will be a great success this year. Outside of the program, I enjoy writing, exploring new places both in the U.S. and abroad, and simply spending quality time with my family. Thank you for having me.
Ricky and Joanne, I see 20 volunteers for that big centennial weekend.
Yes, you will.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerard Brown, and I'm a junior attending Chaminade Madonna. This is my second year as a part of the Youth Ambassador Program. This year, I hope to help make a difference in our community, as well as learn more about how the government works. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Levy and City Commissioners. My name is Renata Tadek, and I am a senior at Chaminade Madonna, and I am so honored to have an opportunity like this. I'm involved in my community and have over 400 service hours. I'm involved in many clubs at school and on the board of Interact Club, a service-based club, and vice president of my school's Model UN. I am also a member of many national honor societies and play high school golf. In addition to that, I am a member of the Hollywood Women's Club Juniorettes. I'm excited to be able to see all the inner workings of our city government and learn about how everything works. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I can't wait to meet new people and learn more about our community.
Good evening, Mayor Levy, City Commissioners, City staff, and members of the community. My name is Juliana Walker, a senior at Chaminade Madonna and one of Hollywood's youth ambassadors. As a resident of Hollywood, I'm excited about the opportunity to be a part of this program because it gives young people like me a chance to have a voice in our city's future. Through this program, I hope to work with city leaders and my fellow ambassadors to bring attention to important issues. In addition, I hope to expand my community engagement, build leadership skills, and learn more about how local governments operate. A few facts about me. I play high school golf and tournament golf for the South Florida PGA Junior Tour. I am an active member of student government and vice president of the senior class. I serve as a life leader through campus ministry and am a member of several honor societies. In closing, I want to thank you for supporting this program and for providing us with this incredible experience. I look forward to learning, serving, and representing the youth of this great city.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission, and friends and family watching through YouTube. So, good afternoon. I'm Crystal Marie Gonzalez. I'm a proud MacArthur Mustang, and I'm in my junior year.
Great day to be a Mustang.
Yes. So I'm involved in student government, BCASC, and MTL, Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, where I plan events and help represent everybody in my campus, everywhere. So outside of school, not only am I in all those things, I'm also part of the Florida Juniorettes, and I'm also in HYA. I also really love giving back to my community through either tutoring younger students, volunteering at local elementary schools. I've currently been to 6, and organizing beach cleanups. I do organize monthly beach cleanups at my school. So those experiences have taught me how much I love my community and how much I love giving back. And then currently, I'm still exploring what I want to study in the future, but I know I really love helping others, so I'll probably pursue something with that, and I love making a positive impact. Thank you for having me here today, and thank you to friends and family watching. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to all the ambassadors because you make me look good, and the commission.
Biggest class yet.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. If everyone can please stand. Number one, a round of applause to Allison and her team for the logo. The implementation of the Gators color yacht logo that has the turtle with all the colors on it. Just saying. But this is our representation. We have a trip planned. If you see on the agenda, we are going to Tallahassee, and we're also going to an ambassador program up in DeLand. So we're busy. We're going to have fun, and we're going to make such an impression and do a lot of great things. So if I could have you all come here before the commission, we'll take a group picture if you don't mind.
All right.
So we'll do the
Oh my gosh, so many.
You want me to take it with your phone? Do you want me to take the picture with your phone too? Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Yep. Okay, ready? Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, we've got about 19 minutes until citizens' comments. So let's go ahead and knock out some quick items. Let's go ahead with item 32. It's a resolution of the City Commission approving the renewal term for a period from October 1, 25 through June 30th of 2030 for an amount up to $2,045,000, utilizing the State of Florida Department of Management Services contract with NWN Corporation for the purchase of Suncom Communication Services. This is from the Department of IT. Raheem, do you want just a quick 2-minute explanation for the benefit of the viewers, and then we'll take a vote.
Sure. Raheem Citran, City of Hollywood IT Director, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So this NWN contract is for the cloud infrastructure for our phone system. Historically, we've had an on-premises type of environment where servers are here literally in the city, where if there's a power interruption, if there's a fiber cut, a communication issue, the entire city's systems become unavailable. This system allows us to have a fully cloud environment that is remote, that is less susceptible to these types of environmental and power issues, and allows the city to continue whenever there is interruptions within infrastructure. Generally speaking, it's considered a unified communication system. I don't want to get too technical. They used to call them like PBXs or public box exchanges. It is our city's phone system.
So, Raheem, just a quick question. Knowing where technology is today, you mentioned the cloud. If there is a power interruption, obviously we've got backup generators to power, fiber connectivity. If there is a failure in the data access to the system, is there redundancy with satellite? Is that even like possible? Like, does that connect or?
Sure. Any source of internet provides connectivity. So, for example,
Do you have a backup satellite, or no? Or you haven't gone there
you
yet?
have access. There's an in-process, and I think the last time this was provided to City Commission is that when Jamie Hernandez was here, and he mentioned an initiative for satellite communications. Yes, there is.
Okay.
It is in the process of working through the permits for installations on 3 locations within the city, and it would allow us to be able to make calls.
Whether it's Starlink or whatever.
Exactly.
Yep.
Not
Okay.
being specific as to
Right.
which particular vendor.
Right.
That does exist, and again, there's 3 core locations where that's being installed.
All right. Any speaker cards? Hearing none, I'll accept the motion. Motion from Commissioner Hernandez, second from Commissioner Biederman to approve item 32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 33 is a reso of the City of Hollywood City Commission approving and authorizing the city to issue a purchase order to High Tech Engineering Incorporated, doing business as High Tech Locating, and ratify services rendered for utility location services in an amount of up to $620,000 and change in accordance with city codes and our budget for development services. Pat, are there any speaker cards on 33? Motion from Commissioner
no
Biederman,
cards.
second from Commissioner Gruber to approve item 33. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. 34 is withdrawn. With 15 minutes to go, the resolution updating the comprehensive schedule of fees is item 35. I think we had an opportunity on our one-on-ones to understand the amendments to the schedule and the updating of the schedule with staff. I don't see any requests for discussion. Motion from Commissioner Shuham, second from... Oh, there we go. Come on up, Ann. 35. We went too fast. Yeah. Yeah. Ann, go ahead on the schedule.
Thank you. Since I don't have a clue what these fees are going for, and I wasn't in commission studies, are these like fees for permits, water, sewer? Are you upping the fees, keeping them the same? What's going on with them? Because there was no discussion. I have no idea, so I'm asking.
Thank you.
And then I'd make my comment.
Go ahead. If we're going to make a presentation.
Well, since I don't know what it's about, if you're raising the fees, that kind of wipes out lowering the millage rate because I'm going to pay higher somewhere. So just like to know that, so I know what to kind of yell at.
All right. City Manager,
Mayor-
Adam had gone over it with me. Go
Mayor,
ahead.
Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, I'll start with the short version, then Adam can give you more detail. But reason why items 33 and 35 are on the agenda on the regular agenda at the city manager's request is, and they're unrelated, is just for full transparency and open government, because what this item talks about is, and this is the comprehensive schedule of fees, so meaning just about any fees that you see in the city, if you want to find them in one place, they can be found here. Do some adjust upwards sometimes, and more typically with the CPI or some kind of an adjustment to that on a small incremental basis. But we didn't want to put it on consent because we didn't want it to appear, as we've talked about sometimes in the past with the commission, that somehow we were not thinking it to be public information worthy or hiding it in any fashion. So we just wanted to make sure it was open and apparent. And Adam can go into much more detail if you want to, but it's the same thing we do every year. Just want to make sure that everybody knows about it. That's all. So.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie Tensley, Director of Financial Services. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Also want to add that this document, after adoption, is put on our website, and so it's there in full transparency for it to be reviewed, looked at, and like as the city manager indicated, it's a one-stop shop place to look. And we keep revising it little by little when we catch something that we didn't see. This is one of the times there's one item in that we've had this fee for a while, we missed it, now we're making sure that it is fully comprehensive. So, and I will connect with Miss Ann, if I can, I'll connect with her and show her where it's at. Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. Someone about a youth program there I was writing with. So we have a motion and a second for item 35, right? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Mayor, we do not have a motion and a second.
I was told that we had a motion and a second, so
If it was, I didn't hear it.
All right, who made the motion? Commissioner Shuham did. And the second was Vice Mayor Quintana? Yes. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, item carries unanimously.
Mayor, before we move on, can you just go back to 34 because I didn't hear it
34
on
is
the
withdrawn by the city manager.
tape. Okay, thank you. I just
Got it.
need it on tape.
Okay. That's when I was flying too fast. All right, 36, magic number. A resolution, and we have 11 minutes before our time certain item, so we're doing well. 11 minutes to hash out the reso approving and authorizing the city to execute the First Amendment to the construction contract with Florida Sign Group for the citywide gateway and neighborhood signage bid, and amending relevant exhibits as stated in the agenda, and executing applicable documents for the citywide gateway and neighborhood signage project, which is, of course, everyone knows is a GOB project, and you know the background about the previous vendor that was selected having either assigned its business or sold its business, and now we are amending agreements to reflect the new company that's taking over the job and has been found to be a very reputable and qualified company with a good production capacity and an expectation that this will go as quickly as possible. So, motion for Commissioner Clary, second for Commissioner Shuham to approve the item. Commissioner Biederman, we do have 10 minutes to spare. Do you have any questions?
I do.
No.
Presentation.
All right. We'd like to meet the company. We have 10 minutes to use. Rich Walker, welcome, Mr. Mayor. Different hat on.
Do you have the presentation so he can kind of share that? And I will jump through a couple of slides in here. Let's get the most important items out so that we can take, you all know the contracts and what's going on. The contract that they will be managing is the same contract that got presented to the City Commission in the past. It includes all the signage for the CRA, for the BCRA and the city. It's a total of 109 signs. You see all the type signs down there. And let's go straight into the item for him. I'm going to let 4 signs to give you an update about their company and their services. So go ahead.
Parkland.
Great. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having me. My name's Rich Walker with Ford Sign Works. You need my address? No?
Parkland, Florida.
Yes. Anyway, obviously, the previous company, when we heard this project was available, our company jumped at the opportunity to get involved with this project. The designs are fantastic, and we do work all over the country. We're the registered sign vendor for Miami Airport. We've done work in Boca. We're doing the wayfinding project for Wilton Manors. We're just wrapping up a project for Tri-Rail across their stations. So we're well-versed, obviously, here in South Florida, but all over the country. Our capabilities have grown exponentially over the years with Ford Sign Works. We've had some meetings with your staff. They're fantastic. They're well-versed with what's going on with the project. We've gone out. We've done a lot of surveys of some of the signs. We've done some preliminary drawings already. So we're ready to jump right in with both feet to make sure we can get this project back on track for the City of Hollywood. We're very excited. Like I said, it's a fantastic-looking project. We know you'll be happy with our work at the end. When it's all said and done, we're very confident that we can meet the deadlines that we have proposed. And obviously, the quality, you'll get to see everything before we start doing the installation, and I know you'll be very impressed with the work that we can do.
Great. Commissioner Clary.
How are you, Commissioner?
I am great, thank you. Great to see you. I do have one request, and I'm not sure how we can prioritize it. But when I was talking to talking about the item prior to today's meeting, there was some emphasis on the gateway mainly being our priority and then all the others to follow. So my question is, I see down here this wonderful HOLLYWOOD that is supposed to go, that we've been waiting for forever. Is there a way that we can implement some of them sooner than others?
We can certainly work with staff to prioritize signage in however you want it to be, but to be upfront, some signage takes a little bit longer than others. So, let's take, for instance, sign type U and W. I know they're throughout the city. That's an item that we could probably get out to the city faster, so you'll see more progress. That doesn't mean we can't do sign type A. So really, it's priority. But sign type A.
I'm not worried about A. I'm actually worried about G and H.
G and H. Oh, G and H, those are also, again, we can work with staff. If you guys want to get together with
Colleagues
staff.
feel, but I think that would be definitely, all of a sudden it's like super hot in here. But I think that would be one of our priorities. I don't know how everyone else feels, but we've talked about this area forever and a day, around Dania entrance point, and that's where that was going to go, correct?
I think G's already installed. It's like, it looks the same as the downtown sign that exists. The downtown, it says downtown. So I'm a little confused because
G?
we do have the downtown.
No, I see the beach right next to it.
Beach is H, yeah.
Yeah. So I just think that should be our priority, but I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
All right, well, let's just share some comment. Happy to defer to the priorities of everyone. Commissioner Shuham and Biederman.
So yeah, that would be great. But mainly, I just wanted to say I'm so happy to see you.
It's great to see you. Yes.
It's it's been a little rough on this one, but just
Yes.
knowing that we have you behind this company is really a great reassurance. And
Well,
for
thank
those
you for
that
those
don't know,
comments.
I sit next to Rich at the MPO, so if you have any
Well, now you're
complaints-
two seats over. We used to be next to each other.
That's true. They had to separate us.
Yes.
But I will bring any complaints directly there. But
Absolutely.
I'm honestly, I'm thrilled. So
Yes.
Good luck with the
No, we're
project.
very excited.
Rich, more than you, I'm sorry, I'm more excited to have seen your production facility at Forge Signworks, and that's really what we need here.
Yes.
But obviously, with you being a personal contact of ours, it helps to get to you if we need to. Commissioner Biederman?
So thank you for coming today. I
Of course.
appreciate it.
I'm glad we got done before 5.
Forgive me for being a skeptic. Some of us have been here for 12, 13 years already waiting for this neighborhood signage.
Yes.
And whatever speed that you could add to the matter, that since you're such a big company and so experienced in these things, we look forward to beating some of these timelines, because some of these projects have been way over budget and way past timelines. So I'm hoping that we can try and catch up on some of that.
Absolutely.
I agree that Type H might be one of the more important ones. But I think more importantly, if we can scatter them out throughout the city on our perimeter areas, so that our residents and some of us that have been waiting so long for this can
start
see
to
some
see.
performance, right?
Yep.
While some of us might have more confidence than others, it's no reflection on you, it's just reflection on experience.
Understood.
So I'm hoping that we can come to, I'm hoping that we're all going to be pleasantly surprised with the how fast some of these get hit on the ground. I did ask staff to provide us with a city map of where some of these are going to go again, just for to reminder. But thank you for being, I think the most important thing is that you're here, you show that you're concerned. I mean, I know it's not that far, you don't live in New Jersey, but
Right.
I appreciate you being here and kind of reassuring us that all is in good hands, right?
Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Pat, do we have a motion?
Motion to
And a
approve.
second.
Second, whatever it is.
We have a motion to say. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Item carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mayor, just
Have a
briefly.
good evening.
Just briefly, I just wanted to, first of all, thank everybody for their patience. This contract obviously took an atypical course. It took longer.
Yeah.
But we planned on sitting and contacting each of the members of the commission for specific priorities, locations, sign types that is desired, so we can fold together with the contractor what works best for everybody, so that we can do some catch up and move forward as best we can now.
And I'm sure there's low-hanging fruit that can show we're on top of this, too.
All right, thank you all. 5 p.m. citizen comments. Let's have the speaker cards. If you're here for citizens comments, please see Pat. She just stood up. She's right here. And fill out a card, and we'll call on you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on anything related to the city business. Let's begin with Cheryl Robinson, followed by Tiara Samuels. Then Chris Albertelli.
How you doing?
Hey, Cheryl.
Greetings. How y'all doing?
Good to see you again.
Y'all looking good up there. I go to other commission meetings. Y'all look like y'all got it together, because I be trying to karate slap the ones that's not doing right by us. But it's kind of hard to go against brilliant people, man. Y'all doing great things. I like the partnership. I like what you guys doing. And you know you my boy. We met at the Pride Festival and things like that. I appreciate you. I'm here today as being a native of Hollywood. We having a lot of concerns. We know things happening, new changes, and I'm up for it. I love change. I love things like that. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I'm an artist. I like brushing shoulders with people and networking. So I'm down for it. Some people they're not ready for it. I'm just trying to ensure that we getting some of these apartments, these low budget apartments, these low income apartments. We want to make sure that we're getting embraced in our entrepreneurship. Like myself, I got a portable studio that I'm trying to patent and get it going. Trying to do something off the chain that's never been done, because I see there's a lot of artists and things like that. So I just pretty much did something remarkable. Hopefully I can be able to display it one day to you guys. But things like that, we just need some help. Myself and a couple of other entrepreneurs, we fail hard on finances, a lot of depression. Myself, I lost my mom. And my generation, a lot of us losing our moms and our elders and stuff. So we need you guys to, keep us afloat before we can be great in our community and we can give back to the community. It breaks my heart for me not to be able to be a part of my community. I'm born and raised in Hollywood. I got it tatted on me and everything. And I can't even stay here. They do a lot of background checks. Some of us, we made decisions that, we get judged from. I don't let it judge me. I feel like the sky's the limit. I go for the stars. I try to be a better individual. I pray a lot, and I just want us to be able to get a part of it. My generation, my culture, let us be great too. Some of us, we want to be great. Some of us, we don't. Let them be trash. Throw them over there in the trash can. They don't want to be great. Let them get okay. But some of us want to be great. Some of us trying to be great, and help us be great. And I love what you guys doing, and I appreciate how y'all got Hollywood looking. It looks so good out there, man. The Young Circle is, it look good. Y'all got it going on in Hollywood. I be selling out to West Park. I go to Hollandale. They done banned me from Hollandale because I was selling out so hard. But I keep it real. I tell the truth. You get what I'm saying? When you're from somewhere, you're from a community, you love something, you're passionate for it, you stand up. I'm here. That's why I'm here today, because I'm standing up with my friend. She's having a problem with a complex she's at and things like that. And, we're ready for the change, but don't treat us like we're, step kids and stuff like that. I know some step kids get treated good, so let me not use that, but, but thank you guys for the opportunity. You guys keep being great and do it for the people. Do it for the, everybody, not just some people. Everybody should shine that want to shine.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Cheryl.
The next presentation, because we're going to be talking about affordable housing.
I need to be over here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, Tiara Samuels, come on up. Johnson Street, Chris Albertelli. Of course, we know 28th Avenue.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. I'm at the new development that y'all built, I think, like 2 years ago. I may be wrong. I don't know. 6028 Johnson Street. So I'm having a problem with, what I'm seeing is like a entrapment. I'm not living. They entrapping. They putting laws in place for us. They watching us like Quan watch, like we are criminals. I don't want to feel like that every day I'm coming to my house. I got to be watched of doing something that it's wrong, but it's wrong to them, but it's right to me. But it's not wrong. It's not right to them in their eyes. Every time I have friends that come over my house. I have my free card, and I was like, okay, well, let's go to the gym. I got a letter saying that, my friend cannot come to the gym with me. It's no smoking zone. Why not have a designated area for a smoking zone? Why not have, the kids can't play outside. Why not have a small playground for the kids to play? All we can do when we come home is go in the house and do absolutely nothing. We can't play music because the walls are too thin. If they built it all wrong. Where I'm not living. It's like I'm in prison, and this is a entrapment, and you guys need to do an investigation, because a lot of people are doing things that they think are right, but they are getting harassed. Every day it's a letter on the mailbox. My car got towed. I have a permit for my car. My car got towed because someone stole my decal off my car. So my car didn't have a decal, so they do police investigation, and they got my car towed 2 times. This is not the first, the second, and everybody in the complex car get towed. Just because, if they don't have a visitor's pass, they don't open on Friday, and they don't open on the weekend. So we have visitors, they have someone go around checking for visitors' passes. That's not right. I'm not living, and I'm not renewing my lease because it's no privacy at all. It's no privacy. And the environment outside, when it rains, it floods really, really bad. We can't even get out the complex. I can't even go to work some days. Just because I don't want to ruin my car. But these new developments, they need to come up with new leasing agreements, and I don't know, less strict, because we all want to live. We can't live like that, like I'm in prison. I can't.
Thank you, Ms. Samuels. Well, as you might know, your conditions of the lease really dictate what the opportunities are for landlord and tenant, and to the extent you can speak with the landlord and try to explain to them why you feel like the rules are a little too onerous. I know they're trying to keep an orderly building, but at the same time, you're living there. So hopefully you can work things out with them.
Yes, because they watch everybody in the building instead of the people that surround us.
Thank you. I guess Hollywood Police has got to be watching the people that are around you guys. Let's go to Chris Albertelli, and then Jean-Marc Rigouard. Chris, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Levy and commissioners and the public for listening.
I want to address the commission again and continually till we get this resolved at my home. As you each know, the public's trust hinges on the city staff's prioritizing the residents' prosperity. This enormous responsibility is to the community residents of Hollywood, and the staff must serve that purpose, not for any regard of the profits of franchise utility operators. While some franchise utility operators are considered civic partners, the primary obligation for city government is to protect and advance the long-term interests of our citizens. This core mission must guide every decision concerning residential property and public rights of way. The prosperity of our neighborhoods is the true measure of our success. I feel my family and our long-term interests were overlooked and then disregarded by this 5G pole placement. We've tried numerous attempts to contact Crown Castle to get more information about the cell site on our southern swale. They actually have no clue what we're asking about, and they put it there. They actually misdirect us on purpose, and we believe this is set up this way to give us confusion. We've tried many times with no callbacks, no follow-ups, and no accurate information has been provided. Only systematic lies, deceptive contractor behavior, and that is all that's available to those who need this information and accuracy about these very serious matters. The city of Hollywood has unfortunately thrust us and my family into this terrible situation through no fault of our own by permitting this utility with horrendous placement. We will not be submitting our hard-earned home value and quality of life at the home for any reason. When our commissioners here told us that we needed to reach out to the state for help, we did that. When the state replied, it was to tell us to work with the city and you all to resolve the matter. And they provided us with all of your contact information, which we have already been using at length to contact you. So it's just an endless circle, and we're just stuck in it. Please tell me who will be helping us, how long we can expect to wait for these answers, and who will be giving us the correct information we need. When this occurred at my home, we were not told about it, and I just want to bring Tracy's comments back in here. Thank you, Tracy, for your comments earlier. What outreach has been made to the community about the dunes? Well, no outreach was made to us about this 5G pole and what it's going to do to destroy our lives. And that's against all of the principles you have here, right, Tracy? Yeah. It's unfair for us to do this as a city and as a county. Yeah, I know you get my drift. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Jean Mark Reguad. Please come on up. Or if you'd like to speak, please come on up. All the way from Italy. Fiorano.
Ma'am, to the left. On purple. Oh, I have 3 minutes. I have a question before I start.
Go ahead.
What I'd like to know is, does anyone in the board or anyone included that gets paid for all those high rises coming up? Because I think it's a robbery. Not only that, as an architect, I think it looks disgusting. On top of it, they are empty. It's a waste. The Walgreens that's on Young Circle, my plan was to get rid of it at the time. As in, once you come down Hollywood, you would see the circle, because I've been here for many years.
That's our plan too.
Yeah, but I heard that they're building another high-rise on...
It's still happening. It's still a plan.
And, they're empty, and it's killing real estate, really. The MLX is a great tool. However, when you have a property like, I met this guy who his grandmother bought a small house for $30K in Midtown, and they offered them between $130 to $190K. In renting, it's the same thing. When I was in high school, $300 and $500 would get you an apartment or a 2-bedroom apartment. Now it's about a $1,000 for a room. The MLX, once it's a great tool. However, it creates an auction for the highest bidder into renting, and then they click that in, so it sticks. It's ruining the market. It's ruining our pocket. Not only that, Margarita Villa, when it was about to be built, my plan was to use the old Hollywood hotel and use Margarita Villa in there. But to be honest with you, I had government getting involved, and they chose to build it there. What it does is, it's empty, actually. What it does is, those customers, they stay in. They don't really go out. It's like, those are my customers. It's gated. As an architect, I think we should do something. We should remove a lot of these buildings. Where Wells Fargo was, I opposed, and I think they've built 2 buildings, and one is just humongous. I think real estate should be touched heavily in the U.S. It's too expensive. It's just too expensive.
Yeah, affordability, and as your time is up, I'll just tell you, all of us have been really sensitive to the fact that there's an affordability crisis in the United States and specifically in South Florida. Apartments are just too expensive for the average wages that people earn in South Florida. And so that's why our upcoming item, if you stay, you'll get to hear about it, is a new housing community that allows people who earn a limited income, 30 to 60 to 90%, for example, of the area median income, to have a place where the rent is restricted by this state program. So we are building as many of those apartments, and they're all filled up to 100% as soon as they're open. And those buildings that you mentioned in downtown, they're filling up as well. They're not empty. So some of them are brand new, and it takes a year to fill up. So thank you for coming today, and I appreciate hearing you out. But stay for the next item.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ann Ralston.
Thank you. First, a lot of times you can't hear. You'll move your heads away from the mic, and so it's really hard to hear you speak. It seems that it's kind of a thing that goes around, and it's very hard for when you're trying to listen in the back. It's very hard to hear you, especially if you leave the mic. I've got to give a great thank you to Chief Levy. He found the crew that rescued my husband, so he's giving me the opportunity to meet him, and I can't wait, and I can't thank you enough. I'll cry the whole time, but that's the way it is. As you know, I'm like madder than a hen on these traffic speed tables and humps that are going everywhere in the city. And I made the one when it went in front of my door without my knowledge until they were digging it. I did a public records request asking for what made that spot do. Well, I still haven't gotten everything I've asked for. This report, I finally got the original study. All of this was done in '21. We have 3 new buildings coming into the lake section. That traffic pattern has changed. The city has never adopted a speed hump or speed table kind of thing. And it was recommended that 60% must approve of the neighborhood affected. We were supposed to get letters. I'm waiting for all the complaints that came in because I know it wasn't myself, my neighbors, or anyone around us, and everybody that lives in my neighborhood that has to go in front of my house now is complaining about the speed humps, and now all over the place. There was supposed to be distance between speed humps. You go Polk to Johnson, they are so close together, and you're also going to be overkill on signage. I am still waiting for those complaints. This whole traffic study kept saying to me about complaints from the citizens. Where are they? I'm asking for them. Because if there are certain people on 14th Avenue, I live on South 14th Avenue, the 3 letters I got, Ms. Shuham got complaints on 14th and 15th at Fletcher Street. I'm way north of Fletcher Street. I don't see a speed hunt there. So why all of a sudden is it there? And people that come into the city that I golf with are kind of complaining to me like, what's the city doing with all these speed humps? This said we have 252 on a map you can't read that says where they're going to go, like I'm supposed to know. It's very generic. So I'm still waiting, please, for my citizen complaint.
Thank you. All right, that concludes citizen comments, everybody. Thank you for coming. We have two remaining related items on the city agenda today. 5 p.m. quasi-judicial time certain items. Item 39 is an ordinance of the City of Hollywood amending ordinance number 07625 as amended by amending subsection 3B to modify the final site plan to include a 110-unit multifamily project inclusive of parking and office space at 1101 Hillcrest Drive. This is an ordinance on second reading, advertised in conformance with Florida statutes and city ordinances as an advertised public hearing. No changes since the first reading. From Development Services, I'll turn it to the city attorney to ask and provide the quasi-judicial procedures, and then I'll ask if there's a waiver.
Florida courts have determined that there are certain types of matters, including items 39 and 40 on today's agenda, which are to be treated differently from other issues considered by the Commission. Most decisions of the Commission are legislative in nature, meaning that the Commission is acting as a policy-making body. However, in quasi-judicial matters, the Commission is applying existing rules and policies to a particular factual situation and is therefore acting like a judge or jury in a courtroom. In such cases, courts have determined that due process and fundamental fairness require that more formal procedures be followed. Therefore, in quasi-judicial matters, all witnesses are sworn in and subject to cross-examination by the parties. In addition, the decision of the Commission must be supported by competent and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. However, in Hollywood, we have adopted a rule that allows for the waiver of quasi-judicial formalities. Waiver can only occur if agreed to by staff, the applicant, and any member of the public who is present. Therefore, at this time, I ask that the mayor inquire as to whether there is anyone who objects to waiving the quasi-judicial formalities.
All right, is there an objection for waiver by staff? So please come up to the mic. I didn't get to the public yet, but staff, go ahead. Do you waive?
Good afternoon. Andrea Winget, Director of Development Services. Staff waives.
Okay. The applicant here.
Hi, good evening. Is this on? Liz Summerstein, 200 East Broward Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. I'm okay with waiving, but I'll reserve it to the extent if someone else doesn't waive, then we won't waive.
Okay. Well, you'll participate then, Liz. Please come on up. If you object to waiving, then just say into the mic and your name, please.
Steve Schneider, live in Hillcrest. This is an important matter. I'd like it to be quasi-judicial, so I object to waiving.
Okay.
Thank you for inviting me.
You got it. All right. Let's go ahead a little more formally then. So let's go ahead and swear in witnesses. If you are here to be sworn in as a witness to this item, please stand up. We'll give you a sticker, and then we'll go ahead and swear you in. Just take a little longer, that's all. Again, if you are going to speak on this item, there is an opportunity to cross-examine you, so please swear in as a witness. Okay, clerk, please administer the oath.
Please
Mr. Schneider, are you speaking on this item? Okay. You got it.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and disclose any ex parte communications for quasi-judicial items. Go ahead. I'll go ahead from the right. Commissioner Shuham.
Other than receiving correspondence from some Hillcrest residents, I don't think there's been anything additional since our last meeting.
And Damaris, do we need to disclose all communications from the beginning or just since the first hearing? All right, meeting?
I think you would need to disclose any communications at all.
Okay. Geez. I remember the last time I just said whatever Josh said, so why don't you go first?
All right, I'll give it a shot. Spoke with Dennis Mealy and Liz Summerstein about the item as attorneys for the item. Ariel also with HTG about the item. Rodrigo with HTG about the item. Received numerous emails from Steve Schneider. Cindy Abraham read your email last week as well about the item. Of course, other emails that came in that are available as part of the public record in the city email system. And of course, city staff about the item. I've also taken a site visit to drive by the location to take a look at it as well. And that is it.
Okay, thanks. That helps a lot. So I'm sorry, Cindy Abraham. I said Abrams. My apologies. I would also add to that, and probably for you too, Mayor, on...
And let me add Louis Grantee.
I was going to say
and
Steve
Jason
Castor.
Tobin, from the owners of the property.
And Steve Castor was also on my call. So I think with that, it's the same as the mayor. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I too received emails. I've spoken with Cindy. I've spoken with a great deal of people that I don't remember everybody's name. I've been pretty open that I'm just waiting to listen to what they have to say. Same emails that everybody else at the commission has received.
Thank you. Commissioner Clary.
I have the same Louis Grantee, Steve Kastner, emails that have been sent most recently from Cindy Abrams, but I also received a personal card while all this was going on that I want to put into record from Cindy Abrams as well, that I now look back and think that it may have been disingenuous since the last email that we received.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead to Vice Mayor Quintana.
Everyone that the mayor mentioned, Dennis Mealy, Liz Summerstein, Ariel Friend. I spent about an hour and a half on the phone with a young woman who lives in Building 20, closest to this new development, Elizabeth. I didn't get her last name. Cindy Abraham, Louis Grantee, Steve Castor, Steve Schneider, and then all the same emails that you all interacted with.
Thank you. Let's go ahead to Commissioner Biederman.
Same as above, I guess.
Let's go to Commissioner Gruber.
Same as above. I don't remember meeting with Louis, but I remember meeting with their team a bunch of times, or a couple of times. So pretty much the same as above. Lots of emails.
I don't know. Commissioner Clary.
I also spoke with an individual, actually, shockingly enough, in favor, who lives in Hillcrest by the name of Michelle, who was at the YMCA gala the other night, who had an extensive talk.
Okay. City Attorney, is that sufficient?
That is, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead now to the order of the hearing. We're going to go ahead and open the hearing, call it to order, and let's go ahead with the order of proof. There'll be an opportunity for the city staff representative to present evidence, any testimony. The applicant will also have an opportunity to do the same, up to 30 minutes each. We don't anticipate it'll take 30 minutes, but that's the time that you are allotted. And then that's to provide your opening statement and provide any direct presentation by witnesses. But any cross-examination does not take away from your time. Following the direct presentations by the city and the applicant, any other person wishing to speak will have an opportunity to speak at public comment for 3 minutes each. and then there'll be an opportunity for final comments by the parties, and then ultimately deliberation by the city commission or any following questions and cross-examination. So let's go ahead, Andrea, with the city's presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Andrea Winget, Director of Development Services. I would like to enter into the record my staff report and all of my backup from the first reading of this item. I would also like to enter into the record my presentation and all the testimony that was provided by city staff, including myself and any other staff members who testified during first reading of this item. The item has not changed since first reading. It is the same item. We're here today on second reading of the ordinance. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions to city staff at this time? Commissioner Biederman.
Are they presenting the options at today's meeting, or is that the next item?
There is a companion item, and that would be the next item.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Coleri.
Would I ask you, Andrea, about the parking, or is that going to be presented in there? The parking, there's a question that was asked that the concern for not enough parking will be available. And I just want to make sure that when I was not present, I was present but not physically. So the slides were hard to see. Is there, in my understanding, there is additional parking that will be available. Is that not correct?
That is correct, and the applicant can go into more details. There are 157 spaces they're providing for themselves, and they are also providing an additional, 24 spaces? 24 spaces that will be used during the school hours by the school and be made available to the public outside of that, and the applicant plans on going into details part of their presentation.
I just wanted to make sure it was correct. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Hernandez, the staff.
Actually, the 24 parking spaces are being made available only to a certain part of the Hillcrest Village, I correct, not to the public, if I remember.
The applicant can provide that exact
Okay.
requirement.
Okay. All right, that concludes the city's direct presentation. Let's go ahead to the applicant then. Present any opening statement, any witnesses or evidence?
Hi, good evening. Liz Summerstein, 200 East Broward Boulevard. I do just want to clarify that we're handling each item separately, so this is just for the PUD amendment.
Correct.
Okay, so a couple housekeeping before I start. There was a lot of information presented at the last meeting and records presented and entered into the record. I just am going to hand the clerk a copy of our traffic study. I made it a part of the record, but just in abundance of caution, I just want to make sure that our traffic study is a part of the record on this item. And similar to Andrea, I would request that my entire presentation, along with all of our testimony and evidence that was presented last month, is made a part of the proceeding for this item. I do have my full presentation, so if you have specific questions, I'm happy to go through that. But other than that, the item hasn't changed.
Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead to any questions for the applicant. Commissioners, if you had questions on parking, I don't know if she addressed it. Okay. All right, I don't see any questions. Thank you. All right, now let's go ahead and open up the hearing to members of the public to comment. I'll accept any speaker cards the clerk has. All right, so for anyone who is here to submit relevant information, I have one card. Cindy Abraham, welcome.
Good evening. I'm going to start out with something, and I have a reason for it. My grandfather and my father-in-law were World War II vets. My ex and my sister's husband are Vietnam, and my daughter married Iraq. So we are a veteran family. So when this first came out, they said it was for first responders, teachers, medical personnel. which is a heartstring tug in my opinion. So I wrote in Inside Hillcrest, if they'd have thrown in veterans, I would have spit enough nails to build a second building. And then, as we learned, it's less and less percentage. But basically, when we lost our right to vote and we couldn't get our voices heard, even when we did offer up what I thought was a very good alternative. There's no reason that another high-rise has to be plopped in the middle of our block instead of the end of the block next to Memorial, especially since the developer owns that property at the end. And there's another two parcels right on Park Road where a high-rise was supposed to go up in 2006. It was supposed to be a rental high-rise, and then the market crashed, so they never built it. So it's still sitting there, the land. And it's right across the street from the city property where the 620 are going. So we thought that was a very good alternative, but it didn't work out. But that's the only right to vote we lost. It would be interesting for someone to do a comparison of the value of one vote compared to one developer dollar, because that would be interesting. Now we're going to use our voices to have the Tobin name removed from our Hillcrest Drive sign. We are just today reached out to the city clerk to find out the process, and the email came back. Of course, our request will again be backed by the signatures of our residents, which I'm sure will exceed the 2,305 signatures we collected to oppose the place for this project. So I'm guessing that you, our elected officials, will have the final say in that one too, and that should also be very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. The city has an opportunity to make any final comments, as does the applicant if they wish, or if they waive the final comments. Please do say so on the record.
Staff waives our final comment.
To the applicant.
I'll just add, I was going to say this at the site plan hearing, but we were requested at the last meeting about whether or not we were able to offer a veteran preference. So we are going to be including in our leasing preference a 10% set aside for the veteran preference as well.
Thank you, Liz. All right, City Attorney, if you could please advise the City Commission as to the applicable law and factual findings that must be made to approve or deny the application.
Yes. I believe that there is a slide. While that slide is coming up, I would advise that this item, in particular, this ordinance, is regarding the PUD amendment. And your vote is a determination on whether the PUD amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the citywide master plan. The criteria that are included in the slide that will be coming up soon references certain examples on elements and objectives contained in the land use elements from the comp plan. Staff's analysis reflects that the PUD amendment is consistent with the land use element objectives 4, 5, and 13.
And our legal standard is what?
It's whether this PUD amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and whether it is consistent with the citywide master plan.
Based on the substantial and competent evidence that was presented?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Which is the incorporation of all of the presentation that had previously been done.
Okay. Commissioner Coleri, you have an opportunity. Go ahead.
Just really quick to clarify, you said that, can you come up to the mic? I'm sorry. So you said 10% will be allotted for veteran use. And what is the other breakdowns of percentages for usage? Will it be, as what was stated, first responders, teachers, or is it just 10% for veterans?
So we have to comply with the fair housing. So it's going to be a leasing preference for City of Hollywood residents. And that includes first responders, teachers, really anyone that lives in the City of Hollywood. So that will be our leasing preference, and there's no percentage set aside. It is a full leasing program preference that, you know, if we have two applicants, one from Fort Lauderdale, one from Hollywood, the one from Hollywood is going to get a preference for the space.
So then where does the veteran portion get incorporated into this?
There will be, I mean, that is the percentage set aside, so that is the 10%. But in terms of the rest of the program, it's the leasing preferences for the whole building.
Okay, thank you.
So let's consider the public hearing reopened as we ask any additional questions to either staff or the applicant, if you all do have any. Commissioner Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, please don't hate me. we're supposed to be making a decision based on the competent evidence that is being presented in front of us, and each of these meetings are supposed to be autonomous from the other. But yet, we have received no presentation. They have put into the record everything that happened in the last meeting. How does that play when it's a quasi-judicial? We're supposed to be taking into account what's being presented to us the last time and this time. And this time, they just said whatever we said last time. How does that go legally, or are we opening ourselves for an improper hearing, quasi-judicial hearing?
In an effort to have a belt and suspenders approach to this, I would advise that the applicant include their presentation, go through quickly on their presentation so that you have the evidence before you, so that we avoid any possibility of that concern, sir.
Because this is,
Although I will say, as the presiding officer, when they did submit into evidence the submittal, that is a substantial amount of evidence. That's the full, scope of evidence, the written package. So while they didn't make much argument or presentation orally, it is submitted as
and
evidence.
I agree with that. I'm just putting it out in the records in order for us to know. If they got 2 minutes to let us know what it is, it's the same that it was before, same as what we've heard. At least they're presenting rather than just.
So considering that the public hearing was reopened, if Ms. Summerstein wishes to,
I'm happy to go through the presentation. I'll go through it quickly. Yes. So if you can pull up the poll.
City Manager, I know that you perhaps needed to leave early. I mean, at your discretion, yeah,
No, Chief does. The chief does.
or Chief, whichever. We would understand if you.
I have to go to work. I have to go to work.
Okay.
So again, I'm going to go through this quickly. If there's any specific questions, please feel free to either stop me or ask me. But again, as a refresher, the subject property is 1101 Hillcrest Drive. It consists of 3 separate parcels, and it's approximately 2.45 acres for the total site area. The existing site currently is a paved parking lot with a modular office. It's been this way for probably at least 40 years. There have been substantial change conditions in the sense that when this project was built, there wasn't a drastic affordable housing crisis, not only in Broward County, in the city of Hollywood. I think South Florida is one of the most cost-burdened areas in the country. And so this project is really answering a critical need for affordable housing in our community. It was mentioned before, but the project is consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the citywide master plan within both the land use element, the housing element, and the transportation element. The developer for this project is an entity called Housing Trust Group. HTG is one of the preeminent affordable housing developers in the country. They focus primarily here in the Tri-County area. They've developed over 30,000 multifamily units, and they have proven experience in the city of Hollywood through Hudson Village, University Station. They just had a 3rd project approved by the Planning Development Board, Paramount Place, which is a senior.
Look at the new color scheme for Paramount Place.
Yes, it's a beautiful light color scheme, no gray. Senior affordable housing project located off of Dixie Highway. I will note that University Station received its CO in June of this year, and by August, all 216 units were leased up. So it is a prime case study showing that the need for affordable housing is here and it's real. We went through some of the images from Hudson Village and University Station to show HTG's attention to detail for their interior build-outs. So it is really important to HTG to create a product that the residents are proud to call home, because HTG, unlike other developers, HTG manages the property, they construct the property, and they do the development work. So they have a very vested interest in the communities that they're developing in. So this is Hudson Village and University Station, and Hillcrest Village. This project will be no exception. Again, we have 3 applications tonight. Right now, we're just focusing on the PUD amendment. And the reason why I'm going to go through some of the site plan details when we're not talking about the site plan is because the way this PUD is structured is there aren't design guidelines. It's essentially just a master site plan. So in order to amend the PUD, we have to talk about our site plan that's being added to the PUD site plan. So here you have the site plan for the project. It's a multifamily building of 110 units with 744 square feet of office space. We're going to have a mixed income building of AMI from 30 up to 80%, and also a mixed blend of unit types. So we have 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. We have a strong amenities package, including a pool, a fitness center, a club room, a kids' play area, a business center, a rooftop garden, and a playground area. The building is 8 stories, so it's very consistent with the surrounding community, and we're going to have 157 parking spaces. In addition to the site improvements, we're also adding, there's going to be a sidewalk built along or enhanced along Hillcrest Drive along the frontage with significant landscaping. We're adding benches, a public plaza, and some public art pieces, and so we're not just enhancing the pedestrian experience for the residents, but also for the entire community. We have extensive landscaping that goes above the code requirements, and I'll just give you an example. So the shrub requirement, I think we only required 1,030 shrubs. We're having over 2,300, so double the landscaping requirements. Our open space, the minimum required is 20%. This project is going to have 40%. Up on the screen, and I'll include it in the record, is all of the improvements to the plan that we made after we worked closely with city staff and received feedback from the community. We had several meetings with the community and revised our site plan based off of that feedback and based off of feedback we received from staff. I will just want to correct one thing I said about the leasing preference. I noted that is for individuals who live in the city of Hollywood, but it's also for individuals who work in the city of Hollywood. So it's a little bit broader than what I had mentioned earlier. I'm going to save this. So this is the design elements that we'll get to in the next item. But for Planning Development Board, one of their conditions was that we present you 3 design options. So those are the 3 design options, and I will discuss those at the next item. Again, here is an aerial view of the building in the context of the built community. It fits in very comfortably with what is already existing in Hillcrest. You'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, those 2 buildings, they're 10 stories and 12 stories. Our building, again, is 8 stories, and the building just north of us is also 8 stories. So it fits in not only in the intensity and the scale, but also in the uses for the surrounding community. Property management, HTG is going to have a very rigorous resident screening process. They're going to have very intensive on-site security features to make sure that the building is secure. And they also have full-time on-site and off-site management team. In terms of the AMI, I mentioned that we have a blend of 30 up to 80% AMI. The income of the rent or the rental rates for these projects is going to be $700 to $2,400, and that's if you were to rent that today. AMI is updated annually, and so we anticipate this project is going to be available for lease in the first quarter of 2028, and so we anticipate an increase of 10 to 15% in these numbers by that time. But I just want to note on the right-hand side, you can see the asking rental rates for the existing buildings. So Hillcrest has 3 buildings that currently allow for rentals. Not all of them are rentals, but they allow for some rentals in 3 of the buildings. And so we reviewed what is being offered for rent now and compared those rental amounts to what our building would be rented out at the 70 to 80% AMI. And it's very consistent. And so not only is the intensity of the building, the use of the building consistent with the surrounding area, but the amount of rents that we're going to be charging for this project are very consistent with the surrounding community. There was a question about PUD counts, and this comes up because in order to build something, you have to have density. You have to be permitted to build. And it's when you're in a PUD, density is not calculated like traditional zoning, where you would look at your zoning, see if you're in RM12 and you have 10 acres, you would get 12 times 10 and 120 units. So the way the PUD is calculated, the density is on a PUD wide. And so you look, it's guided by the land use. The land use for this project is 11.5. It's called a regular 11.5. So you get 11.5 units per acre, per gross acre. We have confirmed with the Broward County Planning Council, which is the entity that controls and governs and monitors how many units are available. They have confirmed that the acreage of the PUD, and with taking into account the 11.5 residential, that we would get a total of 2,995 units are permitted within the Hillcrest PUD. Through various sources, we have confirmed that there is sufficient density available in Hillcrest to support this project. Source 1 is looking at a 2016 developer affidavit along with the corresponding Parkview development. And when you take those 2 numbers together, there's 51 units left. The second source was we reached out to the Broward County property appraiser and received their tax numbers for all of Hillcrest condos, including the Washington Palms. And when you take those numbers plus the 645 at Parkview, there's 50 units left. And then there is a 2019 letter we have from the Broward County Planning Council. And just to make this go quicker, there was a plat note application and plat applications for the Parkview development. And so in 2019, there were plat applications submitted with the county. Through those applications, the Broward County Planning Council confirmed that there were 2,944 units existing at the time, and not only existing, but existing or otherwise allocated on a plat. And with those numbers, that also indicates that there's 51 units left. We did receive communication from one of the residents with some numbers from their own calculations, and I don't have the exact number, but even with those calculations, there was 40-something units left. And under all of our sources, there's at least 6 units left for this development. And the reason why I say 6 units is because we're utilizing County Policy 2.16.3, which is a bonus density policy that's in the, that the county has provided that allows an incentive to develop more affordable housing to address this crisis that we have in our county. And the way that you calculate that is you look at the different AMI levels, and then based off of the AMI levels, you get a certain bonus. So because we have AMI of not exceeding 50%, you get 19 bonus units for each unit. When you take 19 times 6, you get 114 bonus units. When you add in the 6 base units, that's 120. So we don't need all of 120, but we would have entitlement for, or enough density for 120 units. In terms of traffic, we had a comprehensive traffic study done by Bowman Consulting for this development. It indicated that there was no impact, or there's a de minimis impact on the surrounding community with the inclusion of this development. There was, at peak times, 50 morning trips and 49 evening trips, so that comes out to about 1 to 2 cars every minute. The roadways are going to remain at the existing capacity, which is a level service A. At the first reading, we discussed the Park Road development and whether or not that was included in our traffic study. Our traffic consultant expert, who was under oath, came and testified that in traditional, when you determine your traffic study methodology, so before you do a traffic study, you have to work with the city's engineer and their traffic consultant to create a methodology. Like, how are you going to do the traffic study? And so typically, you look at committed development and include that in your traffic study. The third-party consultant and the city engineer had determined that the Park Road development, because it's so far away and because most of the traffic is going to be on Pembroke, it didn't even need to be included in our traffic study because it would have no impact. That said, at the meeting, we were sitting with the city's engineer. We pulled up the traffic study that was actually done for the Park Road development. Our traffic expert reviewed that and testified at the hearing that even looking at the Park Road development's traffic study, that traffic study itself said that there was very minimal traffic that was actually going to traverse through Hillcrest Drive, and it would, even if we had included that development in our traffic study, it would have had no meaningful impact on our conclusion. This site is very well positioned to mass transit, so we're located walking distance from 2 bus stops. We're right on the green Hollygo shuttle line. We're also within the orange zone for the Sun Shuttle. So for $2, the Sun Shuttle will come pick you up right at the door. And with the Sun Shuttle, you can actually get connected to the green area. So from our property, you can get anywhere within the orange zone and the green zone through the Sun Shuttle. In terms of parking, the PUD does not have set parking standards, so we were able to create our own parking study. In order to accomplish that, we had Bowman Consulting. In addition to a traffic study, they did a peak parking demand study, and that indicated that we actually only need 106 parking spaces to support this development. We have more than that. We have 157 parking spaces, and I'll note that in 2013, when the school was approved, so there's a Championship Academy across the street, when the school was approved, there was a condition of approval that the school was supposed to enter into an off-site parking agreement for 24 spaces for faculty and staff to park on our property. For whatever reason, that didn't happen, so we're cleaning up that condition of approval for the school and entering into that off-site parking agreement to allow 24 parking spaces to be on our property for faculty and staff only, and only during school hours and when school is in session. And I'll just note again, because there is no set standard, just to give you a point of reference. So we have 2 projects, Hudson Village and University Station. We have real-world experience with them now and have had no issues with parking. Hudson Village is parked right now at a blended rate of 1.27. And when I say blended, that takes into account 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, visitors. So the blended rate is 1.27. University Station's at a blended rate of 1.25. For Hillcrest Village, if we're taking into account the time when the school has access to the sites, we're at a blended rate of 1.21, which is very consistent with Hudson Village and University Station. However, when you take the school out of it, so times when you most would have visitors in the evenings, weekends, holidays, summer break, we're parked at a ratio of 1.43, which is much higher. And if you take a blended rate of all of those times, we're at 1.32, which is still higher than Hudson Village and University Station. In terms of stormwater management, this site is a paved parking lot. It's been this way for 40 years. It has an old stormwater management system. This site is going to be developed with catch basins and exfiltration trenches and up to the current standards of Broward County and surface South Florida water management. It's required to retain all of its water on site, and it's going to be recertified every 5 years, which means a civil engineer has to come out, has to check the system, has to make sure it's still working, and if it's not still working, then they have to fix it and keep it up to speed. So the stormwater management, that's not only going to develop, enhance the property for this project, but for the entire community. There was some questions that we received about a 2016 declaration about whether or not that required 80% approval of the Hillcrest residents in order to allow more development in Hillcrest. And so I'm going to briefly give you an overview. In 1976, the Hillcrest PUD was created. That creation included a declaration of restrictions that said you can't build on the golf course unless you get 80% approval of the residents. Flash forward to 2016, or really 2009 was the first developer who went to all of the residents and said, we want to build essentially Parkview. We want to build on the golf course. They got 80% approval of the residents, but that plan never went through. Then Pulte comes in 2016, and they go and get approval of all of the residents, and they essentially file an amendment to this 1976 declaration that says, we got approval, we're amending the declaration, and this is what we're going to build. We're going to build what's called a concept plan. And this concept plan ultimately became Parkview. This new declaration, it's in paragraph 15, does have a provision that says you need 80% of approval of the residents, but the rest of that sentence is in order to amend this declaration. And what that means is if you don't want to build the concept plan, if you don't want to build what we're proposing on the golf course, you have to come back and get 80% approval of the residents. Parkview was developed, so that concept plan was built in substantial conformity with what was attached. But separately, I'll also note that the original concept plan, which is on the left, included, you'll remember in the beginning of my presentation, I said our property was 3 parcels. So the concept plan did include our parcel 1 and parcel 2. It didn't have any units on it. It was just open space and drainage. But in 2019, when they went to do the plat note amendments and some amendments to their site plan, they actually removed parcel 1 and parcel 2 from the Parkview site plan because they didn't own that property anymore. So it's not even a part of the concept plan or the Parkview site plan in any capacity. And I'll note that parcel 3, we had a surveyor review an extensive amount of records that are recorded in the history of Hillcrest. And parcel 3 was never a part of the 1976 declaration or any of the subsequent declarations that have this restriction. And that's where our building is going to be located. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez, are there any additional questions or anything to the applicant?
No, not to the applicant, but I do have some questions for staff. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead. You still have the floor.
Staff received the traffic study?
Yes.
You guys reviewed it? You have an expert looked at it?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we did, because we're supposed to be getting expert testimony here.
And I apologize, but for purpose of consistency, I need to run through my presentation for this item.
If you feel that there is not enough evidence to support the recommendation, but the applicant submitted theirs, you can be brief, but I don't think we need to go through the whole thing all over again, considering what we just were presented.
It's really up to the attorneys how they would like to handle this.
This is ultimately a matter, as the mayor said, of whether or not staff feels that competent and substantial evidence to support the PUD amendment vote has been given. If you wanted to present any information that may not have been presented by the applicant, then that would be up to staff.
I think for purposes of consistency, since we're under a quasi-judicial and the applicant did theirs, I need to go through mine. I will
All
make
right, let's
it
just
brief.
remember that there were 30 minutes initially, and while the reopening of the public hearing does not have a time limit on the
Absolutely,
on
Mayor.
the clock. Obviously, don't take more than 30 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Andrea Winget, the Director of Development Services. This is second reading of an ordinance for a 110-unit multifamily building at 1101 Hillcrest Drive. It is located in the southern part of our city, kind of right in the middle, right off Hillcrest Drive. Here are some pictures of the property. The surrounding property consists of a variety of housing types, ranging from single family to high rise. The property has a land use designation of irregular dash line 11.5, and it has a zoning of PUD. Both of these things are utilized when we have development that doesn't neatly fit within today's zoning and land use categories. Over the recent past, there's been several phases of development within the Hillcrest PUD for new residential buildings to come in. Today, our focus is on the residential portion right in the heart of the PUD. The PUD was originally established in 1976 and has been amended several times over the last few years, increasing the residential density within it over that period of time. There has also been the addition of a charter school within the area. And as you know, there was the clarification and reestablishment of the number of available dwelling units that were permitted within this PUD, within the irregular dash line area. Based on that information, there is the availability of about 50 additional units within the PUD. As the applicant mentioned, they are using Broward County's Affordable Housing Policy 2.16.3 based on the affordability of the AMI of the units that they are using. It gives them the ability to do a bonus unit for each of the units that are within that category. So when you break down their bonus units, the applicant has 6 units, and you do the math, 6 times 19 gives us the 114 units, and they have a variety of units that will be at different AMI levels within the structure. The total amount of units being proposed is 110, so they are not maximizing the total density that is available to them. The building will be 8 stories. It has 157 parking spaces with the additional 24 spaces at grade that is available to the school and others as well. The city did look at the traffic study, and while there was a slight increase in trips within the area, it was de minimis and still met the appropriate levels of service. Here's just an aerial view of where the property is, and staff finds that this meets the criteria identified in the zoning and land development regulations as part of the comprehensive plan and the citywide master plan, and recommends approval with the condition of a unity in title and clarifying the terms of the shared parking agreement. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
If you could hold that, I've got Commissioner Vice Mayor Quintana and then Biederman.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a conversation about a couple of the concerns that still remain. One of them was a result of the conversation with the person in the building that's closest to the new Hillcrest Village.
Point the mic to your mouth.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't realize I wasn't in front of me. The concern had to do with what assurances there are about a structural engineer working with the developer as the building is constructed to ensure along the way that no damage is done to the nearby building. I don't know if this is the time to bring that up, but it is a question that wasn't brought up the first time that I wanted to make sure I gave voice to in a public setting.
I think the applicant would be best to answer who's going to be on their team and how they plan to manage those concerns.
Okay, so is that at a different point?
Come on up, Liz.
I was going to save this for the next item, but happy to answer it now. So we are going to have, I guess, specifically to the construction with the surrounding buildings, I'll just recap that at the last meeting, we noted that the closest building to our property is over 300 feet away. We're not anticipating to have any sort of dynamic compaction to do our foundations. We are going to have a structural engineer that does a review of the surrounding community to make sure if there's any special precautions that need to be put in place, those are put in place. The general contractor is the one who is in charge of implementing any special precautions that need to be put in place. And to the extent that it is deemed necessary, we'll also have a special inspector and a third-party company come in and do verifications if that's determined to be required. But at a minimum, if any of the residents want contact information for any of our design professionals to be in touch with them, we're happy to do that upon request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'm just, and again, I don't know if that's now or later, but so one of the reasons that I gave for supporting this project was that understanding that there's many current Hillcrest residents who are having trouble meeting their own housing costs, have concerns for being able to stay within the community. So we did have a conversation about, I realize, our problem is that we have so many people in need of affordable housing. And I do realize that you can only set aside so many units, but I just want to bring that up again as a need for the existing community, some of the folks there who are veterans, who are afraid of losing their condos, but also others who aren't veterans. So just putting that out there also in the public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. That's it, Mayor.
All right,
now.
let's go to Commissioner Biederman with any questions.
So just curious, it was brought up that there's other sites available. Is the funding that was applied for within the state, was that tied to this specific address, and that's why you picked this address? I mean, if that's something we could address at this point.
We haven't submitted for the state funding yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so just to members of the commission, if there are any other at all questions to staff or the applicant or anybody that spoke, now would be the time to do it, or else I'm going to have to close the public hearing, and then once we're in deliberations, that'll be it. There's not really an opportunity to reopen the public hearing. So if there are any remaining questions to staff or to anyone, please do so now. I don't see any requests, so let's go ahead now, closing the public hearing and going ahead and opening deliberations. We have an opportunity to have a dialogue and make a motion if we have found that the item has been presented with substantial and competent evidence for approval or for any other action by the City Commission. Let's go to Commissioner Clary.
I think that a lot of the questions have been answered. A lot of the concerns have been addressed. I'm glad to see that the veterans have been added to the list. Hopefully that is accommodating. I know the traffic concerns have been expressed, but along with that, just for reference, and I'll say it again, when the original development in Hillcrest, the housing was put in, this was the biggest concern, and it's been managed very well. So I don't feel that they're based off of your traffic engineering. It seems to coincide with the expectations. So hopefully we can maintain that. And I guess I'm just curious that if that were to change, I know during school time, it's very challenging, but that's everywhere around any school. There's going to be traffic, but during the day and throughout those periods that there's no school pickup or drop off, I'm assuming the traffic study encountered that as well. And so, we just have to be cognizant of that. There is going to be traffic during those times. Other than that, I think it proves itself. And so I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thanks, Commissioner Clary. Just obviously, then your motion finds that the development is consistent with the criteria and the zoning and land development regulations, the comp plan, citywide master plan, and that motion then is a recommendation of approval,
Yes.
or approval, of course, consistent with the staff recommendation with the two conditions, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and there's a second from Commissioner Gruber, right? Yep. All right, any other deliberation discussion? Commissioner Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I feel the competent evidence has been presented, and that from the first reading and the second reading, nothing has changed. I'm comfortable with voting on the item.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. City Attorney, if you could read the ordinance, and let's call the roll call vote.
An ordinance of the City of Hollywood, Florida, amending ordinance number 07625 as amended by amending subsection 3B to modify the final site plan to include a 110-unit multifamily project inclusive of parking and office space at 1101 Hillcrest Drive.
Commissioner Gruber,
Yes.
Commissioner Biederman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Quintana,
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Clary,
Yes.
Mayor Levy.
Yes. All right, let's show the ordinance passing on second reading unanimously. All right, final item on our agenda today, ladies and gentlemen, is a companion to that previous ordinance. Item 40 is PO 2025-365. There is some corrected information that's been left on the dais, striking and then inserting some new language in a whereas clause. You'll see it on the dais. And also making some Scrivener's corrections to some spelling later on in the resolution. Go ahead and invite staff to present the item, and I do have 2 speaker cards on it. Item 40, the resolution of the City Commission considering a request for design and site plan approval for the 110-unit multifamily residential development inclusive of the approximately 750 square feet of office located at 1101 Hillcrest Drive within the PUD district. Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrea Winget, Director of Development Services. Staff waives quasi-judicial.
This is not quasi.
This is a resolution. I move the resolution, Mayor.
I see the city attorney looking around, asking questions. I mean,
I believe that this says quasi
a resolution?
This is a resolution.
because it's a site plan and design.
Does the attorneys for the applicant have an opinion on whether or not this is a quasi-judicial item or not? Go ahead into the record. Oh,
We believe it's a quasi-judicial.
it is? Okay, I'm sorry. So we have to run through the whole thing? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So this item, so city attorney, please read the quasi-judicial proceedings, and then we'll understand if there is a waiver or not.
It's a separate item.
Go ahead.
Florida courts have determined that there are certain types of matters, including item 40 on today's agenda, which are to be treated differently from other issues considered by the commission. Most decisions of the commission are legislative in nature, meaning that the commission is acting as a policy-making body. However, in quasi-judicial matters, the commission is applying existing rules and policies to a particular factual situation and is therefore acting like a judge or jury in courtroom. In such cases, courts have determined that due process and fundamental fairness require that a more formal procedures be followed. Therefore, in quasi-judicial matters, all witnesses are sworn in and subject to cross-examination by the parties. In addition, the decision of the commission must be supported by competent and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. However, in Hollywood, we have adopted a rule that allows for the waiver of the quasi-judicial formalities. Waiver can only occur if agreed to by staff, the applicant, and any member of the public who is present. Therefore, at this time, I ask that the mayor inquire as to whether there is anyone who objects to waiving the quasi-judicial formalities.
Does anyone object to waiving the quasi-judicial formalities? Mr. Steve Schneider, member of the public, raises his objection, and so we will proceed more formally in accordance with our quasi-judicial proceedings. Let's go ahead then. If anyone plans on testifying on this item, please stand and we'll make sure you're sworn in. Let's make sure everyone standing already has a sticker. Tiara Samuels, you have a speaker card on this, so do you have a sticker on you? Tiara Samuels, if you could please rise. We need to swear you in. Just Tiara Samuel and Cheryl Robinson. You good? You guys both got them? All right. Thank you. Anyone else plans on speaking or being called on? All right. Clerk, please administer the oath.
I have time to go to the bathroom. To pee.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and disclose any ex parte communications relevant to this item. We've received numerous items available in the city's public record in the email system regarding this Hillcrest project. Also had opportunities to speak with Liz Summerstein, Dennis Mealy, the applicant's counsel, as well as Ariel from HTG, Rodrigo from HTG. Mr. Steve Schneider has sent numerous emails and has discussions with us. Cindy Abraham, Jason Tobin, Mr. Castor with the Tobin team, Louis Grantide at the time. Site visits as well to the site at Hillcrest. And I believe that is it for me. Let's go ahead then I'll go down the line again. Commissioner Shuham?
I believe the same. Certainly no more.
All right. Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, Mayor, the same as a prior item.
Commissioner, okay. Commissioner Clary?
Same as the prior item.
Same as I just stated?
Yes, sir.
Thank you both. Vice Mayor Quintana?
All the same people Mayor mentioned, plus Elizabeth in Building 20.
Commissioner Biederman?
Same, without Elizabeth in Building 20.
Commissioner Gruber?
Same, and I don't believe I met with Louis.
All right. City Attorney, is that sufficient?
That is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead now to staff presentation. Well, City Attorney, please advise us to the applicable law and the factual findings that must be made in order to approve or deny the application.
There's a slide that has the information on it, again, for this item. It is a different criteria from the last item, but if you could, there are several slides that include the criteria for the site plan vote, so we're going to present that. And again, it is on competent and substantial evidence as presented during this hearing.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. Let's go ahead and begin with the applicant's or the city staff presentation.
Good evening, Andrea Winchett, Director of Development Services. Before I begin, I would like to enter the staff report and backup onto the record. I would also like to enter the presentation and all testimony received today for this item. I would also like to enter into the record all of the same items, the staff report, backup, presentation, and testimony from the proposed ordinance 2025-13 onto the record for this item as well.
And those are all in the backup of the published agenda, correct?
Correct.
And City Clerk, you have those items, correct? And she accepts. Okay.
Thank you. So the item before you today is a companion item to the item the board just approved. It is the resolution considering the request for design and site plan for the 110-unit multifamily building located at 1101 Hillcrest Drive. The property has an irregular medium residential dash line area and a zoning of PUD. This zoning requires the incorporation of the item before you as well as approval of the final site plan and design. The property is just under 2.5 acres. The building is 8 stories, has 157 parking spaces, and provides a large amount of open space. Its setbacks range from 7.5 feet to over 114 feet. The design that's before you right now was presented to the Planning and Development Board, while the Planning and Development Board, acting as your local planning agency, forwarded a recommendation of approval. They did express some concerns regarding the design that you see on the screen before you. They asked the applicant to simplify the architectural details and patterns of the building's design and have it look more harmonious with the neighborhood and the buildings and be more in proportional scale and massing to the community. So the applicant really took that to heart. Here's just another view of the Planning and Development Board design as well. And they've come up with 2 different options that are on the screen right now, option A and option B for your consideration. And staff is supportive of either one of these options. It seems like option B has more support for it than option A. And here is just the aerial view of the PUD. And again, based on the criteria set forth in the zoning and land development regulations, comprehensive plan, and citywide master plan, staff recommends approval of the design and approval of the site plan with the 2 conditions for the unity of title and the agreement with the charter school. And the design conditions that you will be making your decision, or the design criteria that you will be making your decision off of, is available in your backup with staff's analysis to it. I also have it on the screen before you. It's architecture and design, compatibility, scale massing, and landscaping. There are a series of site plan standards as well that are also evaluated as part of the site plan, which includes the environment, open space, circulation and parking, community services and utilities, sanitary sewer, solid waste, the building and other structures, if it's harmonious to the surrounding area, the level of service, and any other requirements that the commission may feel would be necessary. And that concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead to the applicant's presentation. Less than 30 minutes.
I could do that. Liz Summerstein, 200 East Broward Boulevard. While we're getting my presentation up, I will again request that my presentation, all of the evidence and testimony from the first reading of the PUD ordinance be made a part of this item. The testimony, the traffic study that I introduced from the second reading of the PUD be made part of this. Obviously, my presentation today as well. So while that's being pulled up, we have a site plan and design application before you for the attainable housing development known as Hillcrest Village. Some of this is going to be repetitive of what I just went with the PUD, but unfortunately these items have a lot of overlap, and I want to make sure that I address it for this item as well. Again, the location, it's 1101 Hillcrest Drive. It's in the residential community of Hillcrest. It is 3 parcels totaling 2.45 acres. The existing conditions is a paved parking lot with a modular office. I'll skip through some of this again. Oh. Okay. So up on the screen, we have the site plan. Again, it's 110 units, a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. It's 8 stories, which is very consistent with the surrounding community. There is a robust amenities package, 157 parking spaces, which we had discussed earlier, is born out of the parking demand study that we had done that indicated we only needed 106 parking spaces. We have increased that, and our parking ratio is in excess of the parking ratios we have at Hudson Village and University Station. Sorry, I'm having a hard time with this clicker. Again, these are the plan improvements that we have done in coordination with working with city staff as well as receiving feedback from the residents. I'll go through them very quickly. Initial site plan that was submitted to the city was 120 units. After hearing from the residents, we reduced the density to 110 units, so that reduces the overall density and impact of this project on the surrounding community. We've changed the mix of bedrooms from just 1 and 2 bedrooms. We now include 8 3-bedroom units to accommodate larger families and provide a much-needed unit type within the affordable housing context. Our parking, even though we reduced the amount of units, we have increased parking up to 157 spaces. We've drastically reduced the office space from 4,000 down to 744 square feet. We've now added a playground to enhance the amenities for the families that will be living in this building. We initially had a variance for impervious coverage. We now meet the code. There's no variance for impervious coverage or variances at all associated with this site plan. We always met the landscaping requirements of the code, but we now have enhanced landscaping and in some capacities have more than double the requirements for the landscaping under the code. We've also added 2 community rooftop gardens to create a sense of community as well. And again, we're going to have a leasing preference for individuals who live or work in the city of Hollywood, as well as a 10% leasing preference for veterans. And I will add, with respect to residents of Hillcrest, that are interested in renting this property when it comes online. We're looking at leasing starting first quarter of 2028, with the pre-leasing activities really starting in the fourth quarter of 2027. HTG is going to take a very proactive approach to the marketing of these units, and the residents of Hillcrest will be the first to know when this is going to be happening. So we'll make sure to prioritize reaching out to those residents. This is the original plan. So as Andrea mentioned, when we went to the Planning Development Board, they submitted a recommendation of approval for both the site plan and the design. With respect to the design, they did add a condition requesting that we give you 2 alternatives as well to consider. So this original design is a modern design. It's a mix of warm and soft colors with wood accents. We were trying to create a modern feel while still feeling warm and inviting. In order to break up the massing of the building, we have horizontal and vertical articulation in the building, or not articulation, expressions in the building. You see the flat stucco with reveal lines as the horizontal expressions, and then we are using paint for the vertical expressions. So that breaks up the building and adds a lot of movement. It was requested that we provide you something a little bit slower in terms of movement. So now you have option A. So again, this is a refined modern design, similar color palette of the balance of the warm and soft tones. We still have the wood paneling. So we're keeping with the modern design while still trying to feel warm and inviting. The real architectural goal here was unification. So we had a lot of things going on in the original plans. What we did here is we tried to keep things uniform. So for example, the windows, we had a mix of window types. And this time now we're just all horizontal rolling windows to keep everything consistent. Same with the railings. So I'll show you on the original design, we had glass railings along the south facade along Hillcrest. We have removed those glass railings, and now the entire building is consistent with aluminum railings. And I'll note the other big shift that we did here is, actually, let me go back again. So if you see in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a palm tree, and just to the right of that, we created these little moments on the ground floor to create coverage. In that area there, that's the office and the gym and the play area. And what we did in this revised design, we removed those coverings, and so it allows the building to breathe a little bit more architecturally. It also enhances the pedestrian activations because you see the big windows right from the street level, and that's the other minor shift. But the building footprint for this design remains the same. It's still 8 stories. It's just the architectural differences on the exterior. And the second option, or really the third option that you have before you, is option B. So this is a completely different architectural style that you have to choose from. This is a Mediterranean style. So we wanted to provide you with 3 varied options, from more intense to something more simplified. We tried to do massing with the vertical expressions. You can see we have details there to keep the building lively without feeling like just a big massive structure. The paint colors are similar to our other designs. We did add breeze blocks on the bottom area there, and that's really an homage to the other buildings in Hillcrest that have those design elements, and we have the barrel tiles on the awnings. So you can see all 3. You can see all 3 plans together.
I wonder if Hillcrest cared about.
And again, this image, this is design option 1, our original option, but it's still, the building footprint is the same, and it shows that the building itself is very comfortably situated within the built environment of Hillcrest. So the buildings are all consistently 10, 12, 8 stories. So our 8-story building is very consistent with the height, with the use, and with the coloring. I'm not going to go through the property management. These, you can read the screen, but essentially the reason why I had this up here was because we received questions from residents about how is HDG going to manage the building. And so what I do want to touch upon, I did touch upon it a little bit at the PUD, is how is HDG going to manage the construction? Because I think that's the second phase of questions we've been receiving from residents. So I just want to make sure I'm answering all of the questions that I had been received. One was the construction concerns for the surrounding buildings, which we addressed. The other is the construction parking. So it is anticipated that all of the parking for our construction staff is going to be on our property. To the extent we don't think our property is going to be able to support all of our construction workers, we will lease something off-site, but there is no intention of parking without some sort of lease in place anywhere other than our property for this project. The hours of construction, we're going to be complying with the city's construction hours, so that's Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Saturdays between 8 and 6, and no construction work will occur on Sundays. The other is how are we going to monitor construction trash? So we have a general contractor on site. They're contractually obligated to maintain a safe and clean environment, so we are constantly going to be monitoring the trash and the safety of the construction site. And I believe, yes, those are all the questions I received about our construction management. Again, the AMI rates, we're going to have mixed income for this building, 30 to 80%. So we're really supporting a much needed affordable housing type for this community. A lot of developers, you can go up to 120% AMI and still be considered affordable. And so this is really providing access to quality housing for people that really need it in this community. And again, the rents that we're offering are very consistent with the rents that are being offered for the Hillcrest units that are available for rent. In terms of traffic, we did have a traffic study done by Bowman Consulting. It showed that there was a de minimis impact on traffic with only 1 to 2 cars every minute in terms of the peak hours. The intersections are remaining at the same level of service, and that the Park Road development was not included in our traffic analysis because it would have had no impact on our analysis. We did look at the Park Road traffic study, and even looking at their numbers, it would not have changed our analysis. Very well positioned to mass transit. So this site is a great site in this community because it also utilizes the bus, the Holly Go shuttle, Green Route, and access to the Sun Shuttle in the orange zone and the green zone connection. In terms of parking, I touched upon this a little, but there is no parking rate for the PUD, so we're able to create our own parking standards. So to support that, we had Bowman do a parking demand study, which indicated we only needed 106 spaces. We have 157. We are including 24 for faculty and staff as a cleanup item for the school, but those spaces will be available to Hillcrest Village, which is our building, their residents and guests outside of school hours and when the school is not in session. And again, our parking rate, our blended rate, either meets or exceeds the rate that we have for our Hudson Village and University Station. And stormwater management, this project is going to be a system of catch basins and exfiltration trenches. It's going to be developed to the highest level of standards that are currently in existence for Broward and the state, and it's going to be recertified every 5 years to make sure that the system stays at the high level that it needs to be.
Thank you. That concludes the applicant's presentation. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for the members of the public. Let's go ahead. Ms. Cheryl Robinson, followed by Tiara Samuels.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity again. I just wanted to make a record on the last presentation that was brought. I'm kind of new to how everything go. I would have definitely had something to say about it. A lot of these new developments, I'm not happy with them. Far as with the native of them, like I said, I love everything that's happening in the community, but we would like to be a part of them. You know, the application, the requirements. Sometimes it's taking a lot of brief. It's like credit things, and you know, I understand you should have some type of minimum or maximum of what you're trying to get to the guideline of getting people approved, but have some type of consideration for the people. If you look at war, you look at life, a territory is big. You have people going to war about their land and things like that. You have people coming in their restriction where they born and raised at. Like the young lady was arguing about her parking lot. Why you can't put it somewhere else? I can feel her, because at the end of the day, accommodate the people. A lot of these developments, they're coming in, they building up things. The traffic is not being accommodated for the people. We got the detour. We're doing that. Our tires getting messed up. It's a lot of things that happen with these developments. Yes, the masterpiece looked good, like she shows the presentation. Yes, it looked good, the presentation. But alone, like Tiara said earlier, she stays in some of these type of developing now. You have some of the materials are cheap. You know, I know you're trying to save money or have it is, but then you have problems with people saying it's loud here, it's there. You know, then you have people just still homeless. You have all of these developments coming on. You have this young man over here. He's so humble. I couldn't even understand him. What a sweetheart. And he's homeless. You know, then they're saying that the affordable home rate is $1,700. I challenge that any day now. People kids working 2-3 jobs. I know good people out here in this world and they can't pay their rent. And why you have to be working to pay your rent? I remember back in the 90s when I was young, man, it was some good days. You get what I'm saying? I see a lot of selfishness. You get what I'm saying? People just trying to get developments done. People trying to get things done. What about the people? And we get the people back in the communities and the apartments when it comes for election and things like that too. You wouldn't have to worry about hoping, oh, I can get this vote. I can get this vote. These people will see and know and be happy that they're in their community. And you will have the people that'll fight for things and go and protest things because it's a part of their history and their dynasty. And I say shame on a lot of the developments. They sit here and they say they spoke to the residents and they care and they doing these surveys. We need to reevaluate these surveys because I'm pretty sure if you talk to the real people, they're not happy. We're not involved. It's sad, man. It's very sad, man. You see this nice thing that made me want to cry. She had not 1, 2, 3 different options of how to look, and I'm trying to figure out one I'm gonna stay. And I love my city, like I said. And a lot of us made mistakes in life, but I didn't harm a child. I didn't harm anybody. You know, we hustled. We did things that probably got us things. And a lot of these officers are not right, and you can see it now in history. You know, a lot of people have been in injustice. Thank you so much for the opportunity, guys.
Thank you, Cheryl. Tiara, thank you.
So for the record, I do stay in one of these developments, and like I said, I'm not happy. I'm not living. It's more so based on what's in your pockets, what getting from the tenants. Like it's no. They treat us like criminals. The jobs are not paying. It's not affordable. I'm saying from being a single parent, it's not affordable. $1,700 is not affordable. Maybe $900 to $1,200. That's affordable for the jobs that we have, that I have. I work at Publix. I don't make that much, so that would not fit my criteria. It has to be some way that it has to be lower. The prices have to be lower. Like I'm in there, so I know the experience. So when you get in there, yes, it look good, but what about when your child has to walk to school and he can't get in the building because it's only one key fob? I have to go to work. Is it anything where my child can have the access code? It's like they stop me from doing everything. They stop everything. They control internet. We can't get no outside internet. We have to get their internet, and they're basing it in the rent. Yes, $1,700. Then you add your light bill, your water bill, all that adds up. So really, you paying like $3,500 or maybe even more, because it's all these hidden fees that we have to pay, and it's not right to the people that have to stay there, and they treat us like we're crime watch. They watch our every move. That's not living. It's affordable housing, but it's not affordable living. It's a difference. It's a difference. I want to live and be happy in my home. I want to go home and enjoy my home and don't have to have a letter on my door stating authorized user have used your key and it's my son. Your tag decal is off your car. Your car is being towed. That's more money out of my pocket. And the buildings are cahoots with tow companies to tow these cars out these complexes. If they're not supposed to be there, visitors, you guys have to do something. It's not right. Yes, it looked good, and it's not really affordable. It's not affordable. It's not affordable.
Thank you, Tara. All right, those are the two speakers that spoke to submit information on this item. I'm going to go ahead and open it now to members of the commission. Hopefully we can get into deliberation and not have to reopen the public hearing, but happy to do so if you all want. So, Commissioner Gruber.
Just real quick, if someone could just clarify, the rents at 30% AMI would be
Liz?
what?
let's go ahead and reopen the public hearing in case there's more questions.
Just to answer that, because to clarify, because I know it's not 1,700.
Yes.
What would the rents be at 30% AMI?
Starts at 700, you said.
I'm going to,
Yeah.
just give me a second because the
Cheryl.
30% is not on our slides.
She's just going to go over the minimum rents at this building.
So 30%, the 30% rate for a one bedroom would be $648, for a two bedroom, $777, and for a three bedroom, $899.
Right. So the rents are starting at 6 and change. So that's at the 30%. Yep.
So there's a few units at that level, and
There's a
it's very.
handful.
Yes.
No, there's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, we have, yeah.
50.
Sorry,
There's a slide.
too many notes. So we have 15% of our units are at that level.
Good. That's a good amount. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And then just really quick, I noticed in your design, you abandoned the glass.
We did in option A,
You did away with it?
the glass railings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
Consistency.
Got it.
One of the feedback we got was to make things less movement, so that
Planning
added
wanted,
movement.
Planning wanted you to abandon the glass.
Planning wanted us to give you options, so we have different options for you. That was a design
Got
choice
it.
we made to make it.
And we can condition the design any which way we want, everybody. So if that's important to you, then you could go with an option B and have option B be with glass if that's what the commission wants. Just making a point.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Andrea, would you like to give some feedback on the designs? You recommended B. Tell us why.
Staff was really open to both of them. Staff thought option B was a little bit more compatible with the community. We are open to whether it's glass or balcony. It was the Planning and Development Board who had asked them for the alternative designs.
Okay. Can you put this slide on that just has both side by side, just so we have the side by side? All right. So let's go ahead and any other questions to the staff? Should I close the public hearing? Commissioner Clary and Biederman, you have questions to staff, or do you want to deliberate? Deliberate. Commissioner Biederman, deliberate or staff or applicant? When do we discuss which option? Well, as long as we don't have questions to staff, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll just. All right, the public hearing is closed. Let's go ahead and deliberate. Commissioner Clary.
So yes, so I will say that I prefer option A. I think option B, you're providing something new, creating a different synergy. I don't know, did we reach out to the Hillcrest community to find out what they actually like? Did they have public speaking at the P&D board, or was it just based on the board, and what was the vote?
I think the board wanted the city commission to have two options, so they didn't get to see the second option. They saw option A, correct, Andrea? So it's really up to us on design.
I like the original plan. I don't know what the issue was with that. I think it creates like some synergy. But I really like option A because it gives that uniqueness. It defines it. But if I were to have to throw out the original plan, I would go with A. And I'd make a motion to approve option A.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve A, finding that it's consistent with the relevant regulations and criteria, correct? And that's both for the design and site plan, correct, Commissioner Clary?
Yes.
All right, with staff conditions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Commissioner Biederman.
See, I like the original plan, but I like the barrel tile overhangs. But overall, overall, I think A is better. I like the fact that it's got an overhang by the front doors, so that if somebody's waiting at the front door, there's it rains a lot here in South Florida. Am I wrong? Okay, no, there's no overhang on the option A and B by the front door of the office, but on the original plan there was. So I think that's important. I would support the original plan, but try and throw in some barrel tile overhangs.
No. Anyways,
All right.
But I can't vote for A. It's kind of eh.
I got you. Well, I will tell you, B, the effort was with B to make it more consistent with Hillcrest. You notice the what they call, if you can just show the Zoom version of B.
The concrete balcony?
Yeah, the concrete balconies, and then the little side wall on each balcony was also, sort of like paying homage to the Hillcrest community. Maybe it'll seem more consistent. I do like, glass railings. I wouldn't want to give that up if the commission wanted to go with B. But B might be a little more Hillcresty. But it's up to the commission. I'm good either way. Let's show the large A again as a request.
See,
Back to
A,
B.
No overhang by the door.
Go.
B, no overhang by the door.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yep. See you. All right, so just up to the board here. So let's just continue deliberation and see where we land. Commissioner Biederman, are you open still, or you have an opinion?
Yeah.
B?
Original or B?
B. All right, Vice Mayor.
I forgot what I was going to say. Original or A?
Okay. Let's go ahead to Commissioner Hernandez to enlighten us.
I think A. I like A.
We had A. Commissioner Gruber, where are you at with this? A versus B.
What have we voted for so far?
Here's A on design. A versus B.
Or original.
Or original.
Go to B. Okay.
That's dating itself.
That's what I think too.
Okay. That's a.
Go to the original. The original is starting to have more appeal.
I'm good with either. I didn't finish my class on being an architect.
Original. Let's go to the original. See,
Show the original again.
That's the original one.
See, and it,
Andrea.
Shelter.
Come.
Just show the original one so we could see it. That's option A.
Doesn't matter.
That's the original plan.
Maybe the original one is show us the original.
That's it.
That's it. If you look at it from the south view, it's kind of like that's a elevation that you'll see often because of that circular drive, right?
Yep.
Actually, that's a south view. The north view.
North view, south view.
North view, south view.
I like the features that it has. But
Yeah. Kind of breaks up the mass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's glass railing, everybody. Right? I see glass. Correct, Liz? That's glass railing? Yeah.
Can we do like Kentucky Fried? Go original?
All right. Original recipe, everybody.
So how much money did they waste on these two additional options that were?
We're not going to ask them that. They're cooperative. Listen, that was the condition of the board to ask to give two options, and so they did. Thank
I
you.
make a motion to amend to the original one.
Second.
All right, we have a motion then to go with the original item. Let's consider that original motion withdrawn.
What does Steve like?
Let's go ahead then with this one. We have a motion and a second. Pat, you have that? So there's a motion to approve. Why don't we actually make a new main motion with findings because Commissioner Clary had to step out. So let's go ahead and, if that's okay with the maker and the seconder, let's withdraw the amendment and the previous motion. And I'd like to ask someone to make a new motion with findings as to this original plan and moving to approve the design and site plan.
Motion to approve the original plan.
Second.
For design and site plan, along with staff conditions, correct, finding that it's been satisfies the necessary criteria?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Biederman, second from Vice Mayor Quintana. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously, 6-0, with Commissioner Kaleri having to have left. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate your patience while we had to run through those formal proceedings. If anyone's going to the Panthers game, go Panthers. All right. To close out our meeting today, the remainder is comments by the City Commission, City Attorney, City Manager, if any. Let's go ahead with any comments by Vice Mayor Quintana. She might wave. Go ahead.
I waive.
All right. Commissioner Shuham might wave.
Wave.
Commissioner Hernandez might wave hello and goodbye.
Wave hello.
All right. Commissioner Kaleri had to step out. Commissioner Biederman
I'll wave.
waves. Commissioner Gruber.
I'm just going to go real quick because I can't
Go
not
ahead.
thank all of you and Commissioner Clary, who stepped out for voting for that. That totally floored me. Thank you to Commissioner Blattner, who came in. I was just totally shocked. I still am. Did a little message with my family. Everyone's, just so happy in tears, and it just means a lot. So, my dad was a good guy, and he suffered with that disease at the end, and even till the end, a lot of you met him. He always kept that happy spirit and was always, that smile. He was thanking nurses in the hospital while they were torturing him. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but that hurts. Sorry, and he was just a good guy, and it just means so much to me and my family. And Adam, I guess there's additional pressure to now get this done. So thank you.
All right, thank you, and heartfelt and well deserved, as everyone said. I'm going to go ahead and waive 2. City Attorney.
No comments, thank you.
City Manager, you have some special items. Go ahead.
I will move quickly. Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and to all the members of the staff and public still vertical. So beach sweep this Saturday, October 11th, 7:11 a.m. Volunteers meet at the Public Works crew at Charnock Park and the Broadwalk to collect litter from the beach. Thank you. Art and Java also this Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Unlock your inner artist at this free coloring and painting event at Fred Lippman Multipurpose Center. And there's a ribbon cutting ceremony for pickleball at Driftwood Community Center, Monday, October 13th, 10 a.m. All invited to come celebrate the city's newest pickleball courts, 6 new courts. Renovated park now accommodates both tennis and pickleball enthusiasts. And then lastly, and very importantly, one of the most important things that we do in managing and operating this city is the selection, recruitment, hiring, development, and retention of high-quality professionals in key positions that really make an impact in the city. And we have 2 to introduce new additions to our team here tonight. I'm going to ask Javon Douglas to introduce Roger Caruso, our new Director of Parking and Code Compliance, and then have Chief Levy introduce Jeff Lucas, our new Fire Marshal. So,
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm pleased to introduce our new Parking and Code Compliance Director, Roger Caruso. Roger, stand for a second, please.
Welcome, Roger.
Roger comes to us from Detroit, Michigan, and brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in various leadership roles. We're excited to have him on the team. And before I say too much, Roger, if you just want to say a few words, that'll be great. Briefly.
Let's see if he's got a Detroit accent. I don't know.
Less than 30 minutes. No, thank you. Everyone's been very giving me a warm welcome. As Javon said, I came through Detroit, received an urban planning degree at Michigan State University, but I went to Colorado for 16 years. So I worked for a city there. 2 counties in the city, but it was an assistant city manager, economic development director, downtown executive director, public works director, and in charge of IT. And then got the opportunity to work in my hometown in Detroit, Ferndale, very progressive town just north of Detroit. Was the community and economic development director there, in charge of planning and building and code enforcement.
That was strong. Welcome to South
That's
Florida.
That's a wrap it up.
Welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. That was God getting angry that you called the city up there progressive. They don't know us. Well, welcome, Roger. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I have the distinct honor to welcome our new Fire Marshal, Jeff Lucas. So, Jeff, if you want to come on up.
All right,
Jeff
Jeff,
is trying
welcome.
to escape out the back doors. Jeff comes to us with a wealth of knowledge. Jeff is a retired fire marshal and deputy chief from the city of Fort Lauderdale. Jeff is also the president of the Florida Fire Marshals Association. He's on a lot of the boards that create our fire codes, and I'll let him explain his.
So we can amend some of those codes, huh? Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. Nice to meet you. My name is Jeff Lucas. Like the Chief said, I came from Fort Lauderdale after 30 years serving and retiring as the Fire Marshal. I do look forward to working for the City of Hollywood. You have a lot of development at sea, and not much difference in the stuff we saw in Fort Lauderdale. We just seem to see you see it going north into Pompano and south now into Hollywood. So I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you. And we look forward to the capacity of your office and processing those plan reviews and also all the other responsibilities. But certainly, I know that you're aware of some of the needs of the city, and looking forward to the success.
Yeah, in my 2 weeks, we've already tackled some of those plan reviews. So we're working on them.
Perfect.
I get reminded every day.
So do we. Yeah.
And lastly, Joanne Hussey, speaking of our 100th
Very quick.
birthday and a time capsule for the next 50 years. Look at that. So,
Thank you.
What's going on here, Joanne?
Rolling in right now is the city's official centennial time capsule. Over the course of this past year, items have been gathered from city departments that represent our culture, history, and daily work life, therefore allowing future generations a glimpse of what life is like today. The items that you see here on the table have been reviewed and approved by the city manager. A few items that are being collected and placed in the capsule, which will then be sealed on December 31st. The time capsule itself will be sealed inside the lobby of the new Hollywood Police Department headquarters building and will be recognized with a plaque as part of the ribbon cutting ceremony in 2026. The plaque will indicate that the capsule is to be opened in 50 years, no sooner than November 25th, 2075. A couple of the items that are on here are the... Yes, you're invited to be here in 2075. A few of the items that are on here are the Employee Benefit and Health Compensation Plan, Public Works Recycling Bin, Fire Helmet, Ocean Rescue Uniform, Hollywood Police Department Uniform, photos of city employees, some agendas, the Stormwater Master Plan, the adopted operating budget, etc. It's important to note that the two items that are being donated from outside of the city, one is from the Greater Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, and the other will be the result of a partnership with Memorial Hospital. I left my prop over there at the desk, so on November 26th, I'm just going to grab it really quickly. It's worth it.
We'll include a letter from the city commission as well.
On November 26th, CMed will head over to Memorial Hospital with these custom onesies, okay, that have the City of Hollywood logo and Memorial logo. We will get with the family members of the babies that are born on November 25th. We will take their photos, and the photos will be included in the time capsule. Like I indicated, it will be open when these babies will be 50 years old. Okay, so additionally, standing right here, you may be wondering what this is. Over the course of 2025, thousands of people have participated in the many special events, live concerts, etc. As we come to the end of 2025, on behalf of the city manager, I am pleased to reveal this specially commissioned custom piece of art depicting Hollywood Beach through the lens of design artist Sarah Ballard and Oscar Lovano. 1,000 limited edition commemorative posters have been printed and will be available for free to the public during our November 21st and 22nd events at the Arts Park at Young Circle in downtown Hollywood. This piece of art is meant to remind everybody of the historic milestone that we celebrated together. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Joanne, for all your efforts and everyone that's involved in the centennial celebrations.
My pleasure.
The committees, the residents, Historical Society. It's been a lot and exciting, and we get to have a real great finale. I, of course, spoke with commissioners today and let them know about our planning now for the end of the CRA opportunity with the county to celebrate that on October 27th. So a lot of good things to celebrate, and thank you all.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate
All right,
the
this
opportunity.
meeting is adjourned. Go Panthers.